Closing the door. Okay. Okay. Hi, everyone. How we doing? How we doing? Alrighty. I know you're scared. I know. Come here. I know. Come on. Come on. It's okay. Come here. Come here. Okay. He's You're not having a good time. I know. Do you want to get up on the bed? I know. I made one of those Corey Rosenthal fans, which, let me tell you, trying to find these filters. But it's loud. And it's in the kitchen right now. And Farley he's not having a good time. He's not having a good day. He's also not happy because we haven't been doing our normal amount of walks, because outside is not that great to be in. I know. So I think he thinks he's in trouble. Just put the yeah. I'll just put the leather face mask on and everything will be fine. The air quality in our apartment is good. I have been monitoring it. It is good. The fans have certainly been helping, so that's good news. Outside is not great, but that's kind of everywhere in LA. Obviously, if you are in closer proximity to fires that are still burning, the air quality is worse, but it's pretty shit. How do you monitor air quality in your flat? I have an app that I use, and it tests the AQI inside and then outside. So yeah, so we're okay inside. It's kind of one of those, like, limit your exposure going outside. If you do go outside, wear a mask, preferably one with a respirator, at least an N95. I cannot believe people are walking around outside without any masks on. It's crazy. I'm like, y'all, what are we doing? Jay Hearn, thank you for the 26-month Space Cadet. Thank you. Anyway, I hope y'all are doing well. It is day 3. Let's see, what is it? Friday today? Tuesday. It's like day 4. Day 3 or 4 of the LA fires that are still raging. I think Palisades is like 8% contained. I think Altadena is like 6% contained. So both of the biggest fires are still less than 10% contained, but it's better than it was, of course. It's the best that it's been. The smoke is so bad, I'm wearing mine inside. Yeah, I was wearing my mask inside yesterday because when we got back to our apartment, our sliding door was partially open, and I was just concerned. I was concerned about the smoke, but I have been running the filtered fans that I constructed. Let me tell you that I was searching all over Los Angeles to try to find the filters and the fans that I need. It's kind of like COVID, but instead of toilet paper, it's air purifiers, N95 masks, MERV 13 air filters, because that's the level that you need for proper filtration. Like, it is hard to find that stuff. Hi, baby. I talked to it for anyone who's worried about Farley. I talked to my vet, and they were like, just don't leave him outside. I was like, yeah, no, he doesn't get left outside normally. he's he's mostly inside. Um, but where we are, he's okay. Like we're okay inside, and then a quick little walk, but otherwise just trying to stay inside. Did we find Carol, or is she still Carol is off fighting the fires, okay? She's not here. She is firefighting. She is firefighting. She's working. Carol Channing is stepping up. Yeah. Kind of sus that the fire started after she was unboxed, that's one of those, like, I'm not gonna look into it. I'm not gonna look into it because I know how that movie ends. I'm gonna let Carol I'm gonna let her be. Whatever she's doing, it is not my business. Anyway, the vibes here are like everyone is stressed. Everyone I know is very anxious. Even if you're not in an area where there are nearby fires, there's just the constant sounds of sirens in the distance, helicopters, emergency services. Yeah, the vibes are on fire, but in a bad way. Morgan, thank you for the 17 months. Errold, thank you for the 28 months. And yeah, I mean, it's just been like, I'm just in constant communication with friends of mine in LA who are all sharing stories. And it's just, I know so many people directly or indirectly who have lost their homes and lost everything in the fires. I mean, luckily, I don't know anybody who has died, but the count is up to 11. And let me tell you that is only going to be going up. That is only going to be going up. I tweeted this a little bit ago, but in response to just how many people are so evil online, it's one of those things where it's not surprising because this is just the state. This is just the state of online discourse these days. Whenever there is any type of disaster, any tragedy, any loss of life, anything, you just have a lot of people online who are so excited to claim the prize for most inhumane piece of shit. Just like how much they can show off that they have no empathy whatsoever. And so, it's one of those where it just comes now with the territory of being online when something horrible is happening and when a lot of people have lost a lot. But this was from a friend of mine, and she put in our group chat this morning, this was a message from her friend about the Palisades. And he said, the house is standing. It's not pretty, but it's standing. I was not as mentally prepared as I thought I was to see what I saw. There were bodies in cars still in surrounding neighborhoods. The cops said that they haven't even begun to start the real count. It's a hell of a lot more than 2. It's hell. It is truly hell. Like, truly, it is hell. I think that, oh, well, it'll never happen to me mentality has been so damaging. Yeah, there's the ha, sucks to suck. There's a lot of that. There are people who think that they are doing some sort of praxis. There are people who are doing the you can only hold space for one, one horrible thing going on in the world. There are, of course, so many who are politicizing this, but for the just absolute worst reasons, right? It's not like they're legitimately talking about issues such as climate change. No, they're using it to push their DEI wokeness agenda. Just finger pointing. Is the air quality better at your place? Yeah. Yes, it is. My understanding is the warnings didn't go out fast enough in the Palisades, and most that got out did so before the evac was formally issued. Yeah, like I said yesterday, just in my own experience of when the warning happened and then when the official order was issued, it was that. And one problem with California is the denseness of residential populations. So it's just it is the damage and destruction is compounded by the way that communities are built, the type of materials that are used, obviously the terrain. Yeah, and so the fact that like everybody in California drives a car. And so when trying to escape from wildfires, you have so many cars on small, on roads that are just not, that they just aren't equipped for that, of course. And so a lot of people got stuck in cars. I mean, I saw it happening when we were evacuating. Luckily, the fires didn't make it into the residential area. They were able to contain it and to build like keep it in the hills. But seeing how gridlocked it got and how fast it got, and I just kept thinking about in areas like Pasadena, Altadena, Palisades, where the fires were literally like they were burning everything up, right? They haven't contained them still. And so people had to leave their cars. Some people weren't able to leave their cars. Between climate with this, the genocides, crackdown on facts and science, actual journalism, that dumbass Lake and Riley act that could take anyone for however long for just suspicion. Wait, Lake and Riley, like the transphobic athlete who is so mad that she came in like 5th place? Yeah, it exposes the shit infrastructure so quickly. The only time LA was walkable was during hellfires and all traffic being blocked. How grim is that? It's so grim. I mean, I think the thing is, too, is that, this is something where we won't even know the totality of the damage. Like, we already know that it is the most destructive wildfires in California's history, but as far as like the number of people who have died, the cost of rebuilding, I mean, like just thousands and thousands of structures have completely burned down, from libraries to art centers to homes to apartment buildings to churches. There are entire communities that have been completely wiped out. And like, it's also just of the misinformation and disinformation that's running rampant right now. It's disgusting, but there's particular false information that is extra insidious, like pushing this narrative that the reason the fire department is underfunded is because they've given all the money to homeless people, to migrants. And it's so gross because, one, no. And two, like, no, I know, no, as if. And two, like, the number of people who have become homeless in the last couple of days, who've literally had their homes destroyed, their communities destroyed. And, like, this is why we say, you know, when we talk about having empathy for the homeless population, is because they're human beings, okay? And you know, uh we view being poor, we view being homeless as a personal failure, as one that you brought upon yourself, rather than looking at like the systems that created you know, that created such welfare, that created such poverty. But also because you really are one incident, one accident, one healthcare bill, one wildfire away from being homeless. You are closer to being homeless than you are to being a billionaire. You will not be a billionaire ever, ever. This is what we mean when we say you are closer to being homeless than you will ever be to the billionaires who run our world. So many people don't realize they're a bad day, week, month away from being homeless. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Um. Most people cannot grasp the idea of decommodifying key areas of life such as housing, healthcare, education. Truly sad. Yeah, and I think in the, you know, in the coming days, we are going to see all of the reasons that these wildfires were exacerbated, why they were worsened. You know, obviously there are the weather elements. Okay, we've talked a lot about the Santa Ana winds, but you know, we're gonna be there's gonna be like a number of think pieces about how California, for instance, has allowed private monopolies like PG&E, our energy company here in California, to cut corners, like the amount of cost cutting. Like this is something where wildfires happen. They've always happened, but they are worsening, and there have been warning signs, and there are a number of reasons that the fires do not have to be as bad as they currently are. Yeah, live power lines over a drought-stricken area. Exactly. And I hope that it radicalizes people. I genuinely do. I hope people start to go, well, wait a second. What do you mean billionaires own most of the water supply in California? Wait a second. What do you mean that these companies that have these private companies that have a monopoly in this area are not ensuring that the transmission lines are safe? You know, in an area that is so dry that you could click your lighter and might cause a fire. Yeah, I'm afraid it's radicalizing them, but towards the right. And this is why, like, it's important to steer people away from dangerous conspiracy theories, okay? Because people are looking for answers. They are scared, they are angry. In times like this, they are looking to make sense. They are looking for people to blame. And they have to be steered away from blaming, you know, vulnerable groups like migrants, like homeless people. They have to be steered away from thinking that the big problem here are looters, right? To give further, to manufacture more consent for for like these over bloated police budgets. Like, they have to be steered away from thinking that this is a partisan problem. I'm really fucking worried that the powers that be are going to condemn those who lost their homes, do not have enough money to buy a new home, to simply become new unhoused populations. I mean, as I said, a whole massive population of people have just become homeless overnight. And the worry is what this is going to do to rent prices. We've already been struggling with a housing crisis, and we've been struggling to pass rent caps. And so it's why I know it's not the majority online, but it still is always part of online discourse, where when it comes to a city like Los Angeles, people are so dismissive of the millions of people who live here, who are working class, black and brown, who are, struggling with the same struggles that everybody in the rest of the country deals with. Like insurance, housing crisis, etc. And they find out the cause. No, it's still too early. They are still having to try and contain the fires. So they are investigating, but this is not something that is going to this is not something that happens quickly. It's easier to find a scapegoat rather than confront changing our entire society. Yeah, and so it's one of those where when a disaster like this one is happening, it's when the conversations are taking place, right? It's when people are talking about insurance. It's when they're talking about climate change. It's when they're talking about these issues that then fall off, right? That we're not talking about them anymore. We're not talking about these private monopolies. We're not talking about the privatized insurance industry that is leaving the state. We're not talking about how we're not talking about the lack of resources for underfunded communities that are destroyed by these fires. But like now is when everybody is talking about it. And then sadly, when when things get better, aka when it's not all over the news, then we move on and we wait until the next one. Jenny, thank you for the 20 months. Dick Cheney, thank you for the 18 months. Angry Bullet, thank you for the 18 months. I'm worried all this misinformation is just going to red pill Cali to the right. Everyone seems to be pointing fingers at the wrong people. Yeah, I mean, California has absolutely shifted to the right. California is still a blue state, but the country overall shifted to the right. And there are lots of people who are, unfortunately, here's the thing. It's of course there is blame to be put on the liberal leaders in our city and in our state. I am not a person who is going to die on the hill of defending Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom. Of course, there is misinformation from the right where they are just gleefully using this as an opportunity to score political points. They don't give a fuck, right? And so they take things that have partial truth, that are based in somewhat truth, and then just completely warp it. But the reality is that this is not a partisan thing. And so if people are being radicalized to the right, thinking that, someone like Rick Caruso, who hired private firefighters, this fucking asshole billionaire, okay, this is not the guy who's going to be making California better for all, making Los Angeles better for all. He hired private firefighters to make sure that his business in the Palisades was extra protected. He's a fucking asshole. But because he's using every opportunity to go on the media and talk about how Karen Bass, who he lost to because he ran for mayor, if you remember, poured $100 million of his own money, and he is giving people what they want, which is somebody to blame. And of course, Karen Bass is the mayor of Los Angeles, and she has optically been terribly. Her policies have are ones that are worthy of being criticized. Yet the problem here is that all of the blame is going to be put on Newsom and Karen Bass and whatever Democrats the right can point to, while acting as if they are as if they are not some of the biggest climate hoax propagandists, as if they are not constantly slashing important programs. Have you checked the Watch Duty map lately? Yeah, I mean, I've been checking in with the Watch Duty app. The thing is like, it's kind of one of those where you want to be aware, but you also don't want to just be constantly a ball of anxiety and like in total fear. And there are a lot of people who I think are using something like the Watch Duty app, and it's putting them in a state of constant panic where they think that they're about to like burn up. I've had to talk to quite a few people and be like, you guys. Oh, you're going to beat the fires? You are? Sam, you're going to punch them you're with a gun. I didn't even know that you had one. I didn't know that. Can I just tell you how funny it is that the night that I evacuated my apartment because there were fires like pretty much in my backyard, I talked to multiple people on the phone who were not anywhere close to the fires but live in Los Angeles, and I was reassuring them. I was like, hey, so I'm okay. I'm good, and I just had to evacuate and could see flames out my window. So take a deep breath, okay? I think it's similar to the Citizen app, how people who are constantly on the Citizen app are like, oh my God, 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 there's crime everywhere, there's crime everywhere, there's crime everywhere. Like, I'm going to get attacked if I leave my window, if I leave my house. Like, the city has fallen into ruin. And it's like, ooh, okay, let's take a breath here. Let's take a breath here. Okay. I think it's good to be aware. It's good to, when it comes to fires, like, know what's going on, know how you can help, be sharing correct information and not incorrect information. But it's not good to be just constantly in this state of panic because you're living on this app and you're like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, I'm going to burn up. And it's like, look, the fires have caused an enormous amount of damage, but there's also a lot of Los Angeles that is in the safe zone. So Ray said she and Yvonne both had an anxiety attack on her birthday a couple days ago because they were constantly on the app. Yeah. Ray is one person I talked to where I was like, I think you need to get off the app. Where I truly, I was like, I need you to understand that I'm okay. Like, yeah, I was traumatized. I was traumatized and I was exhausted, but I knew that we were okay. Like, I was able to, like compartmentalize and assess And doom scrolling the fire app, no good. No good. But that's what's happened in like the last couple days. I think probably almost 1 million people have joined this app. And I get it. It's helpful. I have the app. It's helpful. But it's not good to just be constantly sitting there looking at the app being like, I'm about to burn up. I was sweating bullets when I saw you and Will and Hassan's stream talking about how close the fires were and how chaotic the situation felt. Yeah, I mean, it was very intense. It was very intense, I will say. It's something that I hope no one has to ever experience, but I'm also aware that there are a lot of people who are not as lucky as we were, in that they did have their home burn up. What do you think caused the wildfires? So that is not determined yet. It could be a number of reasons. It could be, a loose transmission line. It could be a spark from that. The winds obviously are what have carried the flames so far and so fast, and have made it really hard to contain the fires. It could be a cigarette. So it could be, it could be human caused, direct, indirect. It could be, it could be not the cause of a human, but that is what they will be determining. Did you get frozen pizza? We did, but it's Trader Joe's, and I gotta be so honest. Trader Joe's frozen pizza, it's not that great. It's not that. It's frozen pizza is frozen pizza. Frozen pizza is frozen pizza, okay? It is. Trader Joe's is great for certain things. Not their frozen pizza. At least most of their frozen pizzas. DB, thank you for the 26 months. I'm 5 miles from the Altadena fire, and the air quality is so poor, yet they're not advising evacuation for us. I don't understand it. I just feel sick, literally and figuratively, thinking about it. If you can leave, I would advise leaving, because I think that the air quality is dangerous. If you can't leave, I would suggest getting air purifiers. I would suggest doing what I did, which is I'll pull up a video. Hold on. Okay, I made one of these. The best air purifier is a 150 DIY option.
In this video, we'll
had an idea inspired by the need for air purification during the COVID-19 pandemic to assemble an efficient and cheap solution to try and slow the spread of the virus. The design is super simple. It uses 4 furnace filters in a square with a box fan on top, 2 cardboard bits on the bottom and top to improve the airflow through the filters. It's sort of like the fire triangle, but for air purifiers. You want good airflow from a strong fan, high quality filters, and a lot of filter area. The design maximizes these 3 elements.
Is there any part of this triangle that's more important to the others?
It really is about how they all interact between each other. But the filter quality, I could say, is probably the most important.
One of the key components of the Corsi Rosenthal box are the MERV 13 filters.
I think I got the last MERV 13 filters in store in Los Angeles. Otherwise, you have to order them.
They're one of the highest quality consumer filters you can buy outside of HEPA filters.
At least in my area. If you go further outside of where we are,
why not HEPA filters?
So if we wanted to put HEPA filters on the Corsi Rosenthal box, we need a more powerful fan since there'll be more air resistance.
Can you cut down on the size of this at all, or like spruce it up in some way?
You can build one with a single filter in the same box, but there's a pretty big drop in performance. You can buy a smaller fan and smaller sized filters, but again, it won't be as effective since there's just less filter area. And to spruce it up, maybe some stickers? You can't really put a box around it because they'll impact the airflow. That's what we see with some of these models. They're all trying to balance this triangle, but once you put the fan in a plastic shell, you're just adding a layer of resistance.
One thing these manufactured models have over the Corsi Rosenthal box are different types of filters. So for example...
Anyway, I made one of these. I have a variety of different air purifiers with HEPA filters, and yeah, you aren't wrong. They do help with allergies some. Yeah, it's just to help... help clean the air that's inside of your place. For anyone who is in close proximity to the massive fires in LA that are still raging, you should stay inside. Don't go outside. If you have to go outside, make sure you have a good quality mask. Limit your time outside. But yeah, you want to try to get something that is going to filter the air that's inside of your apartment. Most ACs have a good filter. Yeah, you can just like look to see what AC you have. Maybe you can grab a high quality filter that will help. But yeah, I would say everything that I have read and everyone I've talked to has said just stay inside while the air is really bad outside. Keep windows and doors closed. Did you notice a difference? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I noticed a difference for sure. And I've been checking the quality of our air inside, and it has gotten better. The CR box is also a great solution if someone... Yeah, so these became really popular. People started making these or getting these during COVID. You know, another thing that I just want to say, shout out to the mutual aid groups in Los Angeles. Shout out to the mutual aid groups who, have been COVID conscious for now 5 years and in a time when they are constantly shit on. And shout out to them because they are ones who have N95 masks. The city of Los Angeles has had to ask these mutual aid groups for N95 masks. So if you're in LA and you have been given a free N95 mask, even if it's coming from the city of Los Angeles, no, it's not. That is coming from the mutual aid groups that have the N95 masks because they have had them since COVID. Oh yeah, I saw this. Halle Berry packs up her entire closet to donate during LA fires. I'm packing up my entire closet heading over to the Coop. If you live in the Southern California area, I urge you to do the same. This is something we can do right now today to help all the displaced families that are in need of the basics today. Yeah, I want to put together one major, or I don't know if somebody already has that I can share, but putting together GoFundMes. I've seen a lot of individual ones pop up, especially, in areas like Altadena, where they don't have the resources that a lot of people in Palisades have. So mutual aid groups, GoFundMes, ways to, because sometimes it's also everybody wants to help, but there might be one group that gets a lot of attention, and then it's okay, that's great, but there's a lot of other groups that need some help right now. I'm sure there are families that could use some grade 9 Pokemon cards right now. Yeah, sorry, Will. These cards I thought would go to better use. Yeah, there's also like animals that need fostering. There's a lot of dogs and cats and other people's pets that need fostering, but I know that there are some nonprofits that are good, and like people are sharing the information, but they're all good, so it's just like sorting through, okay, what groups are in need. These comments on the Halle Berry posts are crazy. Maybe people say she isn't doing enough. Yeah, dude, I don't know, man. uh there are always just, you know what? Don't read comments. Yeah. Don't read comments. Don't read comments. Did you see the Mandy Moore GoFundMe drama? I did. Those are things where, like, I just think it's so not important right now. You know, it's like, oh, people are getting mad that Mandy Moore shared a GoFundMe that her brother's friend had made. Her house burned down. Her brother's house burned down. It's like, a lot of people are just directing their anger right now in the wrong directions. Also, a lot of animal shelters are becoming full with wildlife patients as well, because rescue and rehab centers are either full or non-operational. Yeah, I know. I that's another thing too, is like, people are doing the thing where they're like, wow, nice to see how much empathy people have for animals and not for humans. Where, okay, often yes, two things can be true. Is that people can care about animals but not care about humans. But then people can try and, like, they go too far the other way, where they're like, oh, fuck the animals, pretty much. And it's like, we are overcorrecting in a way that is missing the mark, okay? It's totally missing the mark. Like, the number of photos and videos out of Gaza of people under genocide taking care of animals still, and like, no, animals are not more important than human beings. Yes, there are people who have more empathy for animals than they do for human beings, but also like the suffering of animals is okay to care about. Like, people who are literally facing genocide, who've been enduring genocide, have empathy and care for animals. Like, it's not, I know it's not mutually exclusive. I know. I know. Mandy Moore's not really a mega celeb, though. I feel like a lot of people are overestimating how much working actors make versus what they're worth. Yeah, and I like. Okay, we'll get into some stuff in a little bit, in just like 1 minute. But people need to understand that, yes, somebody like Mandy Moore is much better off than most of the people in an area like Altadena who have lost everything and don't have the resources Mandy Moore has. But it is still a devastating loss. And when other people in your family have lost everything too, and when even wealthy people in California have lost their have lost their insurance, or only have insurance through the state because of the insurance crisis, like, this is not some easy fix, right? So of course there are people who are in a better position. But it is still like extraordinarily tragic and financially devastating to be in a state like Florida or California, where we are experiencing an insurance crisis. Insurers are leaving the state. and to have to suddenly replace everything that you have, right? Like it's going to take years to even rebuild all that was lost. I know. Okay. LA County officials have apologized for the error that they sent out yesterday. See, that's the other thing, is that you got everybody on the Watch Duty app, and then you have LA sending out a false evacuation warning to the entire city.
Regards to the erroneous messages that have been being sent out through the wireless emergency alert system across LA County. I can't express enough how sorry I am for this experience. First of all, I want to clarify, this is not human driven. There is no one sitting at a desk right now initiating emergency alerts. I want to restate that. Right now, as these alerts are being issued, they are not being activated or initiated by a person. This is my top priority. I am working all hands on deck with the Federal Emergency Management Agency's Integrated Public Alert and Warning Team. We have every technical specialist working to resolve this issue and define the root cause. I implore every...
Yeah, you know what? Actually, imagine if people didn't have the Watch Duty app. Yeah. People didn't have the Watch Duty app, and they're just like, all of LA has an evacuation notice or an evacuation warning. I had a 3-inch basement flood in Detroit like 2 years ago. They refused to cover it. Lost like $1,000 of my stored items. I'm sorry. It's terrible. And, you know, it's why I keep telling people, hey, I know that it's well intended to be like, at least they're still alive. Like, thank goodness, you know, your life is more important than anything else. But losing your home and losing everything that you have and all of your memories, like that is very tragic. And I think it's good to acknowledge that is devastating.
Everyone to not disable.
Yeah, where's the tweet that's like, hey guys, it's my first day with it's my first day as an intern with the LA County. I'm in charge of sending out the alerts. How'd I do? Also, we're not having a conversation in chat. Like, please chill. Mods are gonna time you guys out if we're debating animals over humans. who's we're not doing it. Okay. All right.
Enable the messages on your phone. This is extremely frustrating, painful, and scary, but these alert tools have saved lives during this emergency. Not receiving an alert can be a consequence of life and death. As we continue to work on the root cause, I ask everyone that gets an alert to verify if they are in an evacuation warning or order to go to alertla.org, lacounty.gov/emergency, or dial 211 for assistance. The mapping is accurate on where evacuation warnings and orders exist. Again, this is my top priority. This is the top priority of my partners at the state and at FEMA with the Public Alert and Warning tool to resolve this issue as quickly as possible.
I'm in WeHo. I got another warning today. Well, the other thing too with the Watch Duty app, if you have alerts on, I'm not saying that this is what happened with you. I'm just going back to like why there's good and bad with the Watch Duty app is that you're just constantly getting alerts. You can turn them off, but I think, the point is like having them on. And so if you're not, if you're not reading them closely, or it doesn't even matter, because it still is just keeping you in a perpetual state of anxiety when it's like evacuation order issued, fire broke out here, okay. Apparently Mayor Bass, so I don't know if this is confirmed. I saw that the Daily Mail had reported it, which we're not going to be basing any statements of fact from the Daily Mail. Right. It's the Daily Mail, so I think we should wait until this is reported on by reputable sources. Okay, just to catch folks up, I asked Zach Seidel, spokesperson for Mayor Karen Bass, if Fire Chief Kristen Crowley was fired. He said no. I asked if she has resigned. Seidel said no. I asked if she's still fire chief. He said yes. Okay, look, I just have to say, like, I know Karen Bass has fucked up. This would be an astronomical fuck up. Like that would be the it would be so bad. It would be so bad. And like I said at the beginning of stream, there is a lot of misinformation that's all over the place, and you just need to take a second when it's something as serious as Karen Bass has fired Fire Chief Kristen Crowley and be like, okay, who's tweeting this? Click on their account, all right? See where it is sourced from. And if it's coming from a place like the Daily Mail, and that is the only source that's reporting it, then don't be sharing it as fact. But why would the Daily Mail lie? Now, it's not to say that Kristen Crowley isn't is not in the future in danger of losing her position. But like right now, the idea that Karen Bass has fired the police chief in the midst of everything that's going on, ostensibly because she has been criticizing the mayor and the lack of the resources being less than what they had asked for. Okay, let's jump into things here. All right.
It's a nightmare that, I mean, so many people have faced, have ran from these flames and now are finding their businesses like this one gone. This is a karate studio with kids programs. There's a nail shop across the street. I just saw one business owner standing. What's your name, sir? We're live on KCAL.
My name is Lloyd.
Lloyd, I saw you just with your hands on your head, shaking your head in disbelief.
Correct. I lived back here in these apartments for over 15 years, and everything's gone.
Wait, apartments? But I thought everybody in LA was a rich celebrity.
Everything's gone.
Everything's gone.
I mean, I can tell you, we're about 3 miles from where this fire started, and whole neighborhoods are wiped out, and we're on Lake Avenue right now. This is a business district. Yeah. We know so well. I live here, too. Mm-hmm. I mean, you look around, there's not many businesses left untouched.
Yeah, it's devastating. This was a very close community. We all kind of knew each other, got along. Yeah. And even the business owners were very friendly to all the neighbors. And just to see...
Okay, one thing I want to say is I have seen this on like every single news report, is that people are taking off their masks to talk to, whether they're reporters or they are being interviewed, and it is dangerous. The air quality in these areas is really bad. Also, yeah, also surgical masks are they're not going to cut it. They're not going to cut it. But yeah, I think, this is one thing with reporters. They have to be setting an example. So every time I see them and there's like fires behind them and they have their mask down, I'm like, no, 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 no. You have to be setting an example that you have to have this mask on. Like, stop taking your mask off.
Devastation that's here today and the state of how everything is, it's just shocking. Completely shocking.
And they still haven't put out fires. There are still places catching fire.
Exactly.
You do not want to be breathing this in. Look at this. And especially these older, outdated apartment complexes that have, asbestos and all sorts of shit in them that's just being released along with just, like the normal toxic fumes.
Talking to some of the neighbors when I was driving around, and they were saying
all
that
these buildings.
Firefighters came and they said that there were no waters.
The water ran dry out of fire hydrants.
Yeah, so they said that they were there just shoveling dirt on their property, which was horrible. Horrible.
Picking up shovels of dirt to try to...
So why aren't you wearing a mask? Am I standing there? Am I there? Am I standing with flumes of smoke around me? Why aren't you wearing a mask, Chatter?
Put out the fire.
Exactly, correct.
Because there was no water in fire hydrants. They were having to pull it from others.
Exactly. So
what did you go through? Did you ever leave and come back, or?
Yes, I left last.
You were literally wearing a mask on stream yesterday. Oh, you know what? Oh, I'm so glad that there are people in chat who know better than me what's going on in my surroundings. Like, I haven't been monitoring things. Like, I haven't been checking my air quality. Like, I don't have, filters and stuff going. Why are some of you so fucking annoying? Can you just, before you speak, can you go, is what's about to come out of my mouth stupid? The answer is yes. I'm just letting you know. So suddenly it's safe. Why are you looking for this to be something? Why do you need this to I'm gonna. There's something. I'm gonna make this into a thing. I'm gonna make this into a thing. I'm just gonna tell you right now, okay? My patience, it ain't there. If you're new in my stream, I will tell you that normally I'm a lot more patient than I have been the last couple days. And I'm still pretty patient. I am still pretty patient. But it's stretched thin right now. It's stretched thin, and the back seating, like me, when I this is my city. I live here. I'm monitoring my situation. I know what's going on with me. I know what's going on with my area. I know what's going on with my city. So stop being annoying because I'm stretched real thin. I'm stretched real thin, okay? Okay. So if you're in here because you're trying to get updates on what is happening, what's going on. I'm not just talking about you, Chatter. Thank you for apologizing. I appreciate it. This goes for everybody, specifically for those in chat who are doing annoying backseating. If you are here, if you're new to this stream, if you're here because you're trying to learn about the fires, trying to see what's going on, I appreciate that. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you want to know what's happening. But we gotta chill. Which Chatter? Oh, you're one of them. Yeah. You're annoying. You're annoying. I'm just letting you know. Yeah, you're included in this. So, You said I apologize. I'm not talking to you. You know what? Actually, I'm so fucking fed up with you. Take a week off. Bye. Get out. Goodbye. Good God. Ah! All right. Why can people just not be annoying? For the love of God. For the love of God. Please. Oh my God. Not be annoying challenge. Difficulty impossible. Literally impossible. How do you monitor AQI inside? I'm in Chicago. Our outside air is way worse. I assume from blowover. Curious what my inside air is like. You can, there are a number of air quality apps. You can get sensors. So they will measure the AQI inside, outside, wherever you are. It's good to do regardless of if you are living in a city where there are a lot of fires raging. Goddamn chatter, you make Caroline Bandy out of frustration. It's a rare feat. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think I have timed out or banned maybe 10 people total. Like, it takes a lot. It takes a lot for me to just be totally done. Really, like, people should know. I don't mean, abuse this. Okay. I don't mean be like, oh, I'm going to push the limits. I'm going to see how far I can go. I'm going to see how short her fuse is.
Anything?
I'm okay. How's the fan going? Good. Yeah? How are you good? I don't know if he wants to go in or out. He's not happy. You say okay at the end of sentences like Hassan. Yeah, that's because I am trying to be him. I'm trying to be him. Yeah. It's not, that's a speech habit that a lot of people have. It's not like one of those bad speech habits that a lot of us have, like using filler words, right? Like saying okay or right at the end of a sentence to convey, emphasis, to be like, do you guys get it? Like, is what I'm saying making sense? You're also, you breathe in between speaking like him too. Yep. Yep. No, these people are correct. They are right. When was the last time you saw a non get in the middle of chatters fighting? It's rare. It's rare to have a non be like, yo, yo. We had the 1-2. We had a non saying, hey guys, take it out of the chat. And we had me doing a timeout. That's how this stream is going tonight. That's how it's going. That is how annoying people are. That you're getting the rare 1-2. Fire coverage makes me real bummed out now, but I'm glad your home is safe. Yeah, I mean, it's not great. It's not fun news, Look at what is on the screen here. This is not something that I honestly, no one wants to be covering this because it's terrible. It's bad. And, I was in the middle of doing award season stuff, but it's like, this is my city, this is my home, and it is something where what's happening here in my city, in the same city where the 2025 award season has just begun, and it just feels like something that it would feel hollow if I were trying to cover it right now. You literally went through stress and evacuation, fire, chatters keep being ignorant and yapping. Yeah, you know what? That's Twitch. That is Twitch. People will always try to tell you what your experience is. People will always try to tell you what you should be doing, how you should be feeling. They will always think that they know better than you. And we see it in real time. I said yesterday, Twitch, what's good and what's bad about it is the live element, where we get to all be together and communicating live in this moment, and it's great, but also there are some very annoying people. Have you seen the news with ICE in Cali? Oh yeah. ICE raids are not stopping despite the absolute fucking disaster that is ongoing. Just like they are not stopping with the parking tickets, just like they are not stopping the homeless encampment sweeps.
Night.
Okay, anyway. Palisades fire is still moving quickly. I'm far enough away to be safe, but in an area where I can see the north side of the hills. I've been watching it as it has come over to the valley side.
When the fire started, just got back here just to find what it is right now.
What did you lose?
Everything. When I left my house, I grabbed about 3 days worth of clothes and left everything else.
Everything
Yeah,
gone.
yeah.
You've lived here for how long?
I've lived here about good 15 years.
15 years.
Yeah.
Did you own a business here, or where did you work?
No. I worked over in Panorama, okay. But I lived here. I went to Altadena Elementary. I went to...
You say anyway at the end of your sentences, just like Joe Biden. Oh, another person that I'm trying to be exactly like. One reason that I am glad to see coverage like this in Altadena is that, not that the damage and destruction in Palisades doesn't matter, but because of the wealth and celebrity status of those who live in an area like Palisades, it's gotten outsized attention, and areas like here where we're looking are not, and they also need to be getting, they need resources, they need help, they need they deserve the same amount of attention that sadly they're not getting. And the other thing too is that even though you as a person should have empathy for people who live in an area like Palisades, because of the skewed media coverage, people think it only furthers people's beliefs that Los Angeles is all wealthy, rich people, wealthy, famous people, when they're seeing, oh, here's the 16 celebrities who have lost a home. Here's, a whole article about Paris Hilton whose house burned down. And so then they're like, oh, okay, wow, why should I... why is this being presented to me as like the worst thing ever when it's just celebrities and rich people who can rebuild?
The Elliott Middle School, I pretty much grew up here. Yeah.
And just to see the history, St. Mark's Episcopal Church is gone, right on the corner.
Correct. Yes, yeah. It's devastating.
What else did you hear about people running? A lot of people had to be rescued because they just couldn't get out in time. We just saw one grandmother still trying to get out of her apartment right up the street from here.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people were probably hesitant, really didn't know if they should evacuate or not. and probably tried to hang on to their property as long as they could and made that decision to stay. But in situations like this, it's always best to get out as soon as possible. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. Tell me your name again.
Lloyd?
Lloyd.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry. Thank you for taking these few seconds. I know, I mean, I'm sure you're in shock and you're just.
Did you see Jamie Lee? Yes, I did see Jamie Lee Curtis, and I thought that her statement is ridiculous. You know, I think on the one hand, okay, Jamie Lee Curtis acknowledging the destruction in Gaza. I guess it's better than last time Jamie Lee Curtis was talking about Israel and Palestine, but also, no, it's not. Gaza and Los Angeles, it's not the same. You know, you might look at a photo of Palisades and be like, wow, it's completely destroyed. It looks like a bomb, you know, absolutely just decimated the entire area. And so that's why comparisons are being made to the destruction in Gaza. But obviously the causes are completely different. People in Gaza can't get out. Like, we don't need to go into the whole thing. But yes, I did see it. I did see it. And I don't think making that comparison is a good comparison to make. I think that, you know, in linking Gaza to linking Gaza to the wildfires in Los Angeles, there are common factors, like talking about the environment, right? I said that yesterday. But that's not what Jamie Lee was. That's not what she was talking about.
Just what do you do next, Lloyd?
Exactly. Just try to pick up the pieces, you know, lean on family members, and we all need to come together, not only as family, but as a community, and just rebuild and get everything back to where it was.
I'm going to give you a big hug because,
Thank you.
oh, stories like yours bring tears to my eyes. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm sorry it just becomes overwhelming, you guys. I mean, you know, Lloyd just with, you know, a little bit of a smile on his face, and he's lost everything. Okay, so I'm here on Lake Avenue and Beverly Way where businesses are burning, and these guys, look at every other business is on fire here, and fire trucks racing just to try to put out, I guess, the next spot that could go up in flames. But I've been talking to these young gentlemen. These are guys from the Valley who came armed with fire extinguishers, masks, and a van to try to help out. So you guys were telling me in the neighborhood behind us, you saw residents, they didn't have access to water, using almond milk to put out.
Okay, I seriously am not trying to be that annoying person, but like, it is wonderful to see people stepping in to help, but they have got to be shining a light in you know, in the news that is, you know, there's so much news coverage on the fires, and they have to be saying, like, if you are in this area, if you are coming here to, you know, to help out, or like whatever, the proper protections that you need, right? The mask that, like, the guy has on the left and the guy in the middle, that is not going to protect them from these fumes. Like, these are such toxic fumes that they can cause cancer. Like, they can make you get really, really sick. Right? And if they're, and like, if I'm a reporter and I'm talking to someone, I'm going to be like, hey, keep your mask on. Like, keep your gear on. It's a public health and safety issue. You're completely in the right. The media is not doing their job. Yeah, like, they need to be talking about that and setting an example. Like, at least I think she has, I don't know, she has her mask on here and she has her goggles.
Flames.
Yeah, they're using anything they can, and they're working together as a community to just, if they see an ember, they'll go over there, they'll take it out, and they got a spotter on the roof just yelling out what they see and working together to try to figure it out.
This is Jordan, right?
Yes.
Giuliano and Sean. And you're from Pasadena.
But this is what we were talking about when we said the city doesn't even have N95 masks, that they have gone to mutual aid groups because there are a lot of people who need these, they need these types of masks right now. They need protective gear, and they just, the city doesn't have them on hand to be handing out to residents in these areas. So they have been relying on mutual aid groups who have them.
Yeah, what did you see as you guys, I guess you have a fire extinguisher. Have you been able to put out any embers yourself?
I haven't been able to do much, honestly. I really wish we could do more because a lot of people here are hurting. And I live in this town and I love the people here. There's so many great people. And just being here last night with my wife, this church on the hill was intact. And it's like here, like less than 24 hours later. And a lot of people are not able to save things. Like we came here with great intentions. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to do a lot. And a lot of people have left. But any way we could help, because we know all these first responders are very understaffed. So,
Tell me about how those residents, they were helping each other out. What did you see?
Yeah, a lot of these residents, like up the road and everything, like everybody's helping each other in any way that they can, either to get, elderly loved ones out of the house. Earlier today I was over there helping out, and there was actually a goat tied up in a backyard, and a couple people banded together to get him out of there because I guess he had been left behind over there. So there's people walking around handing out masks, people are walking around handing out water. There's literally a guy, you were with us here not too long ago doing that. So it's good to see a lot of people in Southern California have a heart and really want to help each other. I'd say I'd give the credit to this guy because he came out with his van, his wife, his friends, and all of these resources to do this. So,
what do you see them using besides water?
They were using they told us pretty much they used almond milk, like energy drinks, like any piece of like wet material that you could use to put out small little embers. So the water pressure, from what I understand, like a lot of the firefighters.
Okay, so my joke about the Prime Energy that what's his name had donated was maybe not even a joke. Like that they're actually maybe using that to put out the fires. Caroline, you're not wrong. I know a lot of ex-military guys, myself included, permanent lung damage from the burn pits in Iraq. All trash was burned and the fumes were filled with toxic chemicals. It's just highlighting again how ill prepared the city and state is in emergency situations like this, where it's so many things, right? It's not just not having enough firefighters. It's not just having enough firefighters, but it's also like not having protective equipment for people who are surrounded by these really toxic fumes.
They are really having trouble right now because they're not able to put out these fires. So these families are taking toilet water even just to be able to put out a little ember and save their houses. I get it because it's like these people work their entire lives, their families, their culture, everything is there,
And I saw the tears in your eyes, and I know, I feel, Sean. People have lost everything. So many people. Yeah. Giuliano, you have this fire extinguisher. You were even trying to put out some of the embers where we're standing, some of the flames. It's just, you just wanted to help?
Yeah, honestly, I can't sit at home knowing that there's people out there that need to be helped, and I always just try to do anything I can to give a helping hand. I feel like I'm able-bodied enough to just do that, so why not? It's a little discouraging, I'm not going to lie, though, because like I said, this is not much we can do by the time we spot a fire that we think we could potentially help. It's just so large beyond our means, and so really I think their best take of action is just finding water and just giving them to these neighborhoods who have yet to have their houses burned down, and just giving them some sort of extra lipid, some fire ammo to kind of combat it. So
you're going to go buy some bottles of water?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then help them put up,
cases, and just, I think that's pretty much the best thing we can do at this rate, because, what am I going to do?
Right?
It's discouraging when you guys have such a good heart and it's in the right place. And Sean, last night you described the winds. When you saw that, you're talking about St. Mark's Episcopal Church, 119 years old.
I saw something about invasive eucalyptus trees in Cali being easily flammable that brought there by colonialism. Oh, yeah, that is, I know what article you're talking about, but there is, there's a number of reports about the invasive flammable plants in Cali that have increased the risks of damaging wildfires. So these are plants that are not native to California that have been brought into a place like this that are contributing to the catastrophic result of something like a wildfire. Yeah, fire maxing.
Well, burned to the ground.
Yes.
What were those winds like? I said they were hurricane. They almost knocked me over.
The winds were pretty crazy last night because I've been in Florida during hurricanes earlier this year, and that's scary enough. But the winds here, I've never seen anything like it. And it's the debris that's coming up. It's the side panels off the houses with the nails inside of them. It's the little chunks of glass that are flying. And to see actual big billboards topple and street signs, and just from the wind, not from any fire touching it alone, is just unbelievable. Seeing that here, by my house, and literally sitting in that parking lot last
We
night.
have a water
the video.
drop finally happening.
Yeah. It's just crazy.
We just saw it drop over a neighborhood, and it looks like finally this is going to drop right here off Lake Avenue. Look at this.
The whole place looks like a war zone. It's unbelievable.
It looks like a war zone.
That's exactly what it looks like.
Let's see if we can see this water. I've seen one so far.
Yeah.
John, my photographer, knows a lot about helicopters. Which one is this? That helicopter about to make a drop. He said a couple thousand, I thought.
I think
gallons of water, but
elsewhere.
it's going elsewhere. We saw at least one, you guys, so far. Let's wait for it and see. Okay, they're going to try to go get their van and buy some water. You guys, thank you so much.
No problem.
Give you a hug.
Be careful.
Okay, you guys too. Thank you guys. Thank you, Giuliano. Be safe, okay? As we're watching this business burn up the street, a karate business with kid classes.
Just saw the water drop, Jazz.
Did you see it?
Yep.
And this is something that we don't see often with, water.
Well, they got to do something.
In a business area, in a urban area, it's wow. But they need
Are
all the
reporters
resources
even
that they
allowed
can get
to
right
hug?
now, and every bit of water and aid helps. And it's amazing that these neighbors are trying to help neighbors and out there with a extinguisher, just trying to make a difference. So
those are three amazing guys
Used
that
to hang out on
Jasmine
that
was talking
street.
to.
I know,
Jasmine, thanks. We'll get back to you a little bit later.
Surreal.
Over to the left right here, another home that was destroyed is the home of David Olguin. He and his family have been back here. They came back home to see that their home had been lost. And David tells me that they've lived here for 6 years. David, thanks again for joining us. I was telling our audience, you guys have lived here for 6 years.
Yes.
You came back to this devastation. Tell us why you decided with your family to come back. What are you doing right now?
We're just trying to salvage anything we can. When you've put your whole life into one place, where you just try to come back and find any sort of hope you can. I mean, I'm mainly here just for my mom. I'm trying to find her, a sign of hope. We lost everything we had here. The only thing we have is just what's on our backs right now.
Yeah.
So just looking for any sign of hope to get over this devastation.
When did you guys evacuate and what were you able to take with you?
We initially evacuated around 9 o'clock last night. We took just honestly the minimums. We initially thought we were going to come back. It was just going to roll over. LAFD was going to do what they had to do, but as the night went on, we eventually got word that the fire took over our block so rapidly that we just sprung into action and we tried to get back here to grab more stuff, but it was just too late.
It looks,
Hogan, thank you for the
looking at your
gifted
home right now,
MRD.
it doesn't
Thank you
look
for the
like
8
there's
months.
much left, but what do you hope? Is there anything in particular you are looking for that you're hoping to recover once all this is said and done?
The most important thing for me personally is my mom got me a gold ring for my birthday one year, and that's the one thing I'm looking for. Everything else, items are replaceable, but that one jewelry item I am looking for, and I hope to find it soon, as well as just any sort of something that can remind me of the house overall.
Is that the case of every one of your family members here, just that maybe one special thing they could recover?
Yes, they're all just looking for something special, or they're just trying to get closure. It's just something that happened so sudden on just such a spontaneous day in the new year. We just weren't ready for it.
Yeah. I don't want to rehash the feelings you felt when you came back, but upon arriving here.
Does the 1-year moratorium for insurance cancellations include those who are cut off by any home insurance company? Really hope so. I think this is from today. The California Insurance Commissioner issues 1-year moratorium to protect Southern California homeowners. So this is at the news conference. Commissioner Ricardo Lara said his primary concern is to make sure residents who are affected by the fires get the full insurance benefits that they are entitled to. Well, it's one of those things, though. When it comes to insurance, we know that you might be entitled to something, but it doesn't mean that you're going to get it, and it also means that it might take years, right? This is not something where people who have had their homes and livelihoods burn up are anytime soon going to be able to rebuild unless they have wealth, unless they have wealth, which a lot of these people don't. Like, their money is all tied up in their home. Yeah, just waiting for the insurance companies to declare bankruptcy and restructure to avoid paying out, of course, right? So you can try and issue these moratoriums, but it doesn't mean that these insurance companies are going to be like, oh, okay, all right, here's the money.
And seeing that the house was gone, just what went through your head and your heart?
Well, initially my dad, he got here first and I arrived a few minutes after him. So as I parked my car at the corner over there, I came rushing down, and my dad, he initially told me, turn around, the house is gone. And I just couldn't believe it. It's just something you would never think you would see. So I came running down the street, and just to find my house completely engulfed, and just know everything that I had with me or I grew up with was just gone in a matter of minutes.
Wow. Well, in the midst of all your troubles, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us, and we're glad that all of you are safe.
Thank you. I hope everyone else
Sounds
feels
like
safe,
the reporter
and,
who was
we
hugging
can all
everyone
move
is a
past this together.
local, so I'm
And
sure
I
she was
come
trying to
over
provide
here right
something.
now to
Yeah,
Melissa.
shout out to the
Melissa, I know
local
you've been out
news.
here in this community really all day helping a friend.
Shout out to the local news who, like, a lot of them are from these areas. Like, they are talking to people who are their neighbors. I was reading this piece earlier on the ground for apocalyptic LA wildfires. 5 TV reporters talk, covering unprecedented level of destruction. Like witnessing people's houses burning to the ground, talking to people who are neighbors of theirs, like this is their home as well. Yeah, Chris Van Cleve, CBS News senior transportation correspondent, on coming home to cover a devastating wildfire. I grew up in Pasadena, so coming to cover this fire in a way is coming home. I'm coming home to see places that I've known since I was a teenager or in grade school that are now forever changed. We had lunch today at one of my favorite spots in Pasadena, Rotisserie Chicken of California, a family-owned business. I've been going there with one of my best friends since high school. I was greeted by the owner, who told me she and her husband, who make all the chicken, lost their house in the fire, and they came to work because it was better than sitting there thinking of all the things that they'd lost. What will stick with me for a long time is yesterday we were doing the morning show. The house behind us, the firefighters tried to save it. They couldn't. It was fully engulfed in flames when we went on the air. We watched it burn to the ground. A couple hours later, we met the owner, a 91-year-old man who'd lived in the house for 60 years. And he probably would have died in that house because he was dead set on staying there to defend it with a garden hose, had his girlfriend not turned the water off and made him leave. This is also... This is a sad story. Altadena family says disabled father and son were left to burn. Nobody was coming. The last thing that Anthony Mitchell Sr. told his eldest son was that he was still waiting for an ambulance as the swiftly moving Eaton fire bore down on his Altadena home. And the thing is like, there are a number of people who, it's hard to understand, I think, unless you've been in that situation, or you can really put yourself in this person, in somebody's shoes where their home is everything and they don't know if they leave, if they're told to evacuate, if their home is going to be there when they get back, or they don't want to leave their home if they feel like they should stay and try to protect it because they know that, like, they're like, I'm the only person who is here to protect my home, so like I have to stay. Anyway, there are heartbreaking reasons why people do not want to leave their homes even when facing imminent danger. He called everybody and said, I'm okay, I'm just waiting to be evacuated, the junior Mitchell said of their 5 a.m. phone call. He probably knew nobody was coming, but he wanted to keep everybody at ease. The great-grandfather and Mitchell family patriarch was an amputee who used a wheelchair. And like this is so sad too, that like think of the disabled people like this like this grandfather and all the elderly and disabled who in a situation like this one, they are on their own unless they have friends and family who can help them, because there is just so much going on and the resources are not there to ensure that the most vulnerable are getting the help that they need to evacuate. His son, Justin Mitchell, had cerebral palsy and needed help to get out of bed. They couldn't escape on their own, and relatives said firefighters stopped them from entering the evacuation zone. He probably could have gotten up and walked away, but he's not going to leave my brother. My father would never leave any of his kids. His children were his legacy. So the pair huddled together, awaiting a rescue that never came. This is fucking horrible. Becoming two of the first victims of the unprecedented firestorm still raging across LA County. At least 11 people have died in the disaster. What hurts the most is that our state didn't prepare for this at all, Mitchell said. Officials have known for years that disabled Californians are disproportionately likely to die in wildfires. The state released a scathing audit in 2019 detailing how emergency management agencies and other first responders were unprepared for the threat. At that time, about 4 million Californians were estimated to be disabled, including almost 250,000 Angelenos under 65. Many say they feel even more vulnerable now. You feel helpless, said actress and singer Josie Scott, 26, a wheelchair user in North Hollywood. Evacuation procedures usually forget about people with disabilities. It's a lot more difficult for us. I have a friend who her mom is, she even has resources like most of these people do not. And she, where she lives, there was an evacuation notice. There were fires that were breaking out, and her mom, who is sick, who is living at her house, like she's all hooked up. Like she's literally in a hospital bed and hooked up to machines. And, my friend called 911 to ask for assistance, and like she knew they weren't gonna come. She's like, I either stay here with my mom or I have to leave her, and I'm not gonna leave my mom. So luckily they were okay. Luckily they are okay. But yeah, that's a situation that, it's like it's a horrific reality, and one that our state so deeply needs to reckon with. This is not something that's new, and it's not something that we need to, like, we should be totally ass up when disaster strikes. Black residents like the Mitchells are much more likely to be disabled than white, Latino, or Asian ones, data show. They were among those who cannot evacuate without help. Others, such as Scott, are reluctant to flee, knowing the tools they rely on to breathe, move, eat, bathe, and go to the bathroom cannot come with them and aren't available at most shelters. I have important medication that I can't go without and mobility equipment that's very expensive and difficult to replace, Scott said. It's really overwhelming. Even small and relatively inexpensive prescription medical goods such as urinary catheters can be onerous to find, especially in an emergency. Yet without them, I'm immediately at risk for kidney infection and sepsis. Hers is a familiar anxiety, said Germain Paradis, co-executive director of the Partnership for Inclusive Disaster Strategies and the main voice behind the Disability and Disaster Hotline, which has received calls from people fleeing the LA fires. There's a fear of not knowing where to go, what to take with you, he said. The sooner that organizations like mine know the needs, the sooner I can begin making sure that it's sourced locally. Paradis said that he has a direct line to state and federal disaster authorities. He and others also work closely with LA's independent living centers, which can quickly mobilize an oxygen tank or wheelchair to an Angeleno in need. Our centers provide disaster plans and resources, said Renee Nash, an outreach worker with communities actively living independent and free in downtown Los Angeles. If people need motel vouchers, if they need access to Uber or Lyft, we do that for free. They can also provide battery banks to those who need to keep medical devices running while stuck without power, as thousands have been this week in LA. If you're on an oxygen concentrator or a Hoyer lift, Edison has us delivering Goal Zero Yeti battery backup so you can plug in your medical device. People have said that they're working great. But major obstacles remain, especially when it comes to evacuations. They close the roads down and nobody can get in to assist, said Sarah Rhea, Disability Disaster Access and Resources Program Manager with the California Foundation for Independent Living. Many disabled people don't drive or have access to a vehicle. Others fear getting mired in gridlock and burning alive in their cars, which has literally been happening. We saw a couple days ago, a lot of people had to leave their cars and run for their lives, which is not an option for some with disabilities. Recent malfunctions in the emergency alert system have only heightened the terror. I can't just jump right. Like, this is what's like, I can't believe the error in the emergency alert system, because people are already on edge, and also the update to that error didn't come until I think at least 15-ish minutes after they sent that out in error. And so think about if you are disabled, think about if you have these extra obstacles to being able to evacuate quickly. I can't just jump out of bed and run real quick. I have to find someone who's willing to carry me down the stairs, said Tamara Amina, a wheelchair user in Northridge who was stuck in her apartment for days when a power shutoff downed her apartment's elevators. Every minute, every second counts. Others said they were frustrated by the lack of communication from officials. If people weren't sharing these resources, I wouldn't know about them, which I think is kind of messed up, Scott said. This should be widespread information already. Yes. The city, state, and federal government have offices charged with ensuring disabled people are not left behind in disasters. Each declined to make officials available for comment. For Mitchell, the grief over losing his father and brother is tinged with fury at the way they died. I'm angry at what happened to my father because it shouldn't have happened, he said. The institutions let him down. Yeah, it's really fucking sad.
What have you guys been doing to try and keep that home safe?
We've been watering with whatever hoses we have, watering the ground.
My mom is disabled. After we got that message, we had to start packing our go bags, thinking we were in an okay zone and had more time. Yeah, I mean, everyone across Los Angeles got that message, and it's like, Jesus, okay, we need to it's not an oopsie. It's not just a oops, our bad.
Which is extremely dry, and the house and the roof.
And the good news is their house is still standing.
Correct.
What do you think when you look around and you see so many that aren't?
I feel really sorry for whoever used to live here and whoever owns this house. I don't know if they know that their house is gone. I've been watching the news all day, and actually one of the reasons why I wanted to come out myself is to actually, I'm keeping little tabs on a Google map about what I know, because I've been watching you guys all day and other channels about which homes and buildings I know have been burned down, because the news doesn't exactly pinpoint, the address or the street.
We try to, but it's very difficult. There's just, and unfortunately in this fire, there is so much loss. Well, I'm sure your friend really appreciates your help, and it's just really hard to see.
It is. It's very hard to see all of this. All right. And, what's been said before has been said, that this is unprecedented.
It really is. And it's going to be a long time to clean up.
Clean up for those that still have homes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My old street is Loma Alta, out the Pine Drive. And that's where we had lost one of our, family members in the fire.
Also, this is just a PSA for anybody who's in this area, that evacuation orders have been issued as the Palisades fire has moved north on Friday evening, so it's now. Los Angeles County has issued another set of evacuation order warnings for some communities now threatened by the Palisades fire. This is the 4th day that the fire has been burning. The new evacuation order includes the areas from Sunset Boulevard North to Encino Reservoir, from the 405 freeway west to Mandeville Canyon. If you are in the Mandeville Canyon area, you must evacuate immediately, as you may need to leave on foot if emergency vehicles cannot access the roads due to their narrowness. This is the other thing, is that in the valley and in the hills, these roads are like so narrow that a lot of them, it's like single car only. These zones are under an evacuation warning, which has escalated as the fire intensified on Friday evening. If you are in the evacuation area, please evacuate immediately. Evacuation orders are issued only when there's a threat to life due to the fire's proximity and speed. As of Friday night, the Palisades fire has gained strength and quickly began moving towards the San Fernando Valley. However, firefighters are working to keep the fire behind Mulholland Drive. Oh my God, man. Yeah, I mean, it just feels relentless. What's the containment now? It's at 8%. I'm in Studio City. I see the red glow from behind the mountains. Yeah, it just feels so ominous, and you know, it's like crazy that we've been covering this now for the last couple of days and it's still going on, right? This isn't something where it's like, okay, here's the aftermath of the damage. Like, these fires are still raging. They are still largely uncontained. Ugh, I'm in Sherman Oaks and evac zone's moving so close. I'm concerned. Just be prepared. Have your stuff ready to go. You have some time, so you know, you can pack a bag. I mean, honestly, it's one of those where I'm like, if you are able to, I feel like you should leave if you are close to an evacuation zone like that, where the fire is moving in your direction, because I don't know. I don't want to be spreading bad information. I'm just basing this on what I've been seeing and what my experience was, because the worry is like, you don't want to get gridlocked and you don't want to get caught in the traffic of everybody trying to leave at the same time. You know? You actually got out of your place ahead of many people, but the traffic was already gridlocked. Honestly, yeah, I mean, I don't even think we got out. It didn't feel like we got out ahead of many other people, because we couldn't even. So what it was is that I told Will before we even got a warning, I was like, we got to go. And then we got a warning, and I was like, we really, really got to go. We really, really got to go. And then we got the official evac as we were heading to our car, and then we couldn't even get out of the garage. We had to pull off into a side part of the garage and leave the car because we were not moving. But a friend of mine who left probably 10-15 minutes before we did, she was able to get out. So it just, you know, everybody tries to leave at one time. "100%, that's good advice. It took 2 hours to get down Palisades Drive onto PCH on Tuesday morning. It was horrible." Yeah, if you just have a place you can go that is far away, just go there. Yeah, if you have a place that you can go, or even if you have, you know, the resources to rent a hotel, just because the the winds are moving in that direction, and so the flames are moving in that direction, and we've just seen many examples now of like how bad it gets when everybody tries to evacuate at once. Perfect example of what having the go bag prepped already is good for, like you're saying, now go before the official evac. I mean, I think it's one where you want to have your stuff ready to go. If you have more time, you have more time to pack things that are not just like your passport, right? For a lot of people in Altadena and Palisades, they weren't even able to take their passports. They like had nothing but the clothes on their back. So pack your stuff, like make sure you have the important things, and then if there's other things that you have time to pack, then you can pack them. But it is okay, you can wait until you get a warning, and then you can go with the warning, or you wait until you get the official evac notice. But I'm just telling you, like when that happened where we were, we couldn't get out. We had to leave our car and grab one suitcase, and we just started walking. And where we are able to walk, but up in the hills and in the valley, it's a lot harder. Like they don't have sidewalks. The streets are really narrow. It's not super easy to just like take off and walk. I mean, just because the difference between being ready and packing up can be the difference between getting out easily or being stuck in gridlock for 2 hours plus. Right. Have you all ever had to evacuate like this before? No. Well, when I first moved to LA, the building next to mine burned down, and so I was woken up at like 6 a.m. by a bunch of firefighters who were like, "Hey, this building has been burned down." That was my only experience with that was my only other experience. But as far as like the evacuation that we went through 2 nights ago, no, that was the first time. Chad, also consider getting a fireproof case for valuables, important docs. You can get one for $50, and in a situation where you can't pack, you just need to run. At least your stuff can be safe in the fire to come back to. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Woken up by a bunch of firefighters, that was a dream. Yeah, let me tell you, it was not as hot as it sounds. I mean, there was heat, but not that kind. Anyway, anywho, just be vigilant. Have your stuff ready to go, you know. If you are, honestly, I feel like if you're in LA, particularly north of like Santa Monica Boulevard, and then especially, you know, anywhere in the valley, east side, west side, you should have a go bag ready. Yeah, it doesn't, you know, I don't want you just like sitting there twiddling your thumbs being like, okay, any second now my place is going to burn up. But it just is one of those where every second does count. And it's why, like, it is funny that Will grabbed his Pokemon cards, but at the same time I was like, Will, what happened is exactly what I thought would happen, which is that we were not able to leave the garage. Okay? So we're good. We're good. We can joke about it now. We can joke about it, but like during that time period where I was like, we need to go, too much time passed. Too much time passed. So like for a first run, we were not good. We were not good. Considering how close the flames were and that we were officially ordered to evacuate, it was not a good first run. Next time, we will be better. I hope there isn't a next time, but we took way too long. I was like, passports and let's go. And obviously, Farley, 2025 ain't fucking around. It's not. It's really not. Yeah, we're gonna pre-pack the carts. Yeah, we'll pre-pack the carts. We will pre-pack the carts. Yeah, he was packing like a whole ass suitcase, and I was like, no. Let's go. Like, we're not. I like we were fine. Okay, like we were okay. We're fine. But I'm just looking back on it, and I'm like, that was a mistake. Like if I were breaking down all the errors that we made, there were a lot of errors. Like looking back, you know, in hindsight type of thing, a lot of errors. The suitcase did have wheels. It did. It did. This training I took suggested making a list ahead of time of what you want to take and taping it into the bag. You'll take everything in broken out by who will grab what. Yeah. We didn't do any of that. So, as I have said, for a first run, not great, honestly. Not great. There were definitely things, and it's crazy too because I had posted stuff on Instagram of being like, stay vigilant, Angelinos. Like, make sure you're prepared. We were not prepared. Because it was one of those things where I was like, I didn't think there was going to be a fucking fire in my backyard. I didn't think we were going to have to evacuate. Yeah. So, you know, we're joking about it, but also on a serious note, like, we are lucky that we get to, you know, that we got that as a practice run and that nothing, no damage happened to our building or to us. So I'm just trying to like pass on this information of don't make mistakes like we made. I still can't believe it's on stream picking you guys up. Dude, I should have known he was streaming because when I was on the phone with him, even though I was not totally present, like I was very distraught, but I noticed that his voice was a lot higher. He had his streamer voice. He did. And I should have known because it was a fake voice. Like when I was on the phone with him, I was like, I remember being like, why is he sounding like that? Like, why is he like, and I also was like, why are you being so stupid? Like, I've told you where we are. I said a million times that I was going to keep walking down. You told me to keep walking down. No, I'm very glad that he picked us up because I did not. Hi. Will, I was just saying that our first run in evacuating was we made mistakes. Errors were made, but for next time, hopefully there's not a next time. We're gonna be more on it.
You didn't bring clothes.
Because I was like, hurry, time is Ticking. You're grabbing Pokemon cards and like you were packing a whole suitcase.
As soon as we got to Hassan, you're like, I didn't bring any clothing.
Because finally I was able to, you know, relax and be like, okay, assess. But I'm just saying it was like maybe a 5 out of 10 if I'm scoring it, okay? All right. Yeah, I grabbed Farley and our passports. What I thought was of the essence, because I was the one who went outside. I was the one who went outside and saw the fucking flames right there. So I was like, let's go. Chip, chop, chip. And I could feel the tension rising in the environment as like people were being like, oh, what the fuck? Right? Like people walking out onto their balconies, people being on the sidewalk, being like, I think we gotta go. Hell's Preacher, thank you for the 3 months. Cadenza, thank you for the 15 months. People City LA just tweeted Palisades fire has grown to 10 in the last like half hour. Yeah, I just said that if you are in Encino, that they are issuing warnings and evacuation orders, that it is spreading in that direction. Nick, thank you for the 3 months. Tanya, thank you for the 6 months. To be honest, it's pure chaos. There's no there is a better way though. Like I'm honestly trying to just PSA for people. PSA for people would be like, "Hey, so now that enough time has passed and I can evaluate, our preparedness was not very good." My Bourbon Gamer, thank you so much. Thank you for the 5. So for anybody who is in Los Angeles, especially in these areas that we have been talking about where you might suddenly get hit with a warning and then shortly thereafter an evacuation notice, I don't want you to repeat the mistakes that we did. No, I would never abandon Farley. I would die. I would die before I ever abandoned him. I was on the phone with my mom when she was evacuating a year ago. I had to act as her brain was like, I had to act as her brain like, do this, do this, do this. Yeah. Yeah, I think having a list is great. I think being like, okay, 5 minutes and then we are out the door. No more. If we hit like 5 minutes seriously, we're walking out the door. Honestly, you guys did well considering others' positions. So knowing what you know now, if you ever have to do this again, you'll know how to execute more efficiently. Also, thank you for sharing your advice. Much appreciated. This is useful to anyone, really. Yeah, and I guess the biggest thing that I can impart, the biggest thing I can impart is like, I don't want to fearmonger. I'm not a person who fearmongers. I don't ascribe to fearmongering. It's not fearmongering. It's called being prepared. And if you think it won't happen to you, it can. And I think that's what my attitude was, is even as I was covering, like I was getting prepared to go on stream and cover the fires. And then suddenly I found them almost at my door. And so really it is it's being vigilant, it's being smart. It is keeping your cool, right? I don't want anybody to be like going off into panic attacks. Being prudent. Right. Yep. Yes, and having cash is helpful when electrical is out, from experience. Yeah, and it's always one of those things like people give advice and, you are like reading about what to do and you're like, but it is, it is all good advice. It is all good advice. You're absolutely not fear-mongering. You've literally been through the fire. Yeah, no, I am not. After what we went through 2 days ago, no, I'm not sitting here being like, oh, we're good. Like, that would be crazy of me after everything I have said to be like, okay, well, we already went through our things, so no, this has happened. People have had repeated evacuations. Might have to evacuate in the next few minutes. The fires in Encino are literally up the hill for me. Okay, so just get ready. Get ready to go, okay? All right, keep calm. Keep calm, be safe. Be safe. And check in with us later. Check in with us later to let us know. I keep seeing this shared a lot on social media, but it's true. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Climate change will manifest as a series of... Here, I have it pulled up on... Climate change will manifest as a series of disasters viewed through phones with footage that gets closer and closer to where you live until you are the one filming it. Yeah, man. That's hitting. It's hitting. Firefighters even suggest that you should prepare for a possible house fire, like even do a mock run of your plan with your family and other household members. Yeah. You know, this isn't just something that is for those who are in wildfire terrain.
And, you know, rest in peace, condolences, and to the rest of the family and everything. And so it really hit the street I grew up off of. Everything's, my old grandparents' house is gone. My grandma Evelyn's house is gone.
I would also suggest, I think People's City Council Los Angeles has been doing a really great job with the updates here. So Palisades fire growing rapidly. The flames have gotten very big in a short period of time. This is getting bad. This is from like 40 minutes ago. This is from 13 minutes ago. Really scary flames growing in the Palisades fire. Fortunately, there's air support tonight, but the fire continues to grow very quickly. Let me see if I can find a live let's look at some.
The perimeter of the fire, the footprint expanding to the east.
It's expanding to the east, which is my concern. It's not expanding to the north, which is why I'm breathing a sigh of relief for Tarzana and Encino, as scary as the visual is if you're in the valley. On the east side here, it's a little bit more dynamic because we don't know where those lines are, and it's already creeping over some of these fire roads. We don't like to see that. Those fire roads are man-made fire breaks that are used for access by firefighters, but they're also meant to stop fires that are moving through the mountains, especially in a non-windy day like tonight. This is not a windy night. So the fire breaks, the fire roads should act as natural fire breaks, just like fire retardant. So you've got the fire starting to spread a little bit, but it's creeping towards the east. I do see the footprint growing slightly, and that's why they're going to tackle the east side much more aggressively than the north side. In fact, all of the focus is on the east side here that's heading towards Mandeville Canyon Road, not necessarily as aggressive on the north side, where there is quite a glow above Encino, but the forward progress seems to be halting.
Yeah, and you can see one of the helicopters there. And Chris, you know exactly sort of the air support, and you seem to really be able to gauge exactly where they're going to start doing these drops. We did hear Eric Scott earlier talk about having aircraft grounded, some aircraft grounded because of drones. Did you hear about these drones? And obviously another warning to people, please, you might be interested in seeing this for yourself, but do not fly drones in these firefighting areas.
Yeah. My
it's
God.
such a hazard. It really, really is. And, you know, there's a motivation behind it because
These
folks
fucking drones.
tend to get really great video from those angles and tend to go viral.
Also,
and the
something my
reward
dad talked about a
on
lot with
Instagram and
pets. If there's
TikTok
any chance you might have to
frankly,
evac, keep your pets near you at all times.
So
Have
you
a
don't
crate
wanna
or
see
something
it,
to
but
carry them
unfortunately,
impossible. You
you
never
got
want to be trying to track down a
who
pet and
insist on
figure out how to
doing it.
move
Every
them.
time a drone pops up
Yes,
in these fire
true.
zones, they have to halt the firefight. They have to ground the aircraft until they can make sure the area is clear. Even with all of the progress that the manufacturers of the drones have made over the years in trying to geofence things and other technologies that they've used, still we see these drones pop up. And we had that horrible incident yesterday where the drone collided with a super scooper. It's essentially grounded one of the super scoopers at least for a week, probably longer than that. But in any event, I think I heard might be in service by Monday, but who knows? We'll see about that. In the meantime, yeah, don't fly your drone through a fire zone. It only has the potential to hinder the progress
I can't believe it
of
needs to be
firefighters.
said.
And I heard again today, earlier this evening,
can't
there was
believe.
another incident where they had a drone spotting, a sighting, and they had to clear the area and suspend the firefight. And that is certainly just not what the folks who live in these neighborhoods want to see or hear.
And it's worth mentioning, too, the FBI is involved in this now. And they are well equipped to both track and determine the ownership of any drone that is in the area. And they will find these people. And then we're talking about at least state and possibly federal charges of interfering with an aircraft. It's serious. You could spend a year in prison and pay a lot of money and have a criminal record for
ban
flying a
personal
drone in this area.
drones, seriously.
So, as the various officials have said, just don't do it. David, you're keeping an eye on the map here in terms of the evacuation warning area and where people kind of are heading right now. They're from south of Ventura Boulevard heading north, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. So let me show you that. Ventura Boulevard makes it actually a little bit easier to illustrate to our viewers, and because it's basically a straight line, and it almost goes parallel to the 101, which is a little bit further north of here. But this is Ventura Boulevard. So if you live on the south side of Ventura Boulevard, and the borders are Louise Avenue right here, all the way to basically the 405. And actually, as you can see, the yellow kind of bleeds a little bit beyond the 405. The 405 comes here. It goes a little bit beyond. This is Saugus Avenue, Kingswood Avenue, Sherridge Drive right over here. So it just a little bit further beyond the 405 and Ventura Boulevard all the way to Louise Avenue. This is all the Encino area. Here's the Encino Reservoir right over here, which is also part of the evacuation. The yellow you can see, which is the more northern part of this community, that is under evacuation warnings. Be prepared to get out or get out now if you can. The pink, of course, is the must get out community, and that's where you get into these winding roads of Havenhurst Avenue, and you see Balina and Adlon, and this is the community where Tim Caputo has just been reporting from, showing the massive amounts of cars just basically trying to find a way to get north.
It's so hard. I can't tell you how winding these roads are.
Ventura Boulevard, and that will be
like
their exit
a lot
out.
of them single.
And you know, Denise, that's why it was so important when we were talking to Denise, Mark, and that was, I wanted to use her as a witness. How is the traffic on the 405 and the 101? Because eventually they'll get to Ventura, but they're going to go further up to the 101 or
really
the 405.
steep.
They're going to want to get out of the area. And the more bogged down those thoroughfares are, the harder it is going to be to evacuate everybody. So far, everything looks pretty good. And people are they're kind of with it now. They're thinking about it. They're prepared now. They've had 4 days of this, which is tragic to talk about. But at the same time, it allows people to actually contemplate what they're going to do. And now it's this community just south of Ventura Boulevard that, you know, all those contemplations are coming true for them. They're going to have to get out.
Yeah, you just said it though, David. We just saw that woman hosing down her property in Mountain Gate. She's already had her car packed for the last 4 days.
So let me just explain to some people who are confused, because I get it. If you're coming in and you're like, is this live? I'm so confused. How are there so many fires? Why do these fires keep burning? Okay.
You're in Encino,
so
what are you seeing right now?
Well, basically, it's a red orange glow.
Hold on
we
one
are
sec.
over
Let me
by
hear what they have to
Ventura
say, and then I'll
White
tell you
Oak.
guys.
So we are
Just let me
just
grab
in
some
the
water.
white area that's not a warning evacuation area, but we are, you know, get ready, set, go, taking photos of things. grabbing our safe with paperwork. We're believing that, Mulholland may not hold.
Yeah, and that is a scary thought. I think you're with a lot of other people who are in that sort of holding period. But you have obviously assisted in the fires as well in LA County, and you've kind of gone through this drill. But how many times, or have you ever had to actually evacuate?
I've been in 3 Malibu fires throughout the course of my career, and those were pretty hellacious. But I have never seen anything like this, and never would I ever have thought in the San Fernando Valley you would be thinking of evacuating. It's just mind blowing.
Yeah, and so did you guys start putting together your stuff like a plan, or are you starting now because you now see the glow?
Well, we've been talking about it, and so what we're doing is taking photos of everything in the house.
Smart.
Furniture, artwork, things that we're not necessarily going to take, grabbing suitcases,
Any rain
loading them
soon?
with clothes
No.
for at least 3 to 4 days, and then go from there. And if you have a safe with all your insurance paperwork, make sure you gather that up. Passports, driver's license. And one thing that a lot of people forget, and I take medication, are all my prescriptions.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have been on the other side of this, I would imagine, on occasion during your career in law enforcement, having, issuing...
Okay, so what happened Tuesday night is that there was no air support because the winds were hurricane level. Like, they were so strong that they couldn't fly the helicopters. So in areas like this where it's really hard for first responders to get to these places because of, because of the, infrastructure of our roads and where they are, and they're in the valleys, and there's, it's tough. It's tough to get to them. And also the size of it, it's growing so quickly, means that air support is relied on heavily. Aerial firefighting is really crucial to containing these fires. So the Hollywood fire that happened Wednesday night, that's the one where Will and I had to evacuate. They were able to contain that because they had aerial support, so they were able to do the water drops and pretty effectively contain the fires. And they also did not have the high-speed winds that had been occurring the night before. And so same with tonight. The good thing is that the winds are not as bad as they were Tuesday night. So the winds were the worst that they've been all week on Tuesday night, and that is when the Palisades fire, the Altadena fire, the main ones that we've been looking at, proliferated and spread so quickly. So just to recap, that it's a combination of no air support and really, really strong winds. It just is, it's awful because there's just so many fires, and they're so big, right? Like you're seeing the perimeter of this fire here, and it's also that these are occurring in areas that typically are not faced with fires like in other areas. Malibu, for instance, which is the fire capital of the world, is one that's used to getting wildfires. But that's what he was talking about, where like this is not it's unprecedented. Like, I'm getting exhausted of using the word unprecedented because at a certain point you're like, wow, it's all these unprecedented disasters starting to feel precedented, just the nature of them being unprecedented.
They are very well informed on how to safeguard their situation. David, do you have more information over there?
I do have the Getty Center here, and you can see they kind of have a lot of open space, and they are well prepared. And I think the lesson that we got from Getty is remember when Getty Villa 3 nights ago was in trouble. I mean, there was fire all around it. And now that we see the after effects of the fire, we see that so much of the Palisades were lost, but Getty Villa was not. They know what they're doing when it comes to fire suppression and keeping themselves safe because they have that invaluable art and they've thought this through very carefully. This is Getty Center now. Eventually, I'll show you Getty Villa, and the destruction was everywhere, all around it, but it survived. Getty Center, you know that they are going to be on top of it and be able to keep themselves safe. But just to go closer, so Getty Center here, right off the 405, here's where the fire is. So it's pretty close, but there's a lot of community, and you know firefighters are doing everything they can to hold this fire back. Getty Center is going to be in good shape when it's all said and done. We hope,
also
fingers
UCLA,
crossed,
which has been like, no, classes are open, it's safe, come on down. UCLA is under evacuation
because I'm going to
warning.
show you, I'm going to expand this out. So we're talking about the evacuations going on. Let me see here. I'm sorry. Excuse me 1 second as I kind of get my bearings here. And let me. All right. You know what? I'm going to throw it back to you because I lost my place and I don't want to bore everybody to tears. But what I was going to say about Bruce is that he is about
Is Getty Center the picture
two exits
thing?
down
The
from
Getty
the voluntary
is,
evacuation area, but he's already thought
the
about
Getty is
getting
an art
himself out.
museum
Which is, he's setting a great example. He's
in
taking
Los
pictures
Angeles.
of the items in his home. And so just because you're not in the voluntary evacuation or the yellow zone, you still should
Hang
be
in there, man.
thinking about
The
getting
Getty is
out and
okay.
being
The Getty was
prepared
built with
because
like
all of
fires
these
in
communities
mind.
in here could eventually be in danger. I just found it.
I
Sorry about that.
wouldn't
I'm there,
stress about the Getty.
wasting all this valuable airtime. But this is Luis Avenue, and then Bruce. If I expand out a little bit further, this is White Oak right here. So this is his community. It's a little bit off of where the evacuation zones are. There's the Encino Reservoir, and here's Louisa Avenue. This is the area that Bruce lives, but you can see he's kind of sandwiched in this danger zone, and he's ready to go, which is great for everybody to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. And David, we're going to be going to Gabe Santos. He's one of our reporters here. He's in Air 7 many times, and he's driving right now on at 405 and Skirball. Gabe, what are you seeing, and how's the traffic as well?
Yeah, Colleen. So I've actually pulled over right now on Skirball. I've gotten off the 405 just to talk to you guys for a second. And I was coming northbound on the 405, coming back home. I live in the Sherman Oaks Encino area, so I've been watching the news today. Today was a day off for me, so I've been, still connected though, and being aware of what's going on. Watching the news, watching the fire kind of continue to creep in this northward direction now. And now all of a sudden I'm finding myself, kind of like Bruce in an area where I'm not in an evacuation warning area, but as you might hear some sirens here, looks like that is LAPD, a couple units from LAPD. There's a lot of LAPD presence that I'm noticing as I've pulled over on Skirball off of the 405.
I wonder why there's so much LAPD
to help with some of the traffic control and the evacuation efforts. So that's what you heard going by there, and I see them crossing the freeway going west kind of into those mandatory evacuation areas. But to answer your question about the traffic, as I was coming northbound on the 405, the concern there is smoke and ash. There was a fair amount of smoke that was kind of, as it's coming off of the fire, that those flames that are actively burning right now, it's laying down a little bit on that Sunset 405 Wilshire area.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of becoming, something that could start affecting freeway operations. Speeds were still okay. People weren't slowing down, not too much at least, but coming northbound on the 405, you just start to get inundated by smoke. It starts to rain ash. As I got over the Sepulveda Pass and got more on the valley side, you get kind of past the smoke, but then you look back and you see that big orange glow. So, I'm looking at a camera that I have on my porch, and I can see that big orange glow from my porch. So I can understand the fear and the concern that people are feeling. And after a week like this, you have to, heed the warnings. And if you're in an evacuation warning area, you have to start getting ready. Even though I'm not in a warning area, I, like Bruce, am thinking, what items do I want to start putting aside? And he said something that I've heard before that I often forget, but to take pictures of your valuable possessions. So as soon as I get home, I'm going to do that and just be ready. But with all of that said, I think, judging from what Chris Christie has been telling us from Air 7 right now, from other former firefighters that I've been talking to, this all seems to be kind of this slow creep northward and eastward. There is a concern about it, making some runs east on some of those canyon hills as it becomes more of a topography-driven fire. There's no wind out here. None of the trees are moving at all. There's no breeze. So I'm not worried about the wind pushing this fire. It's just if it gets on a hillside and starts making a run up a hillside, that's where things start to get a little dicey, and that's why you very much have to heed these evacuation warnings.
That's
and these
what happened
evacuation
with
orders
the
as well.
Hollywood Sunset
All right. And
fire.
so in that vein, we're going to check with Danny Romero and talk about
Do you
the
think
winds.
all the
We know they've
discourse
shifted
over
somewhat.
funding
They're
and
not the Santa
preparedness
Ana
will
winds
result
that are
in better
blowing
resources for the
northeast to
SoCal fire
southwest
departments?
or north or east to west and blowing this thing in a certain direction, right?
I mean, I hope so.
Oh, apparently your mic's not working.
The
We're gonna have to
question
get a
is
new battery
like,
for your mic.
are they going to the cost to the cost to making sure that we have more resources, that we have more funding versus the cost of the damage from wildfires that are, in part a result of
it's just smoke. I'm all right, but then
being under-resourced.
So it dramatically changed, and that glow in the night was that flames, and that got everybody concerned. Now, a couple things I want to touch on.
Probably
that Gabe
more
mentioned
money
in
for the
terms of
police.
The science of fire. He mentioned about, and the captain too, let's talk about this. And you mentioned how the fire's burning downhill, moves slower, 8 times faster when it's uphill. Reason being, when the fire's going uphill,
that's
it's
why they're
drying out the
spending so
vegetation
much
ahead of it.
media
So
attention
as it gets there, it's feeding
on
itself.
looters
So when it comes to that vegetation,
and how
it's
the
already
cops are arresting
pre-warmed,
people.
Pre-dried, and that flame just builds itself more uphill. So one of the good things here is that, number one, yeah, it's going downhill, like you said, slower. The wind speeds, we've seen those going like right around, they have been in that single-digit range here for most of the hour, last couple hours. But
I wonder if
changes are
Chris
coming. Go
Christie's
ahead.
ever considered changing their name.
Danny,
like,
thank you. We're actually going to
you
go to
know,
Eyewitness reporter Tim Pulliam. Tim, you're at Pinter and Sunset.
There
What
is
do you
somebody
think?
else with that name. You might.
Yeah, we're right here in the heart of Brentwood. I'm just going to
Might
step out
want
of the way
change.
so you can see that there is traffic management happening right now at the intersection of Kinter Avenue and Sunset Boulevard. It looks like they are not allowing people to go up north to Kinter Avenue. We haven't seen too many people going that way, but I see now people are trying to make that way over there. But it seems like this is a very controlled situation. We are seeing people evacuate. We are not too far from North Bowling Green Way, and along that stretch, it's an affluent community, and we were seeing people with their trunks popped, with stuff inside, and spraying down their homes. You're actually looking at a Mercedes here off of Sunset Boulevard. The homeowner there, she did not want to talk, but we saw her loading up her Mercedes full of stuff, like last minute things that she needs to take. I think she's about to pull off. So yeah, we're seeing a very organized, I guess, evacuation, if you will, where people are leaving and trying to find shelter due to these mandatory evacuations. Mark, Colleen.
All right, Tim, that is,
That's an Audi,
we're watching
but
this all,
okay.
you're hearing the sirens, but it does look controlled, and that is a good thing. We're going to check in now with Tim Caputo. He had to move his location from where he was off of Havenhurst. Now he's in the Encino area. Tim Pulliam, Tim Caputo. Can you give us a shout and tell us what's happening where you are?
Yeah, we kind of worked our way around when we last spoke. As you mentioned, we were on Havenhurst, essentially at the top, the kind of main thoroughfare out of the hills here. We kind of worked our way around up Mulholland and down here to Encino
Man,
Hills
an
Drive.
evacuation
runs along to kind of
west
get a
of the
vantage point
405
of the
is
glow
just
itself.
it's
In
just
fact,
crazy.
This looks a
It's
lot
just
better than it did
nonstop,
just
man.
an hour ago, which is good news. This is still in the evacuation zone where folks have essentially left. There are a couple people we saw kind of lingering, slowly getting out of here, but obviously a situation where they've been watching this closely as well. I
It's
talked
now a
about
matter
earlier,
of
too. I
like
live in the North
who
Valley, so
don't I
you've seen
know
the smoke
who's been
from the
affected,
Palisades
who's
fire.
like
You know
had to
it's there.
evacuate.
ever-present being just sitting there. But
Julia's,
once it
thank you for
started
the
to
prime.
get kind of
Hexen,
red, and
thank you
once
for
you
the
almost
prime.
saw some flames, especially from the distance, people started to get scared. And it's interesting, too, because almost the farther back you go, the worse it looks. And as you get closer, you obviously see the glow behind me. And as you see over my shoulder there, some of the air assault coming in to help this. I want to bring in a gentleman I spoke to a second ago who was kind of monitoring the situation and keeping an eye on what was going on. Harris, come on over here for a second. Harris lives right here. I was just talking to him a second ago. Obviously, you've seen the smoke from the Palisades fire all week long. When did it start to get real and start to feel a little different?
About 2 or 3 hours ago, it got a lot redder. It looked like it was coming this way to the left, which is probably, I think, the west. And it started to spread also going that way to Tarzana. But it's way better right now, way more under control.
When the alert comes on your phone and you find out you're in an area that needs to leave, is this something you've been thinking about the last couple of days?
Yeah, my wife's been freaking out since Tuesday. She's been packed. Her entire closet is gone. But she took the kids. I stayed back. But yeah, now it looks okay. So I think I'm going to wait this out.
Yeah, some folks doing that, Harris. Thank you. Be safe. Obviously, get out of here when you need to. Some folks waiting it out. Maybe not the smartest idea on the planet, but obviously he's keeping an eye on this. He showed me a picture from about an hour and a half ago. It was a much stronger, brighter glow here.
I mean, again,
and a lot of these
like,
streets, as you get up, you don't necessarily have the cleanest vantage point of where the fire was burning. That's what I'm saying. From farther away, it sometimes looks a lot worse. And as you get closer, like I said, we were up Mulholland.
You gotta just be ready.
And you could
just
barely
gotta be
tell
ready.
from
If you're
some
gonna
of the
stay,
angles
you
where
gotta
the
be
fire
ready.
was. So obviously, the concern there is just getting out of here as you've seen the smoke and as you've seen that kind of red glow get stronger. As you notice behind me, maybe a couple of cars driving up the street at the moment, but that kind of mass exodus we saw about an hour and a half ago seems to have subsided, which means most people have left, which is great news, obviously, as the Sheriff's Department came up here and kind of made sure people were leaving and blocked off the roads going Mulholland towards the fire to make sure everyone goes down the hill towards Ventura.
Yeah, obviously it is one of those things when you get a little closer, it is a little bit of a relief to not see those flames, and I'm sure the residents are happy to see that as well. Tim, thank you. We're actually going to go back to Gabe Santos. Gabe, you're on the 405 and you have a big development.
Oh.
Yeah, we're seeing some interesting things happen here as far as road closures on the 405. I just saw CHP perform a traffic break on the 405 at Skirball Center, and they had the southbound lanes completely stopped. They just actually released those lanes, but what they left behind are a bunch of cones on Getty Center Drive to close that off-ramp. So they're doing a lot more on this side of town as far as closing roads and closing ramps and really trying to get the traffic under control.
I will say, because it has been 4 days, that like
parking control already arrive on scene.
It's getting better, as awful as that is.
Traffic control signs already arriving on scene, so they're really trying to get the traffic control side of this really figured out
because
even before the fire gets,
I think I said this yesterday. It was like we've been able to learn from the first day.
It appears to be a slow kind of topography driven crawl to the north.
There's actually a study about men needing to be convinced to leave and danger evacs.
You have this, this big highway here to worry about, this big traffic concern, and I think that's what authorities are working on right now. So if you do see intermittent hits of traffic on the 405, that's what's going on. And if this fire does get closer to the 405, then that could definitely be impacted a little more longer term.
Okay, so again, the southbound
I hate to be that guy, but only
405,
getting better because wind died out. Oh no, for sure. I said that. I was like, it
is open now.
The pros here are that we don't have the winds that we had on Tuesday night. There is aerial support like there was not Tuesday night, so they're able to drop water. It is fucking massive. I mean, you can see the helicopters there.
So watch out for that.
And resources are spread thin because there's so many fires and they're so big.
On the west side coming north, I don't see any traffic problems there right now, but you're just dealing with all that smoke. And as I was coming northbound towards the valley, you're driving through that smoke. You're driving through raining ash. So that just becomes a little bit of a concern there. But both directions of the 405 are still open at this very moment.
Okay.
That's very good news to hear from there. Gabe, we'll keep checking back in with you as you stay available when you are available. We can go to Air 7. We can talk with Chris Christie for some details about how you're seeing the fire line there, Chris.
Yeah, things are looking much better. We're kind of going around and back over the San Fernando Valley, keeping an eye on both the northern flank and the eastern flank. The northern flank has pretty much stopped. The forward progress
My
appears
dad
to
took
have
a
stopped
shower during a
completely
flood warning
right
instead
where
of
they've drawn
immediately
those
leaving.
lines,
He was holding
right
us
the
up.
fire roads.
Oh my
The line
God!
of fire is
I would have been
much
like, we're
thinner.
going.
The smoke is
We're
much lighter,
we're gone.
and we're not seeing it move hardly at all. It's looking much better. As we come around, when we will continue to come around the east side, we're starting to notice the same thing. Things were creeping downhill slowly, and those water drops have been very effective, and so has the fire lines and the fire roads in that area. The fire is not really spreading much closer towards Mandeville Canyon Road. Those structure protection units maintain their position along Mandeville Canyon Road. Thankfully, we understand that that area has already mostly evacuated, but for now,
Yeah, guys,
this
just remember,
fire
this is
seems to
DEI.
be meeting its end. And by the way, if the fire department, all of these departments who are working together, can manage to bring this fire to a stop here at the Sepulveda Pass, that will be essentially the end of the road.
That's what
so to
happens
speak,
when you have
at
one
least
woman,
in this
one
direction
woman.
and the northern
Even though
direction
most
for
of the fire
Palisades
chiefs
fire,
are
because there really
men,
is
are
just
white
not
men.
much
You got one
more
lady.
real estate for it to chew up. The mountains pretty much end at the 405. Certainly at this rate, in this direction, it's not going to jump to 405. Nothing like that is going to happen at all. So we are starting to breathe quite a bit easier as we get a closer look as the hours tick on here and the firefight continues. Mother Nature's cooperating. The winds are very light. The fire attack is aggressive, and the residents are heeding the warnings. And I think we're really looking much better here just in the last 30 minutes.
This is very encouraging. It does seem like the flare-ups seem to be a little bit smaller. We will wait
That's
and
good.
see. Danny had talked about how the wind speeds
I
are
think,
dropping.
there's obviously
David
like
Ono joining us
positives
now
here,
with a
but
look
it
at
also
where
is hard to
Tim
like
Bowling
feel
was, where
positive
people
when
were
there's just
evacuating
so
the
much
area
fire
and how
everywhere.
that area looks.
Absolutely. So
And
I'm gonna hit on a
also,
couple of
like,
things that we just heard some folks
Just,
talking about, and
going
that is, first of all,
online
what
is
Gabe
awful.
was.
Like
This
going
is
online to
this
try to
is
find
Turboff
info, and it's
right
like,
here. So
oh, you go on
beware
Instagram.
of
Here's
the 405
posts
slowing
from
down. This is
New
where he said they
Year's.
actually shut it down.
Okay, cool. You go on Facebook, it's like, here's old people posting about how Kamala Harris is trans. Okay. You go on Twitter and there's no chronology whatsoever. It's like, oh, I'm trying to find valuable information and I can't whatsoever. And also any information related to the fire could be from like 4 fucking days ago.
Shot up right there, and there's folks. You could see some streets are blocked. So he's at Sunset.
It's shitty.
Right
It's
here.
really
And as you
shitty.
can see, part of it is mandatory.
How quickly will this be
Part
turned
of
into
it
a
is
movie?
Voluntary. So this whole area.
Yeah,
of
it'll
Brentwood,
be
they're
called
under
like
duress right now. They need to get out. They're hitting Sunset Boulevard.
Like,
and they're heading off in this
as the
direction
world
towards
burns,
the
as LA
405,
burns,
and
starring
kind of hitting
Glenn
on
Powell.
What Chris Christie was saying. Because the winds have died down quite a bit, we're not.
They
seeing
do keep
these
saying
embers
Chris
kind of fly,
Christie, his first
they
and
can
last
fly,
name.
as
They
much
do
as a
love saying
mile,
that.
Under high wind conditions. The winds have slowed down quite a bit. So as Chris was saying, it's running out of real estate, and the 405 is an enormous fire break as long as the winds are behaving themselves. And this is what he means. So as they do structure protection throughout this area, granted, this area is under duress.
LA
the fire
burning.
is here.
Yeah.
There is stuff to burn right up in here, and that's what's kind of leading down into the Encino area. But if they can get a hold of this fire, because this is right where the fire is right now, if they could stop it right in here before it gets to, obviously, the homes and down into the valley, it has nowhere else to go. And, of course, the 405 and the 101 up there will be, emergency fire breaks if necessary, but more than likely it won't be necessary because they're able to hit this thing from the air. Back to you two.
And what's encouraging is, although we were seeing earlier, about an hour or so ago, pretty expansion.
I thought you just said Colin Powell. I was like, is the LA News just full of people with the same names as formerly influential political figures?
We haven't had an expansion in, I'd say, the better part of 45 minutes or so. And at the height,
maybe
when
Chris
this fire
Christie
was
is
at
just
its
a name
height,
that you
when
have
the winds
to
were really
say
blowing, these
first
areas
and
were
last name.
expanding constantly.
Chris Christie.
We would get new
'Cause it's the
evacuation
same name.
orders and warnings,
Chris.
every 15, 20, 30
Chris
minutes.
with a
All
little
of this right
add-on.
over here was brand new this evening, right in this zone right here, and that's why we had a lot of stress trying to get these communities out of here. These are the new zones, but now we're seeing the fire really slow down. It looks a lot better for the folks who live in these communities. You still got to get out. Let's be safe about this. But things look a lot better now than they did, let's say, about 7 o'clock, Colleen.
Yeah, and David, you know, as we were watching on the Sunset Fire the other night, we saw pandemonium trying to get out of Runyon Canyon, Nichols Canyon area. It seems like law enforcement is taking a lesson from this, and they are doing a lot of traffic control.
Another thing we observed yesterday, especially, remember the Kenneth Fire when it broke out? And it was very stressful because that thing was moving really fast for a while. The winds were a lot higher, but the 101 bogged down almost immediately. People trying to get out, some people trying to get in. We did see the CHP start shutting down off-ramps into the community, trying to keep people out while other people try to get out of the community. That could be what they're thinking about doing off the 405, keeping people out of these communities. They don't want more people to go in there. They want everybody to get out of them. And I know it's a stressful time because if you are not at your home or you have a family member who needs help, you want to get to that family member and help them get out. Sometimes it's really, really tough for you to take that tactic to try to help your family members to get out. They might just have to leave.
And just something to bookmark too, you know, there's also the effort to prevent looting.
Exactly.
And so you've got to do whatever you can to keep people out of the area that don't need to be there. Again, the police chief, the fire chief, and the sheriff have been saying that if the only people who have business in these areas are first responders, police officers and firefighters.
The first press conference we had when these fires first broke out, you know, we heard the county commissioner say, look, grab your valuables, get out as soon as you can, get out of the way of emergency personnel, and leave your doors unlocked. And the reason they want you to leave your doors unlocked is if your house does catch on fire, you have fire personnel nearby, they can get in there and quickly put it out. But the problem with that is you're vulnerable to looters. And that's why we got to keep those looters out of there because all these homes are open and available. Not that a locked door is going to keep somebody out if nobody's there to defend your home, but it does make access that much easier. And it's one of those
Well, can I tell you the other thing that this is doing too?
But unfortunately, in this day and age,
let me tell you, okay? People who are terrified, listening to the news, thinking that there is widespread looting happening, are maybe less likely to leave their houses because they're scared about their house being looted. Like this is, there are a lot of reasons why the emphasis on looting in the news is bad, but this is one reason. If you're someone who's like, oh my God, I can't take all my stuff. They're gonna loot my entire house. Like I don't want to leave. I don't want to go. I gotta stay here. I gotta make sure that like no one breaks into my home.
Tim might not be in position.
That's what happened during the hurricane in Florida. That's what happens.
Yes. Colleen, Mark, I'm still seeing people come this way to go the evacuation route, you know, so things have not calmed down. It looks like they're not allowing people to go west on Sunset Boulevard, obviously because of the mandatory evacuation. But it is controlled. It's not chaotic. Like I said before, we are seeing people pack up things and get out of here. We traveled down North Bowling Green Way, and we saw home after home.
Like I have friends who are sharing a lot of unsubstantiated information about all these gangs who are roving around. You know, there might be like one instance, but it's being turned into this like widespread, you know, this is a massive, massive problem. And they are so fucking terrified, right? Like they're already super anxious because there's fires everywhere. We're getting evacuation warnings. A lot of people are having to evacuate. Everybody's on edge. And then on top of that, it's like these Mad Max style roving gangs with weapons and, you know, like they're going to kill you.
So that there was a great line of Phos-Chek fire retardant that was laid down.
Are there
by
more
a
evacuations today? Yeah, we're looking at it right now.
Box this fire in. You're seeing the aerial view from Air 7. This is the valley, and to the left of your screen was the area of the fire that they have been trying to box in. And in order to do that, they've got a line of firefighters, a number of about 150 or so, perhaps more by now, that are manning a ridge, a fire road, and flanking that fire road is that line of fire retardant that was laid down from the air by the DC-10 a few hours ago. What we have seen from Chris Christie, and he's confirming this, is that as the fire has hit that line, it has slowed down significantly. It's also hit a downhill slope, which is slowing it down even more. And so it's not getting, at this point, to Mandeville Canyon. It's stalled basically on the next ridge to the west of Mandeville Canyon, and that is of great help to everyone there. And also helping out is the fact
I
that
don't look
Mandeville
at Twitter
Canyon,
unless it's something linked in chat. One of the tweets I got linked in Hassan's chat had so many people replying saying how they're waiting in their houses and these looters are going to be in for a surprise if they break in. That's what I'm talking about.
It's certainly not fun to look at if you're, in a nearby community. It's looking better than it did just about an hour and a half ago.
It really is. On the right side of our camera, I think we're still seeing our live shot from Burbank, and it does look a lot better than it did.
And in areas like Palisades that are
it really was causing a lot of anxiety for
largely
a lot of our viewers.
gone.
David Ono, you have another update with sort of more of a location there.
It's like, man.
Thought we garnered a lot from Tim Pulliam's shot, and I bring the map up here, and just to give you an idea of the characteristics of how to evacuate. So Tim is right here at Sunset Boulevard and Kenter. He was talking about how people right here in Bowling Green are kind of loading up and going right on Sunset. Sunset Boulevard is blocked going west. So, and this map shows every reason why. It's the pink. They don't want anybody to go into this pink area because that is the mandatory evacuation zone.
Whitney Cummings' friend group to her followers on TikTok. Is this about?
So keep that in mind. If you're
looting?
thinking about trying to get into the evacuation zone to help somebody, you're not going to be able to do that. You got to get out, and so people are heading basically east on Sunset Boulevard in the Brentwood area. Just
I cannot fucking
get to the
stand her,
405.
man.
Go north or south, but south, as you can see, is pretty clear right now, and you're a lot safer. But either way, prepare for slowdowns.
I'll spare you. She's on a plane, and I said, do you want me to go to your house and get stuff out, like things that you can't replace? I'll go right now, even though the area is evacuated.
The person we need to hear from
the
the
is barricaded. The back way we use is being guarded by fire trucks now because some of the neighbors caught a guy setting more fires on the back of our hill. They chased him away. They called 911. I think they caught the guy recently in Woodland Hills trying to put gasoline in sewer.
Okay, the other thing too, though, is like there's so much information going around, and some of it has already been debunked. Information about like,
thank you for
oh, this guy got arrested in connection to the fires, and everyone's like, this is the guy who set the fires. And then, like 12 hours later, it turns out that no, actually, that guy was not responsible for setting a fire.
It's happening all over.
It's happening all over. Do you see what I'm saying here? Like, this is fear mongering. Look at her.
Okay, happy to talk about climate change.
She's not
I'm
even
not
here.
a scientist, so I don't understand.
She's not even here.
To weigh in. I think this is also a mental illness crisis. And what do you say? Oft? What do you say? Unalived? When someone unalives someone, I'm the first person to go, I'd like to hear their side of the story. I'm sure they should be in jail, but
I can't. I'm sorry, I can't with her.
To ensure that this phase of evacuation occurs in an orderly fashion, I am activating with our police partners to get additional security resources in place. And I am on the ground coordinating with LAFD as we move additional fire suppression resources into this area. This is a very dynamic situation. This is a massive area that we have had to evacuate over the last several days as this fire continues to spread and grow around the city. So I want to reassure folks, help is on the way.
I'll just
we
show
have
you
a lot of assets in the area that we are activating, and we are going to get this evacuation done in an orderly fashion to keep everyone safe.
Okay, so for instance,
have been over it in Air 7
for instance, this is the Woodland Hills story that like propaganda that Whitney took to TikTok to make sure that she spread, and I'm sure she has not put out a video since being like, oh yeah, FYI, that was wrong. But there was a man who was taken in for questioning on suspicion of arson and later arrested on Thursday afternoon, so yesterday. It was initially reported as an arrest made on the suspicion of arson. The LAPD revealed in a Friday morning press conference that their investigation hadn't found enough evidence for an arson charge and said the suspect had been arrested on a felony probation violation. Assistant Police Chief Dominic Choi said that of the LAPD's Major Crimes Division had interviewed the suspect once it was learned that there was a possible arson suspect. This investigation's ongoing. However, I'd like to thank the community members who are involved in this and helping us bring this person to our attention. But like, here's the thing. All you are doing when there's initial titter about like someone was arrested with on suspicion of arson, and that spreads like wildfire, all you are doing is feeding into the fear, and like no one reads the retraction. Of course not. And all the people who have posted about this, who have been like, this is happening everywhere, people are setting fires everywhere, like there's a conspiracy theories that are making the rounds where there are people on TikTok being like, do you notice that these fires are only happening in wealthy areas? One, that's not true, as I have shown through, looking at many communities that have been affected that are not wealthy. Second of all, with the implication being that these are all intentionally set fires in wealthy areas for the purposes of looting. Like, that is a fucking narrative that has gone mainstream, and that has a lot of people in an already like crime panic city being like, oh my God, the city is burning because people are trying to rob us because they're trying to commit crimes.
We know there's another Santa Ana Wind event coming. That's going to come either Monday or Tuesday. Right. We'll see about that. But
it is so easy. It is so easy to spread unsubstantiated information, and most people won't retract. And even if they do, that always gets less attention than the original misinformation.
We are preparing for the worst. We are hoping for the best, but I want folks to know we are not out of the woods. So be calm. We're going to do this in an orderly fashion. And help is on the way. We are going to continue attacking this with every resource that we have.
Yeah, and Councilwoman Parks, can we talk about, is the National Guard, are they located, have they responded to the Palisades fire area? We know they're at the Eaton fire, but have they come to calm some people who have to evacuate? Because now that we're seeing multiple arrests for looting, no one really wants to leave their home unless they absolutely have to.
Yes, so we have National Guard
also,
resources
to be clear, okay, multiple arrests do not mean that those were people who were caught in the act of looting. Obviously, I do not think that looting someone's house as they have had to evacuate because of wildfires is like, cool, thumbs up. What I'm trying to point out is the danger in having so much disproportionate attention on something that is not the massive problem, and also leaving out crucial information, which is that people who are arrested are not necessarily guilty of having looted.
Has been very, very clear that people who engage in that kind of behavior are going to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
And it's dangerous for people to be fearful,
with our partners at
more
LAPD.
Fearful of the looting than they are of fires.
Additional patrols throughout the Brentwood and Palisades area. Okay. We are not going to put up with that kind of stuff here on the west side of Los Angeles.
My mother is calling.
So don't come over here to engage in criminal behavior. Hi. We are in the middle of a public safety emergency where we're trying to save lives and property.
Yeah, and I know that we're right before we started speaking with you. You said you were briefed. Is there any word on when there is going to be a press conference between the fire department, the sheriff's department, the police department, just to give us another update of what's going on, since obviously, people are very nervous seeing this very bright hue of
I'm on stream right now. We're watching the news.
So I would anticipate there will be a morning briefing with additional updates, but in the interim, while everybody is out on the ground trying to address these emergency circumstances, the best thing folks can do is follow along with our official feeds for the most current information. And I think it is also a really useful resource to look at fire.ca.gov for the specific
My mom,
boundaries
she's
of the
nervous.
mandatory evacuation zones and the warning areas. That is a resource that is being updated constantly.
Oh, also, you know, the other thing that's happening with all the fucking looting is that it's being used as an example, or it's being used as a reason to, of course, over police black and brown people. Okay, here's just an example of that. In response to requests from Los Angeles County, Governor Newsom deployed the California National Guard to the Los Angeles area, including Pasadena, to assist with law enforcement duties in communities affected by the wildfires. Members of the California National Guard are in Pasadena and Altadena to help protect the homes, businesses, and properties impacted by the Eaton fire. Law enforcement is allowing residents in the evacuation area a single visit to access their homes with reasonable verification. We encourage residents to be prepared to gather any and all documents or items needed during this one-time entry. Sharing with permission, a black community member was trying to check on his childhood home in Altadena on Thursday, was pulled over on New York Drive by cops who ordered them out of the car and cuffed them, though they showed their ID that had a nearby Pasadena address. Also, like, there are like shitty right-wing accounts that are spreading bullshit. Like, there was a video of a black guy who was leaving his home, was taking things out of his home that was presented as an example of someone looting, and that, of course, went super viral, and it got community noted, but doesn't matter. So, like, I'm just trying to point out why. And this isn't new. This isn't just the first time that this is happening, okay? Like, it's not just happening with these wildfires. Like, this is something that occurs with disasters like this for many reasons. And I'm trying to point out why it's dangerous to succumb to this fear-mongering. And also, you know, another reason is, like, this is justification for police departments having the insane budgets that they have. The LAPD is one of the most well-funded police departments in this country, and part of the conversation this week has been about how the fire department is underfunded, that they don't have enough resources. The fire chief has been going out there being like, we are not prepared for this. I have been trying to ring the alarm bells. And of course, we have an insane police budget. And so having all these cops out there being like, yeah, we've got to stop all these looters. It's a massive problem, but don't worry, the police are here. It's manufacturing consent for these multi-billion-dollar budgets. Because then you have citizens, you have residents being like, oh, shit. Well, thank God we have all these police here. We need more.
Farther away to give you that broader perspective for a couple of reasons here. One, you see LAPD shutting off traffic so they can't make the left.
Yeah, there's a tweet of a person, I'm pretty sure he's either POC or black man, who was talking to the cops about stuff, and something in the people who lived in the house across the street called some other cops to say he's a suspect or looks suspicious. Even the cops he was talking to were like defending him. I saw that as well.
Police officers and those police cars blocking the road to make sure people don't go up into those danger areas. But I want you to take a look at the top of the ridge here too, because the glow is.
It's also for manufacturer consent to take root so that the narrative isn't strictly focused on how elected completely failed to do their jobs.
Or the danger of a fire. But for a lot of folks here, that's all you have.
Oh yeah,
right?
you
I mean,
outsource.
You're living in these areas that you see the smoke and have seen them since Tuesday afternoon.
You outsource the
and
attention.
Things really changed this afternoon around 6 o'clock this evening when it really got a bright orange and the fears got real. Now, they don't know if that means that the fire was right in their backyard. Obviously, some of the people at the top of the ridge got those mandatory evacuations.
Aren't inmates helping fight the fire? Yes, about 1/3 of California's firefighting force is made up of incarcerated
folks. You can't see
folks.
that from the ground. What you can see is the glow, and at the moment, it's not too bad. We have seen an influx of people leaving immediately. It was actually
was it the
really
dude that films police?
Well-rehearsed
yeah.
and well-executed evacuation from all those folks at the top of the hill. We saw that in Calabasas yesterday as well. It feels as though with these 4 days, and you've seen the devastation in these different towns around Los Angeles, people have their bags packed already. I spoke with a gentleman a short time ago. You heard him. He said his wife's been panicking since
this
Tuesday.
just like
She's
puts
already packed her
into
bags.
it's
Trust
just
me, I feel that. and he said
A
they were
ton
ready
of
to go when that
perspective.
evacuation order came into place. From this perspective here on Ventura, it may seem like business as usual.
As
when
someone
you
who
look at
lived through the
Ventura
LA
itself.
riots, I'm very sure if there was any significant looting, there'd be tons of videos they would be showing it. There was all the way back then, but right now people just do that. I heard someone's cousin's roommates say so. Yeah, like Whitney Cummings being like, oh, a friend of mine told me this, that she heard from somebody.
The glow has gotten a little bit lighter.
Good news is that there is air support. The winds are not as strong as other nights. The fire department has been able to slow the spread to the north.
A little bit east from here, so certainly the folks here.
Man, what a photo.
Some scary moments this evening as this kind of plume of smoke that we've all seen in the valley since Tuesday afternoon kind of turned into that red, kind of overbearing, scary.
That's
thought
the
that
thing
fire
about
would
it.
be
It
coming
is so
down into the
fucking
valley, into
ominous.
Encino,
Like
into Tarzana.
the
But at
red
moment,
glow of
it
the
seems to be
smoke
making some progress,
is
especially with that air attack, which is
visually
exactly what
just
we expected.
extremely
And obviously,
scary.
the folks who have left town are hoping for the best.
All right. Well, Tim Caputo, that is good news. The traffic is flowing well. And as far as that aerial attack, we have somebody who's watching that aerial attack from the air, Chris Christie in Air 7. Chris, what can you tell us?
Mark, a total of at least 10 helicopters continuing the aerial attack here over the Palisades fire. You're looking at both the northern and eastern flanks of the Palisades fire. The eastern flank along Mandeville Canyon Road, just above Mandeville Canyon Road, appears to now be stationary. This fire has essentially been halted in its tracks along the north and eastern perimeter. I think that's just, it's really that simple. We are looking at a best case scenario here where this fire is now running out of fuel. The flare-ups are few. The fuel to flare up again is very little because they have drawn those fire lines and the fire has reached the ridge lines, and now it's a matter of managing this line of fire. It's a line of fire that we're tracing here with our camera. If they can continue to tackle this line of fire, this fire could be, or this side of the fire could be eventually contained by tomorrow. But I think the best news is we are not going to see much more progress towards the Sepulveda Pass or the San Fernando Valley this evening. I think it's safe to say this fire is now very manageable for the resources that are here. There is another story developing, though.
That is good news. So for anybody who's in this area, and if you're watching, still, you know, be vigilant, but it's like it is
most of the west side
significantly
of LA over the next
more manageable
hours,
than it's,
depending
you know,
on the winds.
than the
If
fires
the winds
were
don't
on
start blowing some
Tuesday.
of the smoke out of here, it is going to be a choking air quality situation in West LA. And I'm talking all
Now,
of West
the smoke
LA.
is terrible.
Right now, Brentwood is completely blanketed in smoke, and Point South are also blanketed in smoke.
Yeah.
So it's only getting worse. This is the plume here. It's a flat top cloud, and it's settling right in the LA basin, right along the beach, and right along West LA.
Wow. Well, when you look at the communities that are potentially in the path of all that smoke, where are we looking, and how far do you think it extends?
With all this shit going on, are you like okay? Like, straight, are you
LAX.
holding up
That's,
okay?
gonna
Thank
be
you for
LAX
asking.
Right out there
Yeah,
as we
I'm
look
good.
far off into the distance, and literally from Marina Del Rey all the
2
way
nights
up, you can see a
ago,
little bit of
I
clear
was pretty
air there around the Santa
traumatized,
Monica
but
Pier.
I'm okay
but
now.
Anything east of Santa Monica is absolutely blanketed.
I'm very
really
sad for my
hazardous
city.
smoke. This
I
is
am. I mean,
dangerous air quality conditions. If you have pets that live outside,
I'm very sad for the city. I'm sad for everyone who lives here. It's very frustrating to see a lot of people who don't live in LA talking about LA like they know better.
You know, if you have asthma,
It
this is about the
sucks,
worst case
you know, even if this
I
weren't
think
happening
it's
in
really
Los
worth
Angeles, just
warning
like the intensifying
just
and worsening of these disasters.
All right. Really quickly, I want to check in. Thank you for that, because we haven't even talked about that yet. And David, when you look at the map, that's a huge area of people that could be potentially really impacted by the smoke.
That's a great point that Chris is making. It's a huge swath of the community. So even if you're not in danger of the fire, your air quality is going to be horrible. And I know we talk about that a lot, but we're really serious. If you look at that plume of smoke, that is some thick black stuff
Lush
that's going to be
puppies.
dropping particulate matter
We're good.
right onto you and onto your property. So looking at what Chris is talking about, so the fire is burning right over here, but the smoke is heading in this direction. It's heading kind of south All right, and so
Glad that you are
asked the great
safe.
question, how far south is it going? And he's talked about LAX. So let me expand out here. That is Los Angeles International Airport right down here. I'll move it up just a little bit. Here's LAX. But you look at these communities way down here from El Segundo, Los Angeles International Airport,
Relevant Adam
Lenox.
McKay tweet.
We go up
Yeah.
further.
I was.
And then we're here in
I was looking at that
Loyola
earlier, but-
University, Marina Del Rey, of course, Santa Monica.
Yeah, I have
Culver,
repeated this.
City.
16 of the 20
All of
most
these
destructive
areas are
wildfires in
getting
California history have
slammed
occurred
by
in the
that
last 10
smoke.
years,
And
and
I'm gonna
19
shrink
of
it down
20
a
since
little to show you
2003.
how if the fire is here and putting out, because there's tremendous amount of fuel here, and it's putting out all that smoke, this entire community all the way down, and Redondo Beach, et cetera, we go all the way down. All you folks, tomorrow could be a rough day. It could be a rough weekend, and because of all the smoke that's coming out.
I
If
texted
come back
Sam and
out,
I was
I'm gonna
like,
get back into the
dude,
fire zone now, and then this
I would
is where
stay
Tim
where you
Caputo
are
is
an
just
extra
reporting
day.
live from. He's at Havenhurst right here and Ventura Boulevard right here. So this
Since
is
you're
the area
already out of
still,
you're already out of
involuntary,
LA, like
evacuation orders.
no need to
However,
rush
it is-
back.
the news is getting
She
better
has
and
Oki.
better.
Mhm.
And just to reiterate,
She's
here,
good.
the
Her
fire
place
is
is
right
safe.
down here. I'm gonna move it up
Her
a little bit.
landlord
Fire is
said.
right down here, Mandeville
Her
Canyon.
landlord said it's actually
still
not
safe. Remember, that
too
was the number one
smoky.
concern right now. And
Where they
all
are,
these
I was
homes,
like,
there's only
okay,
one
well,
way in and
remember,
one way out.
don't be going
Luckily,
off the
because of that
smell
email from
test.
Jory, he's texting and
In
basically
measuring
telling us
the
that
air
all these
quality,
houses now are
don't just go
evacuated.
off the
There's
smell
structure
test.
protection all the
Obviously,
way
you
through
know,
here.
you
And
can
Chris is
smell when
reporting
it's
that
smoky
the
as hell.
fire is really
But
slowing
you want to
down.
make sure
So the
that you're
news is so
actually
much more
checking
positive
it
now
with
than it was
a
just a couple of
sensor.
hours ago when we were telling everybody to get out of their homes. It's looking a little bit better. Be vigilant. Stay aware of where the fires are and listen to your warnings. But at least when it comes to the fire, it's getting better, Mark.
Okay, David, thank you.
Absolutely. Well, let's go back over to Gabe Santos. Gabe, you've been giving us a really good bird's eye view from the 405 at Skirball. Now you're joined. You have some company with you, and you're doing this via Zoom, so we can get an idea of what
Hi,
you're
Caroline,
seeing from
first
the
time chatter. Did
405
you
in
see they're
Skirball.
saying the Kenneth fire is most likely arson? The guy was arrested. So the guy who was arrested was actually not accused of
Colleen, I've actually
arson.
moved up a little bit. I wanted to avoid the freeway traffic kind of getting home, and I continued on Mulholland Drive to the east. And as I'm continuing down,
Okay, so here's, I'll just repeat again for anybody who missed it, but after the interview with the arson suspect and additional investigation steps looking at additional evidence that was present, they made the determination there was not enough probable cause to arrest the person on arson or suspicion of arson, and therefore the person was arrested on felony probation violation. So the reason for the arrest is not arson due to lack of evidence. So it is under investigation. I just talked about this a minute ago, and I was like, I just really want to hesitate before talking about any of the causes of the various fires because nothing has been confirmed. There are a number of fires that have happened. Of course, man-made or human-caused arson, intentional or unintentional, is often a cause of wildfires. But the reason that I'm hesitating on being like, oh yeah, let's declare the cause of a fire is because there's a lot of fear and panic right now, and there are people who are succumbing to conspiracy theories that all these fires have been set purposefully, that they are targeting these areas because they are wealthy areas.
up on the ridge. Again, excuse the Zoom app here.
Makes sense. I appreciate that
I
explanation.
did see LAPD actually close Mulholland Drive on the west side of the 405.
Welcome
westbound on
in.
Mulholland Drive, away from the 405.
Ice
you
Killa,
will
thank you
hit
for the
an
27
LAPD
months.
car that is
Solo, thank you for
blocking
the
the
2
road,
months.
and they're checking
Megan,
for
thank you for the
IDs
2
there.
months.
I saw some people coming out of the area, and they said
Nighthawk, thank you for
LAPD
the
is actually
Prime.
coming through
Ray,
and
thank you for the
clearing
tier 1.
area. So they are doing a lot in the way in terms of these most recent evacuations. Managing traffic control, actually going through and making sure, if you checking if you belong in the area, and if you don't, having you get out of the area. So I'm seeing a lot more in the way of traffic control and LAPD and things like that really get in the area quick and help with the evacuation efforts.
Yeah, and that sounds like it's a counter-looting effort as well when you consider that.
And the other thing too is like people are looking for someone to blame the fires on. They don't want to face the reality of this being our reality. Obviously, there are factors involved in these fires that really are natural factors, like the Santa Ana winds are, not something that are new, but the conditions in Southern California that make us so susceptible to wildfires, those have worsened. It's why the wildfires have gotten worse. They have intensified in the last 20 years. Also, to like, if it turns out that this was once again the fault of the monopolized energy company cutting corners and not securing transmission lines, like that might be how one of the blazes started. And it's easier for people to go, oh, this person started a fire and it's terrible, but that's why this happened, rather than like, oh, this is corporate arson. Oh, this is so much like, this is something I can't wrap my head around.
And that for folks in the valley who are looking at this this fire, this flare-up.
Covered privatized water already? Yeah.
Reporter in Air 7, Chris Christie, is saying that the fire appears
Just
to have
Liz, thank you for the
stalled,
prime.
at least in terms of both encroaching on Mandeville Canyon and/or encroaching on the San Fernando Valley, Sherman Oaks, Encino area, which of course is your district. What can you tell us about the status of your district and any updates on the status of the fire?
Well, I want to just make sure that people know, and I'm sure you've been sharing this information, that we are now under a mandatory evacuation order from Mandeville Canyon on the west to the 405 on the east.
God. Oh, my
to the
God.
North in the residential areas around the Encino Reservoir and to Sunset on the south, and that includes some Brentwood neighborhoods. Those
Wait,
are
hold
not
on.
my
Let me
district,
watch
but
this,
they're
and I'll
also
show you
impacted by this mandatory evacuation order. I want to also tell you that 2 evacuation centers have been set up at the following locations for people who may be fleeing the fires. One at the Van Nuys Sherman Oaks Rec Center at 14201 Huston Street in Sherman Oaks, and one at Lanark Recreation Center at 21816 Lanark Street in Canoga Park.
Brentwood is where UCLA
and so I have my
is.
staff there, Rec and Park staff, Red Cross staff at these evacuation centers, ready and willing to help anyone who may need that support. And there's plenty of room. If people even want to just stop by before they figure out what their next step is, they are welcome.
Just kind of a place to catch your breath, if nothing else, right? What sorts of services will be available? What can they expect when they get to these evacuation centers?
Well, these are new ones that have been set up just in the last hour because the mandatory evacuation order was just put in place. I'm here at the Emergency Operations Center in downtown LA, and I've been in touch all day with my partner in the fire department, Valley Bureau Chief, Chief Moore, and watching
these helicopters
as this fire
working.
has moved over the course of the day. Earlier in the day, I was out in Encino making sure that parks had been closed and that gates had been shut so that visitors couldn't go into high fire risk areas. And we saw a plume of smoke that had changed significantly. And that's what the fire department officials were also looking at. And indeed, the fire moved. It has moved closer to residential areas, has moved closer to Mandeville Canyon Road. And so that's when the evacuation warning was changed to a mandatory evacuation. And now we are watching as the fire department is absolutely attacking this fire with every resource it has to make sure that it
Gusty
is not
winds
moving
from the
closer
north and
to
northeast
residential
expected to
areas.
return to the LA
We are
area as early
seeing
as
that.
Sunday.
We
That
are-
could be the
we are
start to
keeping
as
an
many
eye on
as
the
3
resources that
Santa
are being
Ana
brought
wind
to bear,
events
10
next week.
helicopters.
Oh my
But
God,
I
we
would be
cannot
remiss
catch a break.
in not asking you this as a member of the Los Angeles City Council.
cannot catch a
There was a
break.
briefing that was scheduled for 5:30 this evening It ended up happening much closer to 6 o'clock. That
Oh,
briefing was
God.
supposed to include the mayor, the chief of police, the chief of the Los Angeles City Fire Department, and the fire chief was not there, nor was the mayor. What is going on with that? We haven't heard from the fire chief in the city of Los Angeles in quite a while.
Well, you know, one thing I will say is that I'm at the Emergency Operations Center on the ground floor right now. This is where all of the city departments send their emergency reps to make sure that we're all, talking to each other and getting prepared for these events. And Fire Chief Crowley is here nearby, monitoring this fire along with me and other council members who have areas which either are impacted or may be impacted.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry to say I was not part of that press conference, so I don't have any details about why individuals were there or weren't there. But I can tell you right now that Chief Crowley is here directing these operations and
She's
saving our
also been-
neighborhoods, as she did very,
she's been,
very
like-
adeptly in the Hollywood fire, the Sunset Fire just 2 nights ago, which was in one of the most densely populated neighborhoods here.
She's
in my
been talking
district,
to media.
kind of just encroaching upon it, and I watched as they very,
Like
very
up to-
adeptly
letting 'em
threw
know,
all
like,
of
why-
these incredible resources, including airdrop after airdrop, at it.
Why
and
from her-
it went out.
from her
and that was a remarkable thing to
POV,
witness. And I'm
they were
hopeful,
not
looking at what
prepared.
they're bringing to bear on this fire tonight, that we will have positive results. But I want to emphasize for residents, the threat is real. This fire has been moving all day closer to Mandeville Canyon. So if you are in an area which is under a mandatory evacuation order, please take this seriously.
All right, Los Angeles City Council member Nithya Raman, thank you very much for joining us. And I asked you that question regarding the fire chief because of some reports that had been that she had been dismissed. I'm
Oh my
talking about Kristen
God.
Crowley. Now
No,
we are getting a
dude, that
statement
was the Daily
from the
Mail.
LA City Fire Department. On Friday, January 10th, Fire Chief Kristen Crowley of the Los Angeles City Fire Department met with Mayor Karen Bass.
Reports
Their foremost
equals,
priorities
like,
continue to be fighting the current
dumbasses on
wildfires
Twitter.
and safeguarding Angelenos. It is important to note that the fire chief was not dismissed and is in full command of the LAFD. That comports with what the council member just told us, which is that Chief Crowley is still at the Emergency Operations Center.
Yeah.
We would like very much to speak with the fire chief about how things are going and the rest of what's going on here, because this is very much an active situation. This is an emergency in the city of Los Angeles, and we hope to get some more information from the chief herself
Thank
as
you,
well
Colossal.
when she makes herself available. Council member, thank you very much for joining us, and as we watch this,
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you again for helping us get the word out about the evacuation orders and emphasizing really to every resident of Los Angeles, if you are in a mandatory evacuation area, please take this seriously. Follow orders from PD, make way for FB vehicles, follow orders from Department of Transportation officials, and let's keep everybody here safe.
All right.
Well said. Let's talk about.
I read that she and
going-
her wife
the
alone
well-placed
fought fires
question, and
for
it's good to,
16 hours.
Hear from the fire chief saying that she is still in full command of the LAFD. Let's go over to Tim Pulliam. Tim, where are you located right now? Are you in the same spot?
Yes,
But DEI.
Mark and Colleen, I'm in the same spot. I'm here at Sunset Boulevard and Kinter Avenue, and they still have
Yeah,
Sunset
that's
Boulevard
somebody
blocked
who,
off
like,
going westbound,
cares
so
about
drivers are not
fighting
able to
fires,
go in that direction.
right?
Mostly they're going eastbound towards the 405, but you can see that the volume of traffic has really slowed down. Now let me just talk about the atmosphere, because I believe Chris Christie mentioned how Brentwood is smoky, and it is. You can smell the smoke, and I'm still wearing my goggles because the ash
DEI
is falling.
firefighting.
It's like snow coming down out here. And so people
Like,
are being
I just
careful
think
to
about,
walking in
can
this
you
area,
imagine if
even
Twitter
wearing
is
the
real
mask
life and
taking precaution.
someone's house is
Earlier,
on
we saw
fire
people
and it's a
evacuate. We saw
female
people packing up their trunks,
fire chief
along
who's
North
personally
Bowling
there
Green Way.
fighting,
And then before we got
trying to
here
put the
this
fire out, and they're like,
intersection, we went
sorry,
up Bundy Drive headed north towards the Getty.
but
and we
you're
could
a
see the
woman.
orange sky. We could see where the fire was
No,
illuminating
thank
the
you.
sky. And so I could see how some people would be concerned as we were going north. But where we are right now, we don't see that orange glow. You know, we just see the remnants of the ash and, of course, the smoke.
Yeah, they're annoying
But
me.
as you
My
can
see
see,
online is
things
that
are really
Californians
calm
are too
here.
stupid to use seawater to put out
Traffic
fires.
management is under
I saw that
control,
one
and the
person
volume
who is
has
like
gone
the
down
obnoxious
significantly. But it is good that people are
detransitioner
taking
who
precautions when
has
they
like
are evacuating from
the
our
most
vantage point.
embarrassing style and
Colleen
haircut
Martin.
in the world. And that person
All right,
was
I'm sorry,
like,
Tim,
why don't they just use the ocean? And
we
just
lost your audio
know,
there for a second. I think
like, you
were
already
trying to
know
talk
that that's
to us,
stupid, but the fact that it's somebody
talking in
like
my ear
that,
just a
yeah,
second ago.
Maya
So,
Poet. Maya Poet is the
sorry,
one
there
who's
you are.
tweeting shit like that.
Up saying that the volume, I was just saying that the traffic volume
The girl
has gone down significantly, and
yeah.
you know the
Who has somehow
westbound
linked
lanes of
Hamas
Sunset Boulevard are still closed,
and her
so people are still going to have to make their way
detransitioning.
east towards the 405 from Sunset Boulevard. But just as far as the atmosphere
Yeah,
goes,
she's
you know, we're
simps
seeing
for
the ash,
Israel.
we're smelling the smoke, but we don't see that orange glow like we did when we were on Bundy
They're
Drive.
not even a real
headed north
detransitioner.
towards
She
the
never
Getty.
took hormones.
So
Detransitioned
it's a
from a
different
fuck
type
ass.
of,
Yeah, can you
sight here
detransition
in
from
the
that fuck
sky.
ass haircut?
It's dark. So I can see how people who were in the Bundy Drive area were concerned because they could see that orange glow. But here, like I said, we're not really seeing that. We're just seeing the ash and the smoke, and we're smelling that. But the traffic volume is not as busy as it was earlier.
Okay. Great news. Tim, thank you.
That is very good news. We were just being told that we do have some video of the hospital in Encino. We're looking at a live picture right now, and you can see quite a few emergency vehicles right there, obviously in position for if something happens and they need to collect anyone who might need help evacuating. We just wanted to kind of show you an image from Encino Hospital about all the first responders who are really showing up and trying to make sure everyone does stay safe. And boy, on the right side, we're seeing some earlier images. And you could just
I know
see,
that they said
that fire
earlier,
and
they're
why
like,
so
no,
many
they're
people in the
doing a
valley
great
are
job at
seeing the
managing
amber
it.
hue,
And I know that the
from their
conditions
vantage
are
point,
better
and it
tonight
is
to
a
be able to
large
manage
swath
these
of
flames, but it
people
just
who
still
are,
feels like
seeing the fire illuminating.
it's crazy
the
how a
red
simple
line
Google
right
tells
there.
you why they don't want to use
We're
ocean
also
water.
going to be joined on the
That's
phone,
too
I
much for
believe,
people.
or on a Zoom right now with
It's too much.
LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. Supervisor Horvath, thank you so much for joining us. Your constituents
Speed?
are right in the line of this.
That's 10 minutes
this
away
fire.
from my
You
mom.
stretch
She's
all the
on
way
the
down to Ventura
SO
County
side.
line, Santa Monica, Hollywood. How are you doing tonight? What are you hearing from everybody in your area?
Well, my heart is broken from the devastation of this Palisades fire and all of the fires throughout Los Angeles County. But I am heartened by the people who are on the front lines of this. I met with a firefighter earlier today who shared his harrowing experience. He's been out there since this all first broke out on Tuesday, and he just had the opportunity to finally speak with his family after 2 days. And you know, we forget sometimes that there are families who are waiting for that phone call for all of these folks who are on the front lines fighting for us. So the most important thing that we can do is heed the evacuation orders, heed the evacuation warnings. When you get a warning, get ready.
Can you do a two-sentence summary? Yeah, so the Palisades fires have spread into
the presence of the National Guard. In your
they have spread into the valley.
This, which would of course be the Palisades
there
fire.
are mandatory evacuations in the Encino area. So it's from Sunset Boulevard north to Encino Boulevard, and from the west side of the 405 to Mandeville Canyon. And some warnings are extending into Ventura Boulevard. So here is. This is from 2 hours ago. I might need to find an updated one.
Also working to ensure that the
but we're also
curfews are
watching the
adhered
live
to.
footage.
It's unfortunate that we even have to have a conversation around a curfew, given that there's so much on the line already. But I know that there are people who are anxious to get into these areas for good reason, because they haven't been back in their neighborhoods, and we just want to make sure that especially those who are trying to get in there for a bad reason, that nobody's accessing these areas while our first responders are out there trying to get this fire under control.
Our meteorologist Danny Romero says that that there will be further Santa Ana wind conditions. We're going to expect something perhaps, I think, Saturday, I believe, and also Monday or Tuesday, and that the winds could be in the 30-mile-an-hour range, somewhere around there. More of a typical, or perhaps higher, but more of a typical Santa Ana condition, which is dangerous in and of itself, not
Looks like
necessarily
they're
the
setting
record
up
that we saw
for
this week
closure
on
of
Tuesday, but
the
still dangerous.
405,
are
which is a
are you
major
satisfied
highway
with the level of
at
preparation
the Sepulveda
for
Pass.
that, and whether we are in for just another
They're going to be
horror show?
closing that area.
So we are certainly concerned. I know LA County Fire Chief is on scene right now.
Is Watch Duty
he
app
has
accurate?
ordered
I think
additional,
Watch Duty app is
county
good.
aircraft
Sometimes
to this area.
some
over the
people have said it
Mandeville
doesn't
Canyon area that is
update.
under this new
Like
evacuation
sometimes
order,
it doesn't
to
update
ensure that every resource is fighting this fire while
immediately,
we
but
are
it's
able
good.
to
It's
do
good to
so,
have that app.
and the winds are not an impediment. We do know that the red flag warning will go into effect on Monday, and while it might not be the conditions this past Tuesday, the red flag warning was in effect all the way through last night. So the conditions that we've seen this week could pick back up next week. We have to make good progress in the next couple of days. That includes aerial water drops. It includes the fire retardant that we see being dropped. That's that red color drop that we've seen on air. And I know in being out in the district with Senator Schiff today, we have been coordinating our efforts to ensure that every level of resource is ready to deploy. We were at Incident Command together and saw, folks from Oregon, people called in from Nevada. We heard that the governor has called folks in from Mexico. We will continue to call in resources to relieve those who are doing this work and to continue to fight it with everything that we've got. There's so much at stake, and we are fighting to make sure that Angelenos stay safe and that we protect our community.
That's a lot of relief for a lot of people hearing your words of encouragement. And then,
Did they say how
calling on
strong the
people's
winds will be?
heartstrings, talking about the firefighters and the
let
law
me look.
enforcement, the LAPD, everyone who's trying to, in the LA County Sheriff's Department. You said it correctly with kids. We had an interview,
they think it could
yesterday with a little boy whose father was fighting with the Eaton fire.
Between Saturday afternoon and Sunday morning, AccuWeather predicts wind gusts between 30 and 50 miles per hour through LA's mountain ranges, as well as the northern San Fernando Valley and coastal Ventura and Orange counties. As a result, unhealthy air quality is expected to persist throughout the weekend.
For multiple days, usually families are lucky.
There could be isolated mountain gusts up to 80 miles per hour.
Quite a bit of time with their family as well because they have such long
Although
periods
they
of
are
report
saying
to
this
do,
time
but
around the winds are
everybody's being
unlikely to
called out.
produce
I
the
take it we're
damaging
probably still in
mountain
that
wave
recall
activity
right
that
now
saw
where
gusts
anyone who's
approaching
off there
triple
being asked
digits.
to report correct? Would you say that would be a correct statement?
During the Eaton Fire Community meeting on Friday afternoon, officials acknowledged the forecasts, and Southern California Edison specifically warned that planned power shutoffs are possible even in areas that have lost and regained their power.
Law enforcement as well. We are making sure that every resource we have available to us in the Los Angeles County region and those that we're borrowing from beyond are being deployed.
How do you mitigate the
not
air
only
quality?
in the most effective way to address this fire, but also to support the people who are doing this work. We have to also give them relief so they can give it their best shot.
Absolutely.
Try
well,
to
I'm
stay
glad to see that.
inside.
Obviously, we have a lot more reinforcements coming in, and
First
we
and
can see
foremost.
the traffic is getting handled.
If
in
you're
a
outside,
much more,
do you mean like individual,
I don't know,
or like how is the city
better
gonna
civilized
mitigate it?
way as opposed to how it's been
There's
for
like nothing you can
the very
do.
beginning, even up until the
Aside
Sunset
from,
Fire,
like,
where everyone was just
wearing
clogging
protection.
Hollywood Boulevard. So it's good to see. Thank you so much, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath from District 3. We wish you the very best, and our hearts go out to a lot of your constituents.
Thank you very much, and thanks for keeping everyone informed. It's how we stay safe.
All right, thank you. Speaking of that, we want to go to our reporter Liz Nagy. Liz, you are from our sister station, WLS in Chicago. Thanks for coming out here and helping us out with our coverage. You were out there in Brentwood. That was an area that had
At
to
least
be
she's wearing her
evacuated
mask.
earlier, the
Please
Mountain
don't
Gate
take it
community.
off.
What can you tell us?
Mark, police are really starting to take that evacuation order very seriously. About 10 to 15 minutes ago when we arrived, and you can see right now, there's a police officer
Like, you
driving
can
up the
hear
street right
her.
now. There are people parked along the
With
street
the
heading up
mask
the ridge
on.
right here, parked along the side taking photos and things like that. And police finally came through and said, hey, sightseeing is over. This is a time to get out. This is not a time to stand here and look at what's happening. But it is incredible. Look, this is the view from where we are. That's the Mulholland Ridge that we're looking at. I was just speaking with a firefighter from the LA County Volunteer Brigade and said that that's the Mulholland Ridge that's burning. And you can see at the top that was sprayed by fire retardant. That's really where the flames do
Do you guys
stop.
notice that whenever anyone says fire retardant, they get really quiet on the second part of the word?
Even in the last 15 minutes that
I'm
we've been
sorry,
here,
none
you
of
can
this
see
is
that
funny.
fire
I'm
has
just trying to
lost
find a little
some
bit of
steam. It
laughter
really
here and
looks
there,
like
but
a
I have
really
noticed that
big
every
ring
time
of
they say
fire
it,
when
they
we
drop
first arrived
off.
here. And to give you an idea of how seriously people are taking this,
like
just a few minutes ago, we
from
saw
the
3
news
women
we've
walking
watched
out of a house
tonight,
that must have
I've
had a
heard that
painting
word at
that was
least
8 feet long.
8
There were 3
times, and
different people
every
that were
time
carrying
they
the
get really
painting.
quiet.
They didn't want to speak to us on camera, but they said, yes, this is something that's of value to us. We can't take the risk, and they were carrying it out of here.
It's
the
like,
traffic has
okay,
slowed
I
down.
know.
So people seem to have taken this very
I
seriously. I'm
know,
not sure if you can see
but
it on
also
camera,
it
but
is
there
the
are
word.
embers that are periodically flying around.
It
the air
is
quality
the French word
is
for
okay
late.
up
That's
here.
true.
You know, we had just come here from Pacific Palisades.
We
and
gotta
there,
find a new name.
the
It needs a
the smoke is really starting
rebranding.
to settle in over the past half hour or hour. Here it's okay, but it's just that incredible view that you see behind me that, you know, people are taking this seriously. They're not ready to see anything come this way.
Blame it on the French.
Liz Nagy, and we were going to ask you about the ash. We're seeing it kind of filtering down in front of you.
Hassan said fire,
you're saying the air
R-word.
quality
That's
is
like
pretty
when I was
decent
saying
where you
G
are,
slur
but
rose.
farther away, not so much.
Because people are like, wait, what did you say? What word did you say?
Right, it is okay here. I mean, you know, wearing the mask just to be safe because it does smell, but there's not that thickness to the air. We'd spent most of the day over in the Pacific Palisades area, and around like the 8 o'clock hour or so, that heavy smoke really started to move in. Also, you know, that area is under a curfew right now. So
I like
as the
that people
smoke was
who
starting to
use
settle in, that's
the
about
R
the
word
time
as a
that
slur
emergency vehicles
love to
started
use that
racing
online,
south
and
on
then
Pacific Coast
the
Highway,
the
clearly
word when
coming over
it's
this way
actually not
to
a slur.
sort of help with the
It's like
evacuation order
people are
over
nervous to
here.
say it.
Made our way straight north, and there was really not a lot of traffic. So either people have left or they're heading in different directions, but there's not any sort of chaos here. But the air quality, yes, here is okay. It just, you know, it's kind of got that smell to it that you want to be careful.
Yeah, absolutely. Liz, thank you again for joining us. And again, thank you for coming out here from Chicago to help with our coverage. Let's talk about Liz was saying something about the fire not looking nearly as violent as it looked about 15
I'm going to
minutes ago.
show
We're
you
gonna
guys.
show you a live
I'm going to
image
show you
from our
guys
Burbank
the
camera. You can see.
Thank you.
Where we
I'm going to show you the Corsi Rosenthal box that I made. I'm going to go grab it and show you guys.
We can look at a time lapse too. I think
if you live in LA, I would highly
or
suggest.
Danny, they have a time lapse of it. Okay.
I would highly suggest,
and
even
Dan,
if you have to order it online because there's nothing in stores, to get the materials or like order an air purifier, even if it won't come for 2 days, because the air quality is going to be poor for
right here at the start of the loop, right there. There's
quite
a
some
smoky
time.
kind of day around sunset, and then right about 6:30, boom, it just fired up, and that's what got everybody's attention because now you saw the actual flames right there on that ridge. But now you look here, there's a lot less of that there. As we look here, the live shot there at the end, about 9:45 on the timestamp. So you can see it is certainly less than when it blew up around 6:30, and now here about 9:45, a little less so.
Yeah, a lot less so.
Yeah,
It really, it's pretty dramatic,
sign.
the difference. It's a fantastic sign. I know Chris Christie was talking about sort of seeing some of those flames die down as well. I know, David Ono, you're watching the evacuation zone.
So I made this. It was really easy.
Great news.
But it was hard to find these filters. What's in the box? So you want to get MERV 13 filters. Okay, that's the quality that you want. You don't want to get less because it's not going to be effective. You want to make sure that the airflow is going in. So it'll show you an indicator. It'll say airflow and show you direction. So make sure that's going in. Okay, and I duct tape the shit out of it. It's not pretty, but it works. And then this is just a box fan. It costs $20. It costs $20, and it's blowing out because it's taking in the air. Because this is how a box fan works. Okay, so it's taking the air in from the apartment through the filters, and then blowing it out
the last time we talked to Chris Christie,
Yeah, it was a real woman in STEM moment. So I made 2 of it. Well, I made 1.5 because I didn't have enough filters. But this is the one with 4 filters. And then there's just cardboard on the bottom. So I just have it like this. And I have it plugged in, and it pulls the air in, filters it, and then pushes it out. So I recommend making this. It's actually a lot of people say it's better than like air purifiers that cost 3-4 times as much. Yeah, Jana just linked instructions. It's really easy. I did it. Okay, I did it. And seriously, it's really loud. It is very loud. It is loud, but you're gonna save, it's gonna be 1/3 of the cost, 1/4 of the cost, and probably is gonna be better than the expensive ones. Sorry, learning one more time, please. It takes air in. It takes air in, and it filters it, and then it pushes it out. Can we hear it? You know what a box fan sounds like. It's like, bah! It purifies more air more quickly. Yeah, look at how big it is, right? A lot of those purifiers are like little tiny things. Look at the size of this. It's huge. It's huge. So it purifies more air more quickly than a traditional purifier. You trade off with the noise, but that's okay. That's fine, because it's really fucking loud everywhere anyway, so. All right. Okay, so I did it. You can do it. You can put foam between the fan and the filters to absorb some vibrations. Yeah, this baby is definitely going. Air purifiers are just filters and fans, but because these DIY ones don't have all the plastic casing in the way, they just get better airflow and have a lot of filter surface area. Yes. Precisely.
Concerned now, and you add the evacuation, the new mandatory evacuations and the new evacuation warnings to that, and it becomes a concern. So I actually exited the 405 to talk with you guys at the station to kind of tell you guys what I'm seeing. But as I've been here, I've seen a lot less fire activity. I've seen it died down a lot, and this kind of goes with what Chris Christie and our chopper was saying. The fire's hitting those fire lines, and it's kind of fizzling out where firefighters thought it would fizzle out. And while it's pretty scary for residents here in the area, it is a little reassuring to kind of get up here and see, okay, yeah, it's a scary sight, but it's a lot less than it was maybe an hour or 2 ago.
And Gabe, I've only been up here about 10 minutes with you, and in the 10 minutes I've been here, I want to say that glow is a lot less bright. It looks like it's almost dimming from this vantage point, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'd definitely say so. I mean, we've seen a lot of those firefighting choppers making a number of drops. They've been going back and forth. They're picking up water from the Encino Reservoir, which is, right down the hill from where the fire activity is right now. So they're making quick trips from the Encino Reservoir and then back up to the fire. They're making a lot of drops. So I think that's helping a lot, along with the fire. It's actually hitting some of those fire breaks, so it's running out of things to burn. So we've seen this bright glow. We see the flames on the hill, which is scary, but it's not doing much after that. It's just kind of fizzling out.
And Gabe, at this point, I would say what's almost catching your eye before the flames now is all that smoke coming off. I mean, just look at that plume of smoke.
Farley outside and just left the door open.
Via the 405. We had some troubles trying to meet up with you because there's so many exits if you're heading on the 405 south to get here that are closed.
Also, I just told him, I was like, hey, are you aware of the fires in the valley? And he said no.
Smoke kind of go over the interstate, or over the highway, I should say. Not to the point that visibility was being reduced. I mean, we did see kind of that it looks like snowfall, right, of that ash coming, but you started to see the smoke.
What? This is why I'm here.
The smoke. Meeting people up here, what have they been kind of telling you? Have you been meeting people who are concerned?
There's Marvels to be rivaled. There's Pokemon to be caught.
To be honest, this is.
Bro, I'm telling you, okay, not to be dramatic, but if I was not aware on Wednesday night, He would have just been catching Pokemon.
They've been asking other, some of their neighbors, like, am I in the evacuation
As the
zone?
evacuation's happening.
I've had to help a few people and kind of show them, this is where the evacuation.
Why men in
right
partnerships
now, and this is where
live
they're not.
longer.
So on this side of the 405, we're not currently. This is the east side of the 405. We're not.
He was
currently in
arguing
any
with chat
evacuation
saying he didn't
warning
need to
area or any
evacuate.
evacuation, a required evacuation zone. So that's a good thing that we know right now.
Yeah, Gabe, let's bring it. Adam.
Like the
So
one
just so you guys
time,
know,
the one
Adam's
time
one of the
you
people
should
up
really
here. He's
listen
not
to
under
chat.
the mandatory evacuation order, but he just wanted to pack his bag, be ready to go. First off, tell us exactly where you live.
Sure. I just live down the hill in Woodcliff. It's maybe half a mile down the hill from here.
Why is no one wearing
Did you come up here because you were concerned about this fire?
I think my daughter and my wife and I were watching the news, and we were like, now we're in the new zone, the to be ready to go zone, and we were like, oh, how close is this? Where should we be? We packed, we got ready, and we know this area because we come up here and watch fireworks in the summer. And my daughter went to school. Their junior high is right across. There's 3 schools right there. And we were like, wait, let's go up and check it out and see how close we are.
So you heard the
There's no
conversation
way
Gabe
it
and I
doesn't
were
smell
having and
because
how it
I'm telling
looks
you right
like
now,
the
when we
glow
got
is
to
dimming
Hassan's
quite a bit.
house,
How long have you been up here?
and Hassan
what is your
was
take on
farther
that?
away from where they are
right around
from that
sunset,
smoke.
It was a lot bigger. I think the sun
Ash
hitting the
was
clouds, the
raining.
smoke, and I think it's died down somewhat now. And I see we've been counting the 5 helicopters going down the reservoir. I think that they're really doing a great job and kind of working on it. There's homes up there. They don't want to stop it as quickly as they can.
And the thing is too is that you do get kind of accustomed to it. You sure it wasn't from his farts?
Do you think
Probably.
you'll be able to get home tonight? That you'll be able to go back home soon? You're going to be okay?
Yeah. We'll go home. We'll just drive down the hill, keep an eye on the news, and go from there.
Adam, thank you so much.
True, I missed
Thank you.
evacuation for Hurricane
And
Harvey a
Colleen
few years
Marcus, I
ago
send it back
playing
to you.
games.
Gabe estimates we're about 600-700 feet up here at this location, and even up here, the one great thing is it is so calm, the wind. I mean, there's not even a breeze up here, which is great news. And I'm not kidding. I think even since we started joining you live, it looks like it's dimmed even a little bit more from our vantage point. So just great news from up here.
Relief.
That's great.
Absolutely.
That's great to hear. And
That is good to hear. That
a lot of people breathing a
does.
sigh of relief
You can
based
see
on just that. Not only that,
how
but
much
the
of the
fact
fire
is
that
dimming.
they've
Liz Nagy is actually much closer. That area
they've
right
put
behind
out.
you, which is glowing, Liz Nagy is a little closer than that. So we're going to check with her
Yeah,
again
don't
and see if
jinx
that
it,
is
bro.
in fact the case, that this thing seems to be stalling, in fact dimming as we cover it. Liz?
All right, Mark, and we are here. Yeah, Mark, we are here in the Mountain Gate area, and I've actually found a volunteer who's been working on these fires the last few days. You said your name is Caleb.
Caleb, yeah. How
Caleb,
are you?
thank you so much for talking to us. So you've been working on these fires the last few days. First of all, what can you tell us about what we're seeing behind us?
Like
Right now,
you can
this is
see
a
the ash.
continuation of the
Like look at
Palisades
that.
fire, and it's just, I mean, it's heartbreaking all the way around because I didn't think it was going to cross the other way, and now we're worried about the Mandeville Canyon side and going into the Brentwood Bel Air and further on. So it's just, I mean, it's heartbreaking. I mean, we're going into the valley now.
And that's certainly the concern. I know my colleagues have been talking about that for the last several hours. That's why that evacuation order was put into place.
Is it the
And we've
ash
seen
we
people
see
doing
falling
that
or snow?
100%.
This
I mean,
is
and the thing is
Southern
people have to slow
California,
down.
and there's
I mean,
fires
it's scary,
raging.
and we
It
get
is
those warnings
ash.
on our phone, and it's so we have to panic, but it's go slow, take your time, make a list, make sure you have gas in your car before you get
Like,
to these
we don't even have
situations, because
rain.
The people that are in the road, they're going into oncoming
Bro
traffic.
got
they're
his
doing
shit
things that
lined
they
up in
shouldn't
the
be
middle of
doing,
fighting a
but we need to
fire.
be calm during this because those alerts are to make sure that we're safe, not to put
What's
other
up, dude? Are
people
you
at danger.
good? Are you
Certainly now
safe?
people have had a few days that I think people in the
We're
area
doing
sort of
we're just doing
understand
fire
that
watch
this
right
is a
now.
possibility
We've
for
been
just about
watching the
anybody in Los Angeles County.
we've been watching the
I
the
don't
live
think anything's
updates
safe right now. If these winds don't calm down,
for
there's just so many chances
the fire in the
to happen,
valley.
and we've seen it year after year. And there's a lot of mismanagement of funds and things that have caused this.
And Gabe, so we've been out here. I've seen you out here for about the past half hour. So it
What the
seems
fuck?
since
LA
we've
men
been
are
out
so
here
fucking
that this
tall. Oh
has
no
dimmed
no
a
no!
little
This
bit.
is
What
like
can
the
you tell us
one
about
tall
what's
man in.
I think it's dimmed.
This is
I
like the
still
one
think
tall
that
man
we
in
have an amazing
LA.
fire department. There's almost 10,000 firefighters here from all
There's
over
like
the world.
5.
And it's a blessing to have all these people here. And the helicopters are working now because the planes aren't working at night. But we're seeing the drops. We're seeing the spotters come in, and they're dumping water as fast as they can. you have stations from all over coming to help right now, and it's a blessing to help save all these homes.
Certainly an all hands on deck situation. We were talking, there were just a minute ago, there were helicopters circling here.
Correct.
What can you tell us about what those helicopters were doing?
That helicopter with the light that's shining down is telling the other helicopters that are running in a pattern where to drop water. And then they'll follow through.
Okay,
and
bro knows his
there's
shit.
so many helicopters operating this evening, so they have a pattern that they have to run in, and then they'll come back out, scoop more water, then come back in.
And certainly it seems to be working at this point.
It seems to be. I mean, I've seen this definitely dim a lot. I mean, we still see blaze, but I mean, that's just common.
I mean, besides
But
wearing a mask,
once
but...
this is burned out, it's really hard for it to reignite again. So, and that's a blessing if we can get this knocked out.
All right, Caleb, thank you for all you've been doing for the past few days. Thank you for taking
God
the
bless
time
you.
to talk to us. So again, we're in the Mountain Gate area where they are under an emergency evacuation order. One thing I do notice that has changed in just the past few minutes or so, the wind seems to be picking up, and I wouldn't call it a wind. It's a slight breeze, but you can see more embers flying around in the air as we watch this fire burn behind us, Mark and Colleen.
All right, Liz Nagy from our sister station WLS in Chicago coming out here to help us cover this big fire and the situation we're in. Thank you for your help, and thank you for that live report from the Mountain Gate area. David, you've got this area pretty well mapped, right?
Yeah, so I want to show you.
Oh, they said he was a firefighter?
We're going to eventually get Liz's camera there, too, because I think she has a
thought
great
he was
perspective.
just
But I want
a
to show
guy.
you where Liz is. This is the Mountain Gate community right here. So the 405, and I'm going to expand this out for you just a second. This is the 405. This is Mountain Gate, and I'm going to expand it. So let it lock in. This is the Mountain Gate right here where Liz is. And you see that. Okay, so it's a number of homes. It's a beautiful little community. Mountain Gate Country Club is right over here. And if I shrink it up a little bit more, and then you could see basically where the fire is right there. So that's her perspective, where you can see they're right by the fire on the west side of the 405. That's Liz's perspective. Let me move up here a little bit, and then we're going to get over here onto the east side of the 405. Right here, this is Longbow. This is where Kevin just was, along with Gabe. They're standing right over here. The 405 is right over here, and then the fire is right over, sorry, I'm going to go a little bit further, here. So they're watching it from the far side of the 405, watching right over here. And you know, you heard Kevin and Gabe talking about how the residents are kind of building up and they're trying to see the fire from here. You'll notice it is in yellow. So this is a get ready to go or perhaps voluntary evacuation order. So the folks on the east side of the 405, they're not necessarily
literally
out
always
of
send
danger,
Liz Nagy
although
out to
things
the
look a
worst
lot better,
conditions.
but they are in that be prepared to get out of the way.
I'm
when
new
the
to
time
Liz Nagy,
comes.
so.
But I just want to show you their perspective.
I can't
Kevin
speak to
and
that.
Liz's, the fire is right over here, and thank goodness it's really slowing down right now. Back to you.
No doubt about it. It is great to see that it's slowing down. By the way, David, I know that we have a lot of our viewers are watching, a lot of viewers are concerned, but you know, our fire team coverage does continue here on Eyewitness News. And a reminder, we do appreciate it when people do send us photos in. So if you can, and you can do it safely, because it's not always easy to do it safely, please send them in to abc7.com. We really do appreciate.
I'm just watching this until I feel like
right there. And send us
okay.
your photos. But it is really helpful for us to get a perspective of, you know, everyone who's seeing this, especially this evening.
This seems
Amy
handled.
Powell, you are live at the Skirball Center, and what are you seeing where you are?
Well, I have to tell you, Colleen, we came here, we were at the Eaton Fire in Altadena,
we're doing
and
a
so we made our way
subathon?
to the 405 freeway, and as we started driving on the 405, we could see the glow from this fire in the distance. It was a pretty scary
BR, thank
sight, I
you
have
for
to tell
the
you. It was
gifted.
certainly rattling drivers on the freeway. People were almost pulling over to stop because they were just so shocked to see those flames up on the hillside. So we've made our way here to Sepulveda Boulevard, and while we've been here, we've seen a number of emergency vehicles, fire trucks coming up and down Sepulveda. Right now it's kind of quiet here, but it was quite a sight, and it's definitely, in fact, we can still see a little bit of the glow from the fire here as we look past the Skirball Center. Not as bright as it was even just a few minutes ago, so that is certainly an encouraging sight. But before we came here to the Skirball, we spent some time in Encino. Now earlier I think you had some video of several ambulances parked near a hospital in Encino, and we actually saw that ourselves, and we saw them lined up there, possibly, we think, waiting to have to transport patients out of there if they had to call for an evacuation. Right now, again, I can hear emergency vehicles in the distance. But while we were in Encino area, we
Stream
also
ends when the
noticed
fire
that we
goes
saw
out.
a number of people who were clearly making plans to evacuate. In fact, we saw a couple that was packing up their vehicles, getting ready to leave. They say with all that's been going on, with all these fires burning, it's just been too much, and they're not going to waste time. They decided the best thing to do was evacuate. Here's what they told me.
We're not gonna wait. We're thinking
Maple
that it's safe
Takes,
to
thank
be,
you. Thank you for
prepared
the
and ready.
raid.
So we're trying to gather our stuff, be ready, and we have family coming over to help
Hope you had
us
a good
out. So
stream.
I think it's safe that we just play it safe and be somewhere else at this point.
How scary is it to look at that?
Oh, it's crazy
A
scary. I mean,
freeway
we've been
saved
tracking
my
it for the
neighborhood in
last 2 days,
2007 from fires
and,
in SD.
I
Hope
mean,
it breaks there
just
too.
gives me
Yeah,
the
the
chills every time I
405 is
think about
pretty
it because
massive.
I have friends that were on Palisades and Santa Monica.
You know, if
affected,
the
so
winds were
it's, yeah, it's too
super
scary,
gnarly
too close to home.
tonight, which they're not, then
Exactly, yeah.
I would be
a
like,
long week for fires,
well,
and tonight, just
it may
within
be
range of
breaching the
your home to
405,
see
but
this fire
it's
burning. Tell me what you think.
highways are
It's
usually a
unbelievable. I
good
feel like I'm living in
obstacle.
a nightmare, not so much a dream. I have friends that have lost their homes in both Altadena and the Palisades. So for it to be literally right down the street from me feels unbelievable. I'm a mess. I can't formulate sentences. We're just trying to get out with whatever we can at this point. But you know what? We just need to get
Save
out
the
safely. My
Porsche,
parents
ride
are
a
a mile down the street,
cowboy.
so I'll need to evacuate them with me as well.
Is it in part because you have that personal connection to people who, you know, sadly lost things that you decided we need to go now?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we are learning from the past, the Palisades exodus,
that's
mass
what I was
exodus, where
saying.
people left their cars, and it was a very panic-stricken situation. And so if we can learn and, you know, behave better and try to avoid that kind of situation. And
Wait, who's
all that
Jack? Thank you for the
congestion,
prime.
Let's do it. We have fair warning at this point.
So right now it's just what, grab the essentials?
Grab the essentials, our medication. There's been so much great information out there about here's what you need to pack in case of an evacuation. We've been packed now for 2 days, so we're ready to go.
Yeah.
Back here live once again. We're at the Skirball Center. You can just
All right, I just
still
have
see
to
a
show you
little bit of
guys
the glow
something.
from the fire behind the Skirball, but it's certainly not.
I'm
as
just
bright
going
as
to
it
show
was when
you
we
this
first
because
got
I
here
have seen
about
it
20 minutes ago.
all
So again,
over.
that's a very encouraging
I have
sight,
seen
and
it
what we
all
heard
over
from our
social
colleagues.
media.
Things are
Another.
starting to look
Oh
better,
shit!
but I
My
have to
monitor
tell you,
just
once
went out.
again, talking to the people in Encino, there's
shit.
so much concern. People are so fatigued. It's been a really tough week, a painful week to watch what's going on with all these fires. Everybody's on edge, but as that couple told us, better to be safe than sorry, and that's what they're doing. They're going to take precautions, and then if they have to go back home, nothing wrong with that.
Indeed.
Reporting live along the Sepulveda Pass, Amy Powell,
there we go.
ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Amy Powell, thank you so much for that.
Suddenly
live report.
I
Things
see.
definitely looking better on
I
this
have
particular
seen
end
this.
of the
Ethel
Palisades
Kane.
fire. We do not want
Ethel
to
Kane
neglect
might be the
Eaton
last.
Fire, by the way, of course, that fire still
Might be the last
County.
non-PR media trained celebrity. And if Ethel Kane ever goes, then it's the end. Like if Ethel Kane ever gets PR'd, then that is the end, because she truly is the last soldier. She truly is like the last celebrity who really is out here saying exactly how she feels, no holds barred, making statements like this one. Hashtag kill more CEOs. Big oil buys off Congress, no action on climate. The NRA buys off Congress, no action on guns. Insurance companies buy off Congress, no action on healthcare. The list goes on and on. Money in politics is the root of our dysfunction. And she posted this and said, kill more CEOs. Not even trying to be reactionary or edgy or say this shit for shock value. I genuinely mean what I say. Oh no, we know, girl. We know. Yeah, this is Robert Reich. She shared that post. Corporations giggle at protesting. Why would anyone ever willingly come down off their throne that they've spent years building off the suffering of their fellow man? Nobody is getting visited by the ghost of Christmas future. No one is having a change of heart. It's simple. You make them fear for their lives and hit them in the only place they hurt, or nothing will ever get done. I don't even see how that's an incredibly radical idea. It seems quite straightforward to me. Violence is never the answer. Wrong. Sometimes it is. The world is burning, and it's very clear who's holding the matches. Somebody posted this of Bill Burr. There's a guy from Nestle who thinks water shouldn't be a human right. I mean, that guy should be hunted down and shot.
So it's a little tough to get a perspective from Encino's side because as you come up
you know,
Holland, you can't really see over some of the ridges where the fire is burning itself. And I can tell you, we came up Havenhurst.
No, I know that
ago.
Bill Burr comment is old, but
to
he
Ventura
has
and
been
beyond.
pretty
And then
consistent.
we've been kind of cruising through
He
the
has
neighborhoods trying
been,
to get different
in the
vantage
wake
points. And I
of
can tell you, the neighborhoods are empty, which is
in
a
the
good
wake
thing.
of
Most of them have
Brian
LAPD kind of
Thompson
blocking
being
off
shot
those
and
stragglers,
Luigi
where other
Mangione
folks
being
end up in these
arrested, Bill
neighborhoods where
Burr
people
has
have
been out
evacuated their
here
homes, but people have heeded the
not
warning and
holding
left the
back
area. What they've been watching for the most part
against
is
the
sky
health
from the
insurance
valley, from
industry
Encino
and
beyond,
CEOs.
to
And
try to get a sense of just how strong the glow is. And, you know, all the other reporters, they've been talking
I
about
feel
the
like
glow in
he
the
and
air. That's
Ethel
one thing
Cain should
we've been
hang
keeping
out.
an eye on as well. But from this perspective, not right now at the moment because the
I
helicopter
would be
came
very
through, we've been
interested
able
to
see
listen
some
to
flames
an
that have been
episode
popping up.
of
But
his
if you look
podcast
just to the right
where
of
she
that
is
kind
the
of
guest.
strongest red and orange glow there, you see some of those lights.
Hurricane
Those are, of course, the
2028.
firefighters. And just
I
about
think
5
we should
seconds
hunt
from now,
that
you're going
guy.
to see a drop of water on it come through. Here comes one of the helicopters. We'll zoom out here as they're dousing these flames from a number of different angles, continually coming across and trying to slow down this fire and get some of these big flames out. We've seen the flare-ups, but we haven't necessarily seen a
Like,
whole lot
I
of
don't think
movement
that
when it
you
comes
should
to
be able
coming
to
towards
own
any of the homes in Encino itself. You know, one of the things you'll notice
a
too,
state's
as you
water
kind of look at
supply.
the fire itself, the smoke is going straight
Like,
up in the air.
as an
kind of
individual
indication
billionaire.
of the winds at the moment. It does seem like if you look at kind of the difference, if you zoom out a little bit to show the smoke here. On the left side of your screen is where the smoke is. There we go. And then to the right side of your screen, there's almost no smoke there. You see to the right, that's where Encino is, and you're not getting a lot of smoke in Encino itself. Everything is kind of moving in the opposite direction. So the wind obviously not playing a big factor when it comes to moving the smoke into Encino, but obviously the concern is the fire itself moving down the hill. The fire roads out here and the retardant that was put down earlier seem to be doing a good job, and there seems to be a good line of firefighters on the Encino side to make sure it doesn't go down the hill. But obviously from this perspective, you really get a good look at the work being done on the ground and in the air, them trying to not only stop the
Like the
forward
Resnicks,
momentum of this fire,
you
but
know,
put the fire out
the
as a
Resnicks
whole.
have
And,
been
guys, you know, it's interesting from this
in
view.
the
there's no real
discourse.
homes right
They are
from
the
where we are
billionaire
all the way
couple
there.
who
It's just kind
own
of,
the
brush.
majority
But obviously
of
the work is being done out there, you know,
California's
towards the trailhead
water
and
supply.
right near the reservoir before you get to those homes at the top of the hill.
And
All right,
you
Tim
know,
Caputo,
they
encouraging all of this, and what we're seeing here.
like in
that
what
is another
world
one of the
should
10
first of all
reported,
these people
helicopters
exist?
that are
Okay.
dropping,
Second of all,
that are continuing into the night. This is something
use
that
more
is,
water
you know,
than
the
anyone
last
else
few
in
years has been a
California
recent development that
because
they can fight from the
they
air at
own
night. Of course,
the
earlier
majority
this
of the
week
water
on
supply.
Tuesday, when the worst of the winds were happening, there were no
They
helicopters.
make
there were no aircraft
their
really
money
to speak of that were
off
involved in
of
fighting
the
fire. The winds
publicly
were too strong
funded
and too
water
high.
transportation
This is a much different
system.
situation. The winds are low to almost non-existent, and so as a result
Literally
of that,
big
the
water.
fire, the
Everything
fire
is
helicopters
big.
that can fly at night because they're equipped with that forward-looking infrared
Every resource
can both spot the
is
fires, look
big,
peer through the smoke, make
insert
those
resource.
drops, and really stop the progress of the fire, especially once it hits that fire retardant that was laid down earlier. Danny Romero, an update for us, if you can, on the wind situation, and maybe you can touch too on where all that smoke is going to be heading.
Well, I tell you, we can see a great view. I want to show you kind of what caused all this concern for us, you know, as we approach the end of the afternoon, right about sunset or so.
Maybe those are the
as we
looters
have
the
most
news
of
has
the
been
week in
talking
the
about
areas
this whole
of the
time.
valley that we're talking about, we saw the smoke certainly of that fire, and that's concerning. But then right there at sunset, it flamed up. You could see flames, and that just caused concern. Now we're seeing the actual fire. That's why the concern. But now we see in the last frames there, It's a lot quieter, so that's good. Mainly, as you mentioned, because the winds are as they are. Now, we talked about this earlier in terms of the event we had at Tuesday and what we're looking at now and looking into the weekend. On Tuesday, it was the extreme 80, 90, 100-mile-per-hour winds. That was just out of this world. That's why the choppers couldn't fly. Now, we're looking at right now a real lull. We're down here in the weak category, 10 to 20-mile-per-hour winds at best. So that's the reason we can get a lot of work done tonight, because we've got the winds not as factor at the moment. We will see them kick back up again here.
Are people actually looting, or are they counting people violating curfew? There are certainly people who have looted.
Yeah, there's a concern.
It's unclear with all the arrests which people were actually arrested for
the extreme
looting.
That we were talking about. Now, that said, the fire weather
a lot
watch
under suspicion of
is in play
looting,
in all those areas of the burn concerns, because the fire weather watch,
and it's also been magnified to seem as if it is this massive problem, when that's not the massive problem at hand.
Things have calmed down. That tells you things have calmed down.
And it's also like, people keep saying, like, who are the real looters here?
Tracking that throughout the way. Now, watch here how those winds. We were asking about the direction of the winds, Mark. You're right on the
which is a good question to ask.
Blowing towards you, but look at these readings that we're looking at. We're talking about wind speeds down to Pacific Palisades. at 2 miles per hour for
private equity companies that are already looking at buying up this land.
Readings right now, and as we move forward through the weekend, well, then we'll see it change a little bit. But we're seeing it now shaping up like this for that specific area there. So now we're going to ramp it up tomorrow
3 days before their house burns up.
Around 13 miles per hour. Then it lays down a bit again, 10 to noon, a little bump back up on 2 to 6 p.m.
Politicians
and then here's that
who
next
have
ramp up I mentioned.
Made a lot of money to take no action on the climate.
30 mile per hour range. So we're seeing that as an area of concern, just because it's gone from the single digits back up to those 20s, approaching 30s readings. So that's why we're kind of concerned about that. Just the same, the air quality, well, that's improving now, because now we've seen moderate to good in many areas around the fire zones, up around the Eaton fire especially. It had been bad all this time, and now it's down to unhealthful for sensitive groups. So we're seeing things kind of calm down for now. So we're in.
What's wild is, like, we just had a presidential election where climate change and health insurance were not on the menu. They were barely footnotes in the 2024 election. And since that election, we have had we had the shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, which spurred a national conversation about the, soul-sucking, predatory, for-profit monster that is health insurance in this country. And we now are we are on day 4 of these disastrous wildfires, which are exacered by the changing of the climate. And, it's like you look at this and you go, yeah, you mean pro-fracking Kamala and drill baby drill Trump, right?
Afternoon to Saturday evening to Sunday
You look
morning,
at this and you're
we'll see
like,
here what's shaping it, what's changing it for us. This trough of low pressure moves in for the weekend. A little bit of wind concern there, of course, and then beyond that,
it's shameful. It's shameful. It's shameful that in our last election, we didn't have a candidate who gives a shit about either of these issues.
Tuesday to Wednesday, that's going to be your fire danger concern again, especially those canyons. But here's some really good news, Mark.
Oh, good news?
A little humidity, a little moisture in the air. By Friday, we'll give it like 10-20% chance there. For the valleys and the Empire, we're going to see there too, same kind of idea.
10% chance.
We're going to see the winds
next
still
Friday.
A factor tomorrow, back up again that 30, 40, 45 miles per hour range.
10% chance
again,
next Friday of
80
some
or 100.
showers.
A little break on Monday. The return of those kind of dangerous winds Tuesday into Wednesday out of the northeast, that Santa Ana profile. But yeah, some shower chances coming at the end of the week. Really change our weather picture all around. So there we're going to see again, it's just going to be kind of a nice mild time heading in there. And seeing for the desert spots there too, we're going to see our temperatures stay cool during the day. Palm Springs at 70s, 60s range. But the winds kind of always a thing in the desert spots, but kind of picking up the winds again like everywhere else Tuesday into Wednesday. But that break of some moisture, something to look forward to for next week, Mark.
Oh, that would be nice. Yeah. Danny Romero, thank you.
You got it.
All right, well, let's go back to Air 7. Chris Christie, you're live over, it looks like another flare-up in Encino.
Yeah, a little flare-up here, but really, I got to tell you, we went down to Van Nuys for a quick refuel, came back, and the progress in the last what, 20 minutes
Man,
or
it's
so
also just
is
hard
nothing
to
less
like
than
look back on
jaw-dropping.
2019,
difference of the
which
profile
was
of
the
this
the
fire
last.
is
It was like the
astonishing. It is
turning of the
truly heroic work
page,
that
and
has taken
then
place in the last couple of hours
Biden came
as
into
these
power.
firefighters and these pilots have
And we
continued
just
to pound this
completely
fire
dropped
into
both
submission,
Medicare
and
for
it is
all and
literally
Green New Deal. Like
stopped in
those
its
just
tracks.
both
Both the
became,
north flank and the east
they
flank
became
are
like
not only stopped,
relics.
but the east flank on the Mandeville
You
Canyon
know,
side is
it's
virtually
it wasn't that long
It's hard
ago,
to see
but
the little flames
you have
that
to
are left because it's
remember
so
that in
smoky. There is a thick
2019,
layer of
Green
black
New
and
Deal
gray smoke
and Medicare
blanketing
for
the
all,
entire
like
west side of
that
LA.
was
But there is
everywhere.
a little
That
flame
was
on
that
the
was
Mandeville Canyon side,
everywhere.
but
It
very little to
was,
speak of. On the north side, this is what it looks
you know,
like.
two
It's a
phrases.
straight line right above the hills of Encino that have been stopped. They've
Two
been stationary for
phrases
several hours now.
representing
Come to a complete
progressive
halt right where those fire crews drew those lines. They painted a box
progressive
throughout
policies
the day, and this
/
fire
legislation
is
that
holding.
were like being
Any
talked
small
about in the
embers that
mainstream
happen
media.
to flow over, they quickly tackle those and they put this fire to bed. This has been one of the most heroic efforts
Because of
you
the
have seen
popularity of
in
Bernie
history.
Sanders.
And I've got to tell you, it's such a shame because had they been able to do their job 2 nights ago, we would be 3 nights ago.
Yeah, but if they
we would
actually
be
pass
having
it, they
a much
can't
different
campaign on it
conversation.
next
But
cycle.
unfortunately,
It's like
that
they
has
don't
not been
even
the case with
campaign
Mother
on that
Nature.
anymore.
She
They
has been
campaign on
unpredictable.
like
This has been a dynamic
centrist
fire,
bullshit,
but the
right?
scare
They're not
in
even
the air
pretending
tonight
Medicare for. I'm
is
like,
calming down
that's how
and,
far we've fallen.
really fizzling
They
out
didn't
here in the
even
San Fernando
mention.
Valley and in
They
the
didn't
Sepulveda
mention it at all.
Wow.
That's
well,
just
Mother
falling
Nature
off.
didn't allow the kind of attack that we
And that's
have
why you
seen
got Ethel
tonight.
Kane out here being
And,
like,
yes,
this
if
is the
you
only
are
way.
in the Mandeville Canyon area, if you were in Encino, if you were in
Paul
Tarzana,
Kersey, thank you for the 2
and
months.
you were worried, you can breathe a sigh of relief right now. The mandatory evacuation orders are still in effect because they have to take every precaution necessary, but it is certainly looking a lot better than when those orders were first issued. And there's the silhouette of one of those big CH-47 Chinook helicopters. This type of aircraft first entered service in the Vietnam era, and it has, of course, been modified over the years and decades, but it was designed as a heavy-lift cargo helicopter way back then in the 1960s and is continuing that heroic work today, lifting
I'm sure you did, but did you see the clip of Kamala telling Bernie? Yeah, I did.
But it can carry a whole lot
Yeah, I did.
and dump a lot of it in one spot and really make an effort on this fire. This is one of 10 helicopters that have been dispatched to this flare-up of the Palisades fire that for a time was threatening Mandeville Canyon, for a time was indicating that it might be turning toward Encino as the wind shifted toward Tarzana, but now it appears that is not going to happen. We are crossing our fingers, of course. Nothing is for sure.
Yeah, well, I just want to say that I did look it up. The Chinook can drop up to 3,000 gallons of water or retardant in a single pass. So, and they can be refilled in under 90 seconds. So that is why these bad boys are fantastic in a fight like this. And knowing that we have 10 helicopters,
bad boys.
we have the air support.
I'm not
certainly
gonna
making a
lie.
difference. I
One
know we're
thing that
looking
I
at a
have been
dramatic scene
addicted
right
to
there, but
watching the
Chris
last couple
Christie,
days
you called
are
it. You talked about that fire retardant being
videos
placed
of
down today,
the helicopter
and,
water
obviously a lot
drops.
of-
There was
I mean,
one that
everyone's nerves are pretty fried right now, but to see that fire science
like
does work.
I don't
and
even
they
know
certainly have-
what's it called
they're
when
just
like
miraculous. We're gonna go to Kevin
yeah,
Ozebek
what's it
from
called
our
when
sister
like
station,
you
KTRK.
watch something
Kevin,
that's
you've
so
been helping us out with
satisfying
our
to watch?
sort of wall-to-wall fire coverage. We certainly
Do you know what I'm
appreciate
talking
you
about?
coming here. What are you seeing over there? I think you're on the Sepulveda Pass.
Like how you know how like sometimes they'll have those sand
Yeah, we're right on
pits,
the edge of
like
Sherman
sand, and
Oaks
you
on
can watch
Longbow, and
videos
last
of
time I
them
joined you, we were talking about how we're really
like
seeing that glow
smoothing it
subside.
over.
Well, every once in a while we'll see this
Yeah,
fire
like
hit
I
like
guess
a new patch,
I
of
guess
brush
like
and see kind of a flare up from this vantage point, and that glow seems like it's growing a little bit right
no,
now.
not
And of
oddly
course, for people here in the
satisfying.
Sherman
I
Oaks
guess
area, this all
ASMR.
puts
It's like
them
a
very
it's
much
like a
on edge. We've
peaceful
seen
thing.
homeowners kind of walk up to this
I
viewing
don't
point, this
know.
vantage point, to just kind of
I
watch
don't
this
know.
unfold.
Visual
They're telling us that they have
ASMR.
glow bags ready to go just in case.
Yeah, you know those videos where it'll like you're so you're like mesmerized by watching something that it just makes you feel peaceful.
They didn't really see flames from this vantage point until today.
Yeah. Okay. And yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about. But there's one
So he
Is
was
this
on
the one? Let
other
me
edge
see.
of the fire, experiencing all the smoke from this. Larry, we kind of were smelling some
I
of the smoke
think
and seeing
this
some of the smoke on
is.
the 405 to get here.
I think
Tell
this
us
is
all the
it.
smoke
Let me
that you
see.
were
Basically have
experiencing
these
from this fire
tanks
over
ready to
Culver
go,
City.
and it gets them water close because they know that an area like this,
Yeah.
look at that drop there. Oof, that was beautiful.
Oof, that was beautiful.
Like, look how effective that is. So that's the difference, right? They didn't have that a couple days ago. It gets
Like-
them water close because they know that an area
Like,
like
look
this,
at that
look
drop.
that there.
Perfect.
Oof, that was beautiful.
Perfect.
Like, look how effective that is.
It is giving golf commentary. It is.
Kind of the glow. You know, the
I think
fire
there.
lines
I
we
think
can
I
see
saw
from
like a
here. How
fucking
has it evolved?
BuzzFeed
How has it
article.
changed since you've been here? Have you
It
seen
was
it?
like
It
this
looks like it's getting more
helicopter
intense,
drop
less intense. I don't want to put words in your mouth, so you describe it for me.
is going viral.
Yeah, it's getting a lot more intense. Getting a lot
Yeah, here it
brighter.
is.
And we could see the brightness move from side to side. First you see it over here, then you see a little bit further to the right. You could tell that the fire's moving. So it's
This extremely precise helicopter water drop on the LA fires is going viral.
But then you look right now and it looks
This
like
one was in the
it's
Hollywood
dipping
Hills.
down yet again, which is great. This is exactly what you want to see. But you mentioned
Look at
all
this
that
one.
smoke in Culver City, and just look at that huge plume that we can see kind of from
Like,
this vantage point. I mean,
boom.
it looks like this massive
Boom.
all that smoke.
Yes, it's a lot of smoke that's going into Culver City, going out towards the west side.
Like, it's just, it's so satisfying.
Point where it was starting to happen visibility driving.
Slightly. Yeah, the visibility was coming down a little bit,
Dropping
but you could
fat
smell it in the
loads.
air and you could feel it in your throat, definitely.
Yeah, difficult to breathe at times.
Difficult to breathe, yes,
Yeah,
definitely.
That's why you see so many people up here with masks. So, Larry, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And just to add to what he was saying about some of the issues from the smoke here, Mark and Colleen, in order
This
to get
would-
here, we
is
had some
this a
troubles because there
gender
are some
reveal?
exits closed on the 405 southbound trying
What
to get
the
here.
fuck? This
but
should
what was so
be
kind of interesting
illegal.
was we started to see kind of a little bit of a layer of smoke crawl over the 405, not to the point it was impacting visibility. It wasn't really slowing down traffic.
That looks like
I think what
shit.
was slowing down traffic more were all the exit closures, but that's definitely something you want to be aware of in this area because depending on where you are, if you're downwind of this, that smoke was getting pretty intense. Colleen and Mark?
Yeah, I wanted, you're
That
from our
is-
sister station, KTRK in Houston. You've covered
Wait,
lots of different sorts of disasters.
Wait, that's fire.
From, you know, I would assume a tornado or two here or there. Probably
No,
some fires down there as well.
I'm so stupid. Not me being like, is this a gender
What would you
reveal?
say about the way people that you're meeting
That
here
was the
respond
first
to
thing that my mind went to.
They are responding with kindness.
No, dude, I wasn't fucking memeing because honestly,
reporting on this, we were
honestly, you know
big pop-up donation.
that someone's done a gender reveal that way.
Overwhelming. I've never seen anything like it. All these
Also,
donations
gender
just pouring in.
reveals
I mean,
do
Mark,
start
we
fires.
know last night at 11 when we were joining you, we were at the original pop-up site. It was kind of small.
I'm gonna blame it on
outside
the
Rose
smoke.
Bowl. It had to move.
I'm gonna
not
blame it on the
once,
smoke
not
in
twice
my
today,
brain.
Mark, because all those donations
Smoke
were coming
gets in your
People
eyes.
were watching our stories on ABC7. They were seeing
it twists your
the news
brain.
of that donation site spread on social media.
God.
So we are learning, even though we're a Houston crew, we are learning what it means to be
not me
SoCal
being like,
strong.
is
We're
that a
seeing people treat each
gender
other with
reveal?
kindness, concern for each other, helping people out. We've
You
seen
know
fire
how
victims,
extra
Mark,
people
who have
get with
lost
those gender
everything.
reveals.
We've met people who've only had their clothes on their back and actually smiled today
Yeah,
because
like,
somebody gave them shoes. Somebody gave them a shirt at one of those donation
This
sites.
is
I've been describing it like this. We
Look
are
at
seeing
this
the
gender
absolute
reveal that
worst
started a
Mother Nature
wildfire.
can bring us, but now we are seeing the absolute best of humanity too. So it's been awful to see people lose their homes. Awful, awful, awful. But it also kind of gives you hope
Boy,
covering all
girl,
this because you literally
wildfire.
see in front of our own eyes.
Look at that.
Southern California rising from the ashes.
All right, Kevin Ozebek, thank you very much for your coverage, for being out here as part of the ABC family, and for joining us here and helping us cover this immense, immense breaking story in Southern California. Thank you, and we look forward to more from you later on.
Yeah,
as
they're
we
having
continue
a
our coverage.
they're having
I
a
know, I agree
fire.
with it. And you know, we're going to be going to Liz Nagy. She's in the Mountain Gate area. She's also helping us from our sister station in Chicago, WLS. Liz, it's a lot darker in your neighborhood right now because we're hearing that was the power shut off?
Oh.
It is, Colleen. All of the power seems to have gone out in about the last 5 to 10 minutes or so. I would say maybe 20 to 30 minutes ago, the streetlights suddenly went out. So it was clear that perhaps the city was cutting power to this neighborhood. And in just about the last 5 to 10 minutes, everything went out. So it has, in fact, gotten very, very dark where we are. One of the volunteers who's out here that we have been speaking with pointed out that there hasn't been a water drop in this area in about 25 minutes or so. And you can tell because it looks as though that fire seems to be creeping up to the top of that ridge. That was not the case when we talked to you last time. Also, I'm not sure if you're able to tell,
Bro,
but
I just feel so torn because they keep being like, it's good, and then it's like, this is scary.
About a half hour ago, we had several passes of those spotter helicopters that were flying over. We have not seen one of those now in more than 20 minutes. So a few minutes ago, we could just hear the whir of one of those spotter planes northwest of where we are. So those are some of the things that have really made a difference. Also, in the last few minutes, we've noticed a lot more ash flying around. It's contributing to a diminishing air quality here. Still not a lot of smoke in this immediate area, in the Mountain Gate area, but a lot of ash that is flying around.
Okay, well, we are watching it kind of falling in front of you between you and the camera. So if it's like that for you, we know that downwind it must be really, really horrendous. Liz Nagy, thank you for that live report from the Mountain Gate community. And look at this. This is interesting.
It's like you feel like you're in a whole different country, or certainly a different community. But this is somewhat near where Liz is reporting.
A whole different
it's coming
country.
Out of Brentwood. Hundreds of goats they were seen evacuating the community of Mountain Gate as the wildfires started pushing closer to the community. And you can hear someone hurting the goats.
We're in goat country now.
I'm not sure if they're on someone's ranch in Brentwood or if they.
We don't have any info on exactly why the goats were there, but in a lot of hillside communities, there have been
had to catch
people
herself.
have been using goats for
She's like whole different country.
fire mitigation to actually deal with brush. So it is not unheard of that in any community in Southern California, any hillside community with a wildland interface, you might see a herd of goats.
Like, bro, we're in the mountains,
eating up the
they're running
the brush
away.
and clearing the brush that
okay.
way. So that may be the reason for the goats. We don't know about any other reason why there would be goats in Brentwood.
Well, I'm wondering if anyone let them go from any part of the fires. A lot of businesses hire
goats?
The goat business to mitigate fires.
Right.
And so just because, I covered the Jesusita fire in Santa Barbara many, many years ago, and that fire was sparked by gardening
It sounded like she was going to say
So
that a lot of
that,
businesses
really
hire
did see
goats.
a lot more natural ways of clearing brush after seeing some of these devastating fires happening from sparks.
Goats leave things behind, but not sparks.
No, fertilizer.
She said that.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's go to Air 7. Chris Christie, you're live overhead in Encino still?
Yeah, they're continuing to tackle the Encino side now. Again, that
some higher goat. I know, but it was just the wording of it that was silly. That it's like the goats are employees. The goats have W-2s.
On the south side, in the box, on the south side of Mulholland, on the south side.
Goats are who are taking the jobs. Okay, let's just be fucking real about that.
You can't see it obviously because it's nighttime.
It's
but
the goats that are taking
jobs. That is exactly where they painted those red lines earlier today, and they are holding, and that is really the best news. I had a really strong feeling when we were flying over this before it got dark that things would appear worse before they actually got better. And unfortunately, that's exactly what happened. And even though the story is ending the way we hoped it would, I just am so upset that
the goats unionized
amongst so many people on the San Fernando Valley side of this fire, because the panic in Encino, in Tarzana, even points beyond Ventura Boulevard and Van Nuys. I mean, really, if you were anywhere in this part of the valley,
look at the horizon.
South, the sight was so ominous earlier in the day, and it was only going to get worse because the fire
it looks like the cover of Apocalypse Now
before it would reach that line. So as the fire crept south during the dinner hour, things became more ominous. The glow, once the sun went down, became so orange and
the
so
goats are
bright
on
and
strike.
so
The goats are like, we're getting out of here.
So much panic was caused here in the San Fernando Valley, but I think it's really gratifying to bring you these pictures as this fire essentially is just smoldering above the hills of Encino.
Yeah, and we do need
That's
to mention,
good.
of course,
Smoldering
when this
is good, you
flare-up
guys. That
happened,
means that it's been put out.
The evacuation zone expanded, and it expanded fairly quickly. And all those folks who left the area still cannot go back because that evacuation order remains in effect. The evacuation centers in the Sherman Oaks region are as follows. The Van Nuys Sherman Oaks Recreation Center, VNSO, on 14201 Huston Street in Sherman Oaks, and then the Lanark Recreation Center, that's at 21816 Lanark Street in Canoga Park. Those evacuation centers were stood up, probably now about an hour and a half or so ago, about an hour ago, per Council Member Nithya Raman. And so people can go there and get some shelter. They can get some services in terms of a place to sit down. You can, they're setting it up so that if you need to spend the night there or whatever, you can do that. And they are prepared, of course, to shelter people who need someplace to go. You know, the hotels are filling up. A lot of people have had to evacuate from other locations. They go someplace where they think they're safe, and then they end up having to leave that location.
One thing that is helpful is if you're evacuating, if you have a pool in your house, like in your backyard,
there is still a need for places for people to go. And there are two of them.
Firefighters have said it's very helpful if you put out a sign saying that you have a pool. Also, if you have a hooked up garden hose, it's helpful. I was reading about how there were some places that were saved because they had a pool and they were able to use
homeowner and her
water
daughter
from the
who
pool.
live in Sherman Oaks. They've been watching our coverage from a friend's house. Came up, drove up just to say hello to us, and just want to say they are so happy that they can head home and be at ease. I asked them, do you think you can kind of sleep peacefully and quiet? And they said yes. They said just watching this kind of die down is bringing them so much hope. Remember, for people here in the Sherman Oaks area, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, they did not see these flames. Some of them
Pool
thought
in the
maybe
backyard,
they kind of
please,
escaped
Phil,
the
if you
worst
have
of this
time.
fire.
Yeah,
So
that's
today,
what
when
the
they
note
started to
should
see
say.
some of the neighboring communities get those evacuation orders, as they started to kind of see those flare-ups and those flames from the mountainside, the hillside, they grew very, very
There's a story about how
concerned.
someone literally
We've
took
also
refuge
seen
in a
some
pool with
other
scuba
residents
gear.
here
I
come
mean,
just take a view
yeah,
of this.
I
They
see
may
how
not have
that
left
works.
this community, but they had go bags to ready to go in their car, grabbing a few essentials. We want to bring in Michael. He lives in this area. Michael, how have you kind of seen that hotspot, that glow, kind of change and progress throughout this evening?
So that actually took place 2 days ago. This is the fourth time it has, I guess, come back again because they keep putting it out and it just pops back up again. So they're doing a really good job of, containing it, but it just comes back, just doesn't want to go away.
You know that minutes ago, that one woman came up to us, gave us a hug, said, hey, I think we're in the clear. Do you kind of feel a little bit differently?
Based on what I just said, because it keeps coming back, I felt comfortable today. Then in the afternoon, it came back again. Then it went away again. Now it's back again. So I'm packed up. I'm ready to go.
When you're in that situation and you may have to go at any moment, what goes through your mind and what do you pick to put
Somebody
in that
has
to-go
a
bag?
U-Haul?
Well, I really feel bad for the people who lost their homes because
Who got
I
a
still have
U-Haul?
mine and I have a place to go. But for people who lost their home, I feel really bad. At some point, this is gonna go away. It's gonna be done. But it's gonna be a time of reckoning for our authorities, our mayor and governor. They have to really be held accountable for this.
So you're starting to get a little anger over some of this?
Well, it's frustration because this should not happen, at least not to this extent. And
I honestly
this
think
is just,
Karen Bass is
unbelievable, the extent of damages and losses.
You still worried about your home even now?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Gonna lose.
Michael, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Mark and Colleen, different people process this so differently, right? Some people are starting to process this by
she's
getting a
up
little bit
for
of
re-election
anger,
in
think they wanna
2026.
have elected officials held accountable over
She
this.
said
Other people saying
she had previously
hey,
announced
the
that
conditions,
she's
the
going to be
extreme
running.
drought. what could have ever been done to prevent this. So everyone has their own opinion and their right to their own opinion. It's good to talk to so many different voices.
I certainly don't think someone like Rick Caruso
right now, which, of course,
should come
brings us
back
a lot of hope.
and run again. That's
one
not
other
who we
good
fucking
thing that
want.
We can really say from this vantage point, where
I can see him running
we have
again
a few hundred feet elevation
and using this.
The winds are very, very calm. I mean, we know the forecast shows that winds will be picking up again in a few days, but at least for right now, the winds are very calm, and that's just good. Mark and Colleen.
Kevin, thank you very much. As we take a look here, I think the shot on your left, there's one of these shots is from one of our photographers looking in Bel Air. The one on the right looking across the 405, that's looking at the glow there. And joining us now,
dude, I could see Jank running for
LA
mayor.
City
I'm not even
Councilmember
kidding
Katie
you.
Yaroslavsky. Councilmember Yaroslavsky, are you there?
I am.
All right.
Even though that'd be a step back from president.
I've interviewed your dad many times over the years. Thank you very much for being
3%.
with us. And
generous.
What's the status of your district right now? Has there been any additional loss?
Yeah, Cenk is going to run on stopping crime.
So far, my district has not suffered any losses from the fires directly. We are at
more
an
money for the
evacuation
police
warning for portions of the district just east of the 405. So Bel Air on down towards
it's really
Sunset.
funny because I asked Hassan, I was like,
but people don't have to leave
so
yet, but
what
needs to be ready
the
to
fuck
go.
is going on with Cenk?
Folks who
and I was like, do you guys still talk? He's like, of course, that's my family. And I went,
leaving now just to be safe. We'd
oh,
people be safe than
I don't
not.
have that attitude with my family.
But so
He has a very like
been
blood is
very
thicker than
lucky,
water
which meant that
attitude, and it's funny because I have had like major issues in my family this year,
of our park and rec centers that have been set up as
and it is not
sites.
blood is thicker than water
So the West
for me.
Rec Center has been open since Tuesday night. We have availability for folks who need a place to go.
I'm not
It's being
judging or
operated by
anything.
The Red Cross and my office and my team.
I'm not judging. I do think
and
it's
we
also
have a
like
site further east at Pan Pacific Park. There's a lot of capacity there. So folks can get a bed.
I do think it's
hot
Turkish,
meals,
like the
access and connected
Turkish
to
culture.
services, reunite with loved ones. We also have a facility that opened today at Cheviot Hills Rec Center for families to be reunited, to receive additional support. There's mental health services there, a lot of wraparound services available.
Oh, that's great to see. Speaking of, it's great that you're very proactive in having all these facilities open for people who need it. We were just talking about, one of our photographers was showing a picture of what it looks like from Bel Air. That is obviously one of your areas that you cover. What have you been hearing from your community? What have been some of the major causes for concerns from them?
Look, I think everybody's exhausted. Physically, emotionally, people are scared, so we've been doing our best over the last 4 days to really consistently communicate out what we know, make sure people know to be ready to go. People are ready to go. We've been coordinating with our community leaders, our neighborhood leaders, to make sure that that information is pushed out to everybody, making sure that we're all looking out for each other, checking in on each other, and ready to go if we need to go. You know, we hope we don't have to evacuate, but we will be ready if we have to.
And are people taking advantage of the two shelters that are in your district, the Westwood Recreation Center and the Pan Pacific Park? And if you could, just give us the addresses for both of those, if you have it.
Yes, I can describe them to you. I can't remember the exact addresses right now. Westwood Rec Center.
They're closing the 405.
Is,
I know.
At Sepulveda and Wilshire, basically, just east of the 405 freeway, right in Westwood. There's a lot of capacity there, probably at least 100 beds right now. And then Pan Pacific Park is on Beverly at 7600 Beverly. So right near the Grove, just east of the Grove. And there's
the
a
Grove,
lot of capacity
which is
there.
owned by
Plenty
Rick
of places,
Caruso.
for people to come and take a beat and have a place to go and be welcome.
Don't
with
worry,
open
if
arms. So
if there's
we welcome
a Rick
everybody there.
Caruso owned
We've been receiving
business
people from
in LA
all
that you
over the
love, and I
region,
love the
not
Grove,
just
I
the
will
city
say.
of Los Angeles, who've been coming to these
Never
sites. So,
fear, because he will
it's
employ
really
private
been an honor
firefighters
for us, a
to make
privilege for
sure
us
that
to
it
be
is
able to help
protected.
people and give them a place to go.
All right, and I'm going to ask you something as well. It has been reported. And
Yeah, I
now,
think it was like the
by
same year
LA
that
Fire Department that the
Caruso
that the
was
chief of
running
the
for
LA
mayor
Fire
that they got rid of
Department,
1 hour
it had
free
been
parking at
reported
the
that she
Grove.
had either been fired or had quit. And
They used to
now
do
we're
1
getting,
hour free
information
parking
from
at the
LA Fire
Grove,
Department
and then
that
the
there
second
a
hour
meeting,
was like $4.
between Fire Chief Kristen Crowley
I'm
and
pretty sure
Mayor
it's the
Karen
same year
Bass,
that he was
and that, the
running
fire
for
chief
mayor
was not
that they got
dismissed
rid
and
of
is
that.
in full command of the LAFD. That is an extraordinary thing to even be talking about, given
the coverage
state
you're
of
watching
emergency
live.
that
Yes.
we're in. When you, as a member of city government,
Yes,
are
indeed.
hearing these sorts of things
Lunette,
happening,
thank you for
and
the
the
gifted.
discussions that are happening around funding for the fire department at this time, what are your concerns?
Well, first of all, I'm here downtown at the Emergency Operations Center, and I've just been talking with Chief Crawley. She is very much in command and still running things at the city, which is a good thing. And look, as the chair of the city's budget committee, making sure that our first responders have what they need to do their jobs is our #1 priority. And the chief and I were just talking about
Also,
45 minutes ago
I have
about
beef
how
with
once we get
Cenk
out of the
because
woods
of
on
how
this,
he treated
we're gonna
Will
sit down
at
and-
Young Turks.
and make sure that they're getting what
I
they
mean,
need
how
to
he
do
treated
their
Hassan
jobs
and Will.
properly. But we are
But
definitely not out of the woods yet.
it has nothing to
And
do with
so
me.
Everyone here, everyone at the city, everyone at the county, everyone is focused
But, like,
on-
that was right
on-
when I had
on
started
getting these
dating
fires
Will.
out and making sure
I
people
was
are
like,
safe, and then we
what
can
the
turn to
fuck?
a bigger conversation about what we're going to do to minimize eliminate incidents like this going forward.
Does it trouble you at all that we're having this bigger conversation in the middle of this emergency?
It does, because it's distracting from making sure
That's
that
not
people are
tea.
safe.
That's public, you guys.
And, you know,
That
the
there
chief
was
is
like a
very much
clip
in
of
charge.
Will and Hassan talking about it
We're
that
all
went
focused
viral
on
recently.
keeping people safe, and
That's not
I
tea.
just want to make sure that my constituents know that we're here. You can reach out to us. You can evacuate now, or you can stay if you're in that yellow zone. And that's really the message that I think is important right now for people, including the media, to be communicating out to people so people know how to stay safe.
Do you know when we might be hearing from Chief Crowley? We didn't hear from her this evening. We were hoping to have an update on just the fire, the standing from the Los Angeles City Fire Department.
I don't. I'm not sure of
From
what her
the
plans
Chuckle.
are
Oh
for
yeah, it was
next
the Chuckle
communicating
Sandwich
out, but,
podcast.
I'm sure there are folks in the fire department who can share that information with you. We're getting what we need here at the EOC, and we're sharing that information with our constituents in real time.
Okay. Los Angeles City Council member Katie Yaroslavsky, thank you for joining us. Our best of luck to you and your constituents as we continue to watch the Palisades fire that is continuing to burn. It is only about 8% contained, I think, at last report, and still growing in spite of this flare-up that apparently
There's
is
too many
being
fucking
defeated
podcasts,
by
so it's
the
time to
LA
keep
Fire
up. Oh,
Department.
speaking of
David Ono joining
podcasts,
us now to take a look at
exclamation point podcast.
Yeah, I know it's been a little
Sam,
while since
even in the
I've talked
midst
to you
of
guys.
the
I just wanna
fires
kind of give
raging
you
in
a
LA,
summation
managed to
of
edit
what
our
we're doing and where
podcast,
we're
and the
observing some key
latest
points here.
episode
First
came
of all,
out yesterday.
The orange, that's where it has burned or is burning right now. In particular, you can see they've kind of added this little extension to the map. That's where the fire is really going off, and a lot of folks are watching it. So we heard from Liz Nagy. That's right over here. So this is the Mountain Gate community. They're right next to it, and that's where they have that great perspective of the fire. And I'll expand it out a little bit. You can see there's Mountain Gate Country Club, the Mountain Gate community, and then that adorable video you ran of the goats that are running around. That's the community right here, that they're running around in the hills, eating plenty, and a good thing for that. And then we talk about Kevin. Kevin has been up here near the Skirball Center. So this is right over here. This is Skirball, and then he's right over here just off of Longbow. See Longbow, he's on the opposite side, the east side of the 405. And if you get to Longbow, and they're at a little outlook right there that is pretty high, and it looks over the freeway, right over into the mountains right over here. So they're getting a really good view of this fire as well. Again, this is the new extension of the fire. And then of course, earlier today or this evening, we brought you down to Ventura and Havenhurst right over here. This is one of the voluntary evacuation zones. Ventura Boulevard being the border right here. This is an Encino.
I always feel
this is
kind
in
of,
Havenhurst, and we showed you the video
I always
of
feel
all
kind
those
of
ambulances lined up. They're staging all those ambulances here just in case to make
an
sure
inclination.
that they're near the zones where they are
I
going
guess
to be
I guess
needed. And finally,
what's
I
the
want
word
to
I'm
take you
looking
down
for?
south and into Brentwood. So Brentwood is a new area that has been evacuated.
Like
this
whenever
evening.
there's
Bear
a
with me
disaster
as I kinda
happening,
work
I
this
like
out.
to
So this is the 405.
pay attention to
This
local
is the
news.
Brentwood
You know,
right over
local
here.
news usually does a lot of
see,
really great
Bundy
coverage, and they're around the
Drive
clock
right over
covering.
here. I'm going to shrink it
Because
down
you know, of
a
course,
little
they're
bit and show
sending
you
in like
kind of a new front here. I'm going to go further down. Right here is
the
Sunset
national
Boulevard. This
news
is where Tim Pulliam has been. And he's
networks
been sending
will send in
around,
their
the
hot shots,
bowling
right? They'll
area,
send in their
Kenter
Anderson
Street,
Coopers. They
Sunset
send in their
Boulevard. He
David
made it a point to
Mears.
point out that they are not letting people
know,
go
they'll
in
always
this
send them to,
direction
like,
down Sunset Boulevard because that's the area
wherever
they need to get
something big
people
is
out of. They
happening.
don't want more people to go in, so they're just directing people out this area. We haven't talked about this though, and that is the area just south
I always like to
of Sunset
defer.
Boulevard.
That
All
was
of
the word
this
I was
as
looking
well.
for. I always like to defer
is
to
a voluntary evacuation
local
zone,
news.
and there are
'Cause, you
a
know, for a lot of
tremendous
them,
amount of homes here.
these are their
and this is where
neighborhoods.
it's Bundy and Ocean Drive and Saltaire and you know, if you're familiar with this area,
SR
it's
Davey,
a
thank you for
very
the prime.
thick neighborhood. The folks here, they're all south, and that eventually leads right over here to Santa Monica. All this area is under a voluntary evacuation zone as well, and it goes right up pretty close to the 405 right over here.
How's
And
it
so
looking?
one
You
last
know,
point.
it's
If you're on the far side of the 405, the east side of 405,
It's-
that's also a voluntary evacuation zone.
It's
Be
good,
ready to go
even
in
though it's
just
not
in
good,
case,
but
we
it's
don't want people to
good
get
for
too
what it
freaked
is
out
and
here or
what it was
scared
like
because
on
things look a lot better
Tuesday.
than they did just a few hours ago. But I'll stay on
So
top of this.
because
As
the
our reporters
winds
rove
are
around,
pretty
we'll
weak,
bring you their new location.
because they have a ton of air
David,
support, they've
thank
been
you.
able to.
And you know, this fire has been burning since Tuesday.
They've been
This
able
was
to put
really the
out
first one
a lot of the spots in the
to
valley,
break
and they've been
out,
containing
and
it.
really has caused a lot of consternation now for all this time. Chris Christie is over it in Air 7, and this is, you know, it appears they had a plan here, and that was that the fire was going to burn up to those areas that had the fire retardant on the hillside, and then they were hoping to stop it there.
Love
And it
seeing
appears that plan
Anderson
is
Cooper
working.
doing
Chris,
weird
can you
shit
tell us
during
if that's still
disasters. He
true?
always does have a clip that goes viral.
It sure is. And,
Always
and,
something.
And we're pretty in tune with that plan throughout the day as we watch the fire activity and watch the firefighting going on. It could have been maybe a little better communicated, I got to say, to some of the folks who are going to expect to see such vivid flames approaching the hilltops along Mulholland Drive. But in any event, it certainly has gone as planned, and it does seem
How's the air
like this
quality where
fire
you
is
are?
holding on all
Outside, it's
sides.
like
there is a good amount of flare-up going on right now.
not
in the
great.
middle
It's
of that
okay. It's not
bowl,
like
in the
danger
box,
zone.
south of the retardant line.
I mean, the
that is
closer that
glowing,
you get
and it's
to
reflecting off of the smoke. That's another thing
the
that happens
open
is
flames,
once the night falls, you have that smoke layer start to
you
lay
know, where
down.
like the
And what
fires
was a
are
tall vertical plume earlier
at
has
their
really
worst.
laid down due to the atmospheric temperatures.
The air
and that's
is
why the
obviously
west
worse.
side is being
Yeah, it's not
blanketed with
healthy.
smoke,
Like the
but
air in
also
LA
the
overall
glow
is
from the fire
unhealthy.
is bouncing off of that smoke.
Inside,
and
we're
gives off the
okay.
illusion that there is a major fire on the other side of the ridgeline, which there is a major fire on the other side of the ridgeline if you're looking at it from the San Fernando Valley. But it just looks so much worse than it is. It almost is like an optical illusion. I've had so many people messaging me and texting from Encino and Tarzana and other parts of the San Fernando Valley, really worried as early as 3-4 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, 'cause
there
it
was
looked
real
like
concern.
fucking Mordor.
And I knew that once the night fell, sun went down, things would look worse. But
Yeah, it
certainly,
looked.
as you can see here, there are still active
What city
flames
are you in?
that box, but nowhere
Los
near
Angeles.
any residents, nowhere near any structures. And this is all actually good news because we would rather see all of this heavy fuel burn now than a few days from now when those Santa Anas pick back
I
up
do
again.
appreciate
So what
though
you're
them
seeing
saying
here
like, "Hey,
inside
I
of
know
that
it looks
box
really
that we
bad.
keep
It's
referring
not
to
as bad as
is
it looks."
almost like a controlled burn. This is not technically a controlled burn, but it's almost like a controlled burn in the sense that this is good. To see this fuel burning up now, where it's not sending embers flying through the city, is good news. And
It's
so
fucking
as
crazy
much
that
of
we're
this
buying
will probably
150 more
burn overnight,
heavy
it
strategic
will
bombers
be
for
alarming to
770 million
some
each.
as
We have
that
2
glow
water scoopers on
picks
loan
up
from
at times,
Canada.
but hopefully by
Yeah,
tomorrow
also that
morning,
Mexico is
they can
sending
start lifting those
firefighters.
evacuation orders.
You know, it is just really
it is
like
still very stressful for anyone who sees the glow. And
It
then they go to
is.
sleep and it's just nerve-wracking.
How much we demonize Mexicans and how much we demonize Mexico, and then in times of crisis like this,
from somewhere safely, we'd love to see it. Well,
Latino immigrants who have rushed in to put out fires. You know, Mexico sending
that you have taken, and we're
Mexico sending their part of their firefighting force.
Probably overlooking the 405, but we're not sure. This one from Dixie Lovett. Look at that.
I forgot my glasses. I
Oh,
can't.
yeah,
I can't
I've
see
got
the
my
name.
breaker glasses on.
Yeah,
Manuel
it's like-
Carvajal, thank you for this view. Matt Hoskin. Again, these appear to be fairly recent of the flare-up that happened on the Palisades fire, and it.
As Los Angeles burned, Latino immigrants rushed in to put out fires. Simultaneously, you have MAGA fuckheads blaming immigrants for the fires, of course. You know, you have ICE continuing to carry out raids.
Getting a lot of phone calls as well, so which is why we went on.
Maria Garcia does not live in the neighborhoods that have been consumed by the massive Eaton fire in northeast Los Angeles this week. But Garcia, who is an undocumented immigrant from Guatemala, sometimes cleans houses in those neighborhoods, so she knows people who do. She couldn't sleep Tuesday night knowing houses there were burning, so she got out of bed early Wednesday and said to her children, "Let's go help if we can." She called her brothers and some friends, and they all gathered buckets and hoses and drove into a part of the Altadena community where houses were ablaze. Then they got to work putting out fires. Our values and our principles come first. That's what our parents taught us, Garcia said. They always used to say, help others without concern for who they are or why they need help. You know, gee, I really wish that we had that attitude here in America. I really wish that we didn't look at the poor, that we didn't look at immigrants, that we didn't look at, you know, those who are most vulnerable and tell them to go fuck themselves.
It does make a difference. People want to see it.
Immigrants understand community. They haven't been brain broken under 40 years of American individualist dogma. Yeah. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Every man for himself. If you're poor, it's because you suck. If you're rich, it's because you're awesome. She was standing next to the rubble of a destroyed house, dousing the still flaming pile of debris with a watering hose. Garcia and about 20 other Latino immigrants were rushing to extinguish the flames so they wouldn't spread to the house next door, which had not burned. Like, this is somebody who, as an undocumented immigrant, she is risking her safety. Like, she is risking her life in Los Angeles, as ICE raids are literally happening in and around these areas where you have undocumented immigrants like Maria who are trying to help out and calling others to assist. It just pisses you off, man. It's just, it's upsetting. I know. Like this, on the one hand, like what a beautiful act of humanity here, right? Like this is a story where it's like, man, what a noble, exemplary act of humanity. And then the next story you'll see is like about an ICE raid. As the wildfires consumed entire neighborhoods earlier this week, LA's firefighting resources were strained to the limits. In Altadena, homes and structures burned without firefighters nearby. While many residents obeyed mandatory evacuation orders and official warnings that they risked their lives if they didn't leave burning areas, others stayed behind to try to save their homes. Then there were the crews of Latino immigrants who rushed in from elsewhere to help. Juan Carlos Pascual Tolentino, an immigrant from Mexico who's lived in neighboring Pasadena for 20 years, drove into Altadena in the truck that he uses to work as a gardener. When he came upon Garcia and the others hustling to put out flames, he stopped and unloaded his shovels and hoses. He connected the hoses to the faucets of nearby homes. You don't need to have legal papers or be a U.S. citizen to help others. When you support someone, you strengthen your union with them. When you stop and ask if they could use a hand, they'll remember that. You know, I sure hope so. I do. Phil McConville owns the house next door to the one whose flaming ruins the group was focusing on extinguishing. Earlier Wednesday, he had spent 4 hours trying to keep the fire away from his house. It exhausted him. I couldn't see anymore, and I went to wash my eyes out. And when I came back, there's a whole army of guys just working and working and working, and they've got a line of buckets, and they've got all the hoses going. As McConville spoke, the men and women were dipping buckets into the swimming pool in his backyard and taking the water next door. McConville said they likely saved his house. Israel Garcia was standing on the smoldering pile of debris using a shovel to snuff out embers. He is also from Guatemala, also undocumented. And you know, the thing is like, these are the stories that will never make mainstream news versus like one single immigrant who committed a crime. And oftentimes, it's not even true. Oftentimes, the mainstream media will go nutso, nonstop salivating, covering a story. And then it's like, ooh, actually, you know, it's not the full story. I don't know who lives here, he said. I don't know if they had children, but if they did, I'm thinking about what the children are going to feel when they come back and see that their house is gone. And I asked myself, how would I feel? On the street out front, 3 young men from El Salvador and Guatemala rushed up and peered onto the property. It looks like they need help, one of them, Marvin Lopez, 21, said to the others. Let's ask if they need help. After conferring, they decided the situation there seemed under control. Why had they come? Because we immigrants who are not from this country, we often need help ourselves, he said, and that's why we always want to help others. They ran off in search of another fire. If they are here illegally, they have committed a crime. Come here legally. I'm so glad that that's your fucking takeaway, you soulless piece of shit. As I'm reading this story here, and you're like, excuse me. You committed a crime, sir. Do you hear yourself seriously? Do you hear yourself as I'm like, oh, hey, let me cover this story. Let me cover this story about immigrants, some of whom are undocumented, who have risked their safety and their lives in putting out these fires. And you're like, actually, these are facts. You know, I just have to say, if your house is ever on fire, if your house is going to burn down, and an undocumented immigrant shows up to help, I hope that you are like, actually, I don't want your help because you're not here legally. So, be gone before I call the cops on you. Anyway, I know I'm being a hypocrite when I say please don't dogpile. I'm just going to time this chatter. I live in California, bruh. I don't give a fuck. So do I, bruh. So do I. I'm just going to time this chatter out because I'm not dealing with it. Oh, you're in the OC. Cool. So you're talking about, you don't even fucking live in LA, bruh. It's not hard, people, bruh. It's a lot better over here than LA. Awesome, bruh. Yeah, the OC is sick, dude. All right, I'm just timing this out because I ain't got the patience, y'all. I mean, seriously, it is like if you're ever in this situation where you are relying on the generosity and help of someone who's undocumented, please make sure to know if they are here legally or not, so you can turn down the assistance. Please, because we don't want you getting help. We don't want you getting help if it's not from people who are legally here. Yeah, also, just for people who don't know, bragging about being from the OC is it's like a red flag, okay? I'm just gonna, if you're not from this area, if you don't know anything about California, if you're bragging about being from the OC, I mean, like, yeah, bruh, yeah, it's so sick down here. The OC has now become a place where, like, the biggest chuds drive around in trucks with, like, Trump flags hooked up to the back. Like, that's a lot of the OC. I've learned more about LA geography from these fires than years of TV. Yeah, OC literally known as a racist ass county. Yeah, dude. I briefly stopped in the OC because I had to. When I was working for this super rich asshole, and I used to have to like go do the most annoying tasks, and I had to drive all the way down there, and like I don't remember. I was picking up something, and I think I stopped in a McDonald's or Wendy's or something. I was there so briefly and experienced racism, and I'm like, you know what? Fuck the OC.
Equipment took one of the heliphones earlier this evening.
I've been here for 2 seconds.
They actually had to abandon some of their equipment because this fire was behaving so erratically. The winds shifted slightly. The fire made a run up a hillside and quickly consumed their dipping spot where the helicopters were filling up, and even their container trucks and
so like whenever there are
fortunately they've been able to use Encino Reservoir
whenever there are
and continue
Trump rallies,
into the night, and it has been
at least back in like 2016, a lot of those people were coming up from the OC.
Chris, just for a second, we have Liz Nagy, who is
we're back with
in an
Liz
area
Nagy.
where some additional flare-ups appear to be
we've
taking
got additional
place.
flare-ups.
What's the situation with you right now?
I'm not trying to scare you if you're moving to the OC for work. I'm not trying to be like,
we were standing before, and this
Good
gives
luck.
you a much different
It's
perspective.
just,
And really, the situation seems to have changed somewhat drastically in the last 20 minutes or so. This is what's going on behind me. We're in the Mountain Gate community, and you can see there are several different flare-ups.
Like-
the one right here, that is the most significant. You can see that is now burning down
let's
the ridge
listen to
line,
what Liz
and there are
Nagy is
people
saying.
who
Hold
are
on, hold on.
concerned.
This is important.
Also,
This is
the LA
important.
Fire Department has brought in quite a lot of equipment in the last 10 minutes or so. We were standing about 100 yards away. There were about 6, fire trucks that went screaming into that neighborhood. Now there, what would you say, Max? 20 to 30 that
20
seem
to
to
30 fire
have, seem to have gone in there. There are people standing out here on this lookout who live in this community watching all of this happen, and one of them is Max Wiseman. Max, who you've been standing here watching this happen with me. What did you just say to me a minute ago about how you're feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling anxious. My heart's racing. We've been anticipating something like this to happen for the past 24 hours, and here it is right on our ridgeline. To the extent that the wind can help push
This
it
is
towards the
what
ocean,
I mean
that'd
by
be
like
amazing,
the
but the wind's
anxiety.
totally unpredictable at this point. It's just really frightening.
Like everyone is
your
just
biggest fear right
feeling
now?
so
Our biggest
anxious.
fear is not coming back to a home. I mean, we're just on the other side of this ridge line, and hopefully we're, the fire department, and God bless all of the first responders. They're doing a phenomenal job. I mean, the hope is that these flames don't come over the ridge line and encroach down into the valley of our neighborhood, as it's really within a mile. It's frightening. You could see the flames from our home.
And there are hundreds, if not thousands, of homes that are in danger if that were to happen.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. I mean, we had neighbors up and down the street that were leaving, packing their cars. We've had our cars packed for, like I said, the past 24 hours. So the only, thing or being you'd have to take is our dog, right? And in case my dad was all the way in the Palisades earlier today, and I told him, hey, we got a warning. We got to get out of here, to evacuate. And he came home, and we packed as much stuff as we can, put some stuff in the shower that we couldn't fit in our car, and are gonna find a place to stay for the night, and hopefully maybe we can make it back to our home. But as of
Dude,
right now,
even when I feel like I, for the time being, have escaped it, it's like there are flames close by my grandma's house. Like my cousin is having to evacuate. This is just all.
Sure. So right below us, right here, is Mandeville Canyon.
It's
and up that ridge above us over there is West Ridge, and the fact that it broke West Ridge
it really
is very
just feels nonstop.
This ridge up here and the one below.
It just is
and
relentless.
We're looking at that fire directly across from us will encroach on these backyard homes sitting at the back of this ridge line if they're not put out. These fires, what might be far to us, at least right now, are very close because this ridge line goes for about a mile down east, and it doesn't take a lot for the fires to, burn embers on these homes and light these pine trees on fire. And the pine trees are matchboxes, if you will.
Right. And just now we've now seen LA Fire Department pull up over here. This was not the case before. What is it that you think they are trying to do by staging right there?
Well, these fire roads go down into the canyon, so my only assumption is that they're going to take use of these fire roads to go down and set up these blockades, if you will, to try to hose them out with the water they have in their engines, as the helicopters are taking from the Encino Reservoir right now. And you can only hope that the wind blows toward the ocean, and that these first responders can continue to do the phenomenal job that they're doing.
And there's not a lot of wind. We are standing in an elevated area. We're over top of these fires right now. There's not a lot of wind where we are, but it does not take much.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, it does not take much.
I know, there won't be relief till every fire's out and the wind's died down.
Where has the city leadership been in all of this, right? What has allowed the fires to encroach from PCH all the way up to Mulholland Drive in the Brentwood area? Mayor Bass was out of the country when these fires started, and she was being informed of the increased risk. Right. And the one who was able to step in during this time when she was out of the country was Rick Caruso. He was the one who was on air letting the citizens of Los Angeles know.
Bro, I just need to correct the record for a second. No, he was fucking not, dude. Rick Caruso is using this as a 2026 campaign strategy, okay? Like, no, dude. Rick Caruso has been gleefully using every opportunity to set the stage for him launching his second campaign for mayor.
Thank you. Kevin Ozebek is nearby, watching the fire from his perspective.
Like, fuck Karen Bass, okay? Let me just, of course, there's no love for Karen Bass here. I'm not dying on the hill of defending Karen Bass. But that is so silly. It's so silly to be like, who's really stepped up? Rick Caruso. Fuck Rick Caruso.
For many people who live in Sherman Oaks, who got
a billionaire will never step up, okay? Like, let's just be clear about that.
Homes, they've been able to see those flames, so they saw very firsthand the movement today at the Palisades fire. And this has been a gathering point, because if you look over here, kind of through this fence, you can kind of see a little bit of the glow of the fire. Now, when we got here a few hours ago, Mark, you could see so much more.
I can hate two motherfuckers, even if they're enemies.
Point, it looks like firefighters have made immense progress. Pretty much, you can only just see some smoke. But again, that glow was so much more intense just a few hours ago. In fact, for the situation here in Sherman Oaks is looking so much better. One homeowner who's been watching our coverage all night actually drove here just to give us a hug and to say she's so relieved that things from this perspective are looking better. Take a listen. When you first saw the flames today, what did you think?
It was kind of terrifying because we've been surrounded by a lot of fire.
Bro, please, I can't have anyone else sucking Rick Caruso's dick
safe
here.
And
please, no more.
Sad but safe. And when we came here and saw the flames, had crested the Mulholland, because that's what it meant. If we're seeing it from the valley, which is where we are here, that means it's come to the valley. And it was kind of scary. So before we went home for the night from our friends, we decided to come and look for another time, one last time, and so happy to see that it's so much better. Yeah, so that's it.
Just how does that make it, seeing those flames subside, what does it make you feel?
I can sleep peacefully tonight. You know, I feel like I can go home and at least, you know, another night of feeling that we're safe. I know tomorrow can bring a lot of change, the shift in the winds, air quality, all those things. School's been closed, she's been home. I'm a nurse at Cedars-Sinai. I haven't been able to go to work, so that's kind of been an issue. Those kind of things, it's been disruptive, but nothing like what we've seen other people have to encounter, yeah.
Yeah, as she kind of put it, it's all one day at a time, right? But it's good to hear that she can also kind of sleep at ease, because for homeowners here in this area,
Micah,
it's been an evening full of jitters, knowing that some neighboring communities did get mandatory evacuation orders. One other thing, Mark and Colleen, that we had a really good vantage point from here is we could see just how successful the firefighter assault of this fire has been from the air. Seeing the water drops from this vantage point have been so impressive. But one other thing we are seeing now, as we don't see so many flames and so much of that glow, we are still seeing a lot of smoke coming from this fire, and that's becoming the story for some people, depending on where they are. Some people are now seeing so much intense smoke because of the Palisades fire and its movement today. Reporting live, Kevin Osbeck, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right,
You know
Kevin,
who's
thank
really
you. Our
stepped
Tim
up?
Pulliam
I was
has
like,
been
don't
covering
say it.
the effort to
Do not say
evacuate.
it,
That
dude.
evacuation zone was
Do not
expanded
say
when
it.
the Palisades fire flared up in this area a little while ago. Basically, Encino and some of western Sherman Oaks possibly involved in that mandatory and voluntary evacuation. Now, what's the situation there, Tim?
I will
Hi, Mark.
say,
Yeah, we are at the intersection
Caruso
of Sunset
has
and
been
Kenter
very
Avenue. And this is an
politically
interesting part of
astute.
Brentwood because
From the
part of it
moment
is
that
under a
this
mandatory
happened, his ass
evacuation.
was
So
going
everything,
network to network to
west
network.
on Sunset Boulevard and north
Because,
appears to
you know,
be
Karen
a
Bass
mandatory
was in
evacuation.
Ghana,
And
and
then
so
over
he
here
was
to my
like, all
left,
right,
more
this
south
is the
and
perfect.
east, it is a
This is the perfect
voluntary
time. Oh, he's
evacuation. Now,
opportunistic
I
as
want to bring
fuck.
in Josh
Of
Kashani
course.
because he lives in this neighborhood in Brentwood, and he is under the mandatory evacuation. Josh, I just want to ask you, have you describe, what are you feeling right now, knowing that you're under a mandatory evacuation?
I mean, it feels like a movie with what's been going on, and
My life is a
being born and raised in
movie.
the city.
Last
it's horrible.
night was a movie.
My hearts go out to my family and friends who've lost their homes, and my hearts also go out to the first responders, all the firefighters.
Yeah, Kenneth is
fighting these
popping
fires
off.
for the last few days.
He's been.
And I just
This has been his
pray
moment.
and hope that things get better. I mean, that's all we can do.
Absolutely. What types of things have you packed? I know you're headed to Beverly Hills. That's where you have some family, correct?
Yes. I've just packed the essentials. I mean, we didn't really have that much time. Just the most important items, photos, important memorabilia, just things that, aren't replaceable, and just packed up and left.
We literally saw on North Bowling Green Way, I believe that's the correct, where we just saw home after home, people getting out, spraying their homes, packing their vehicles up and heading out there. Tell me, what type of conversations are you having with your neighbors?
I mean, I was literally at the gym and I got a phone call from my family and they're like, we have to evacuate. And I'm like, I thought these fires are getting better. Come home, rush, take everything. We see our neighbors and everyone's just frantically getting ready and just, in a rush. You don't think. You just get everything you can and you leave as soon as possible.
Josh, you've been
You
here
know what really
15
stepped up?
years.
William Self-Suck Neff. He's the only one who thought about the important things.
Experienced or
Oh,
felt
yeah,
anything like
surely.
this before? Nothing like this.
Surely.
This is something I've never experienced in my life. I hope to never experience again.
I'm
and
like,
I
dude,
just
please,
pray to God that things get better.
Please don't shout out Rick
People
Caruso.
are watching around the world, on the East Coast where I'm from, family checking in on me. Just what do you want to convey to them about what this is like?
It's truly like a horror movie. The images that are slowly starting to come out are things that they don't look real, and they are. And it's going to be the new normal in what we're dealing with. And I mean, I grew up here. I've gone to the Palisades hundreds of times, Malibu over the weekends, and I'm so sad to go there and see what's, happened after these fires. I'm not ready for it, but unfortunately, it's our new normal.
Josh, I can tell you my first time going to the Palisades to see the aftermath, I teared up, because I wasn't prepared.
Just a reminder, okay, in case you're like, wait a sec, Rick Caruso, why do we hate him so much? Like, I get it. Not everybody knows Rick Caruso because LA politics, etc. I think like one of all the things to be like, here's Rick Caruso for you. So he's a billionaire who made money in real estate, okay? He is a billionaire real estate mogul. And Rick Caruso, who ran on a platform of cleaning up LA, right? He's like, LA's got a homeless problem. I'm going to clean up LA. Okay, typical, typical political fluff of like easy issue to run on and be like, yeah, I'm going to fix homelessness. One of the examples that he was like, this is how I would like to potentially model. Yeah, you lost me at billionaire. I know. But just like, here's just an example. What he wanted to use as a model for a homeless shelter in LA was the U.S. Army base Fort Bliss, which you may know because it is a base that's used to house unaccompanied migrant children, and it has been reported on for having despicable fucking conditions. That is what someone like Rick Caruso points to, and is like, it's like a constant. Yes, it's been compared to a concentration camp. That's what he points to, and is like, that's what I want to do with homeless people. Deplorable fucking conditions. Yes. Do any of them not have horrible conditions? I mean, some of them are absolutely worse than others. This being one of those on the scale of like bad to inhumane. This base is disgusting and is like inhumane as all hell. And Rick Caruso is like, you know what? That's perfect. That's what I would like to. That's what I would like to do in my city. That's where I'm going to throw homeless people.
Both the smell of smoke and the ash in the air, just the opposite here is fairly clear here. But what a perspective you get from where we're standing, because the reservoir is right in front of us and the fire is beyond that. This is not an area that has been evacuated. So actually you have a lot of people that have shown up here to actually watch this entire operation from start to finish as these helicopters kind of pick up the water and then head up the ridge to drop it there.
Out to Coconut Tree. I actually have that article pulled up.
It's been like watching this entire thing happen. With that glow,
one of my many tabs.
It's actually been really devastating to know that it's close. I mean, it feels far, but how fast it travels. The fire department and people, all the helicopters drop in the water. They've been doing 4 or 5 at a time, and in and out, and they've been doing an amazing job. I don't know if any of these are neighbors that are standing here, but you know at any minute that flame's going to come over. From what I heard from somebody, it's about a quarter of a mile down the other side of the hill.
It's fairly close, but from here, seeing the helicopters go up one after another, it's an impressive sight in itself. Describe what it's like, because they're right over our head right here, and they're dropping the water, so you see firsthand just the work they're doing.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing work. You can tell they're all working really hard. They must be very tired. But knowing that they're there and knowing that they're keeping the neighborhood safe as best as that they can, it's just hearing them go over is reassuring. I know a lot of my friends are firemen. I have a lot of people I know that are firemen, and I've been firsthand with the fire families and the firemen themselves, and to hear what they go through.
Oh my God, my cousin. My cousin had left to go to San Diego because a lot of people have left LA this week just to get out of the city. But he didn't bring essential papers because this is before there was the threat to Encino. So they had to drive all the way
Even the
back.
linemen, you know, you can't forget the people.
They had to drive
who
all
work
the way
as
back
linemen
once
and
they
for the
found
government
out
medicine,
about the
you know, giving people
evacuation warning
companies,
and
because
saw
they're
that
out
like
there
the
manpower to
Palisades
make sure that
fires
everybody stays safe. And so,
had
you know, the
had
wildfire
expanded in that
department.
direction.
Yeah.
Kelly, thank you so much. You know, it's a good point too, because from where we're standing, we've seen LAPD up the street here. We've actually seen those power crews coming up and down the street. They've blocked off a lot of this neighborhood here to make sure folks aren't
Comrade,
going up
thank you for the
into
27
the very
months.
highest parts of this neighborhood closest to the fire. But just an interesting perspective here, because obviously people have gathered, because not only you can see the glow
No,
over the
I
ridge
think
there,
I
but
think he
obviously
brought
the
his
operation
passport,
happening
but
with
I
the
think it was
reservoir
like
on this side.
they didn't
and
think
the
that they were going to be in
helicopters coming in,
danger.
grabbing
They
the
were just
water, and
like,
then heading back
oh,
over the
we
hill
should
there
get out.
to kind of
Air is
attack
really
this fire
bad.
from all angles. We've been all over Encino,
Let's
and it
go.
seems like while people did
And,
evacuate very quickly and left a lot of those homes right when that warning came out,
yeah,
it
it's
seems
just
as
like
though the work
important
that has been
documents
done
and
over
stuff
the
that you
last
don't think to
couple hours
bring
has really made a
when
huge
you
dent
don't
in
think
this, and
that you
hopefully
are
they'll be able to
under
get back to their
direct
homes,
threat of fire.
fairly soon. Obviously, everyone watching closely as this glow over the ridge has obviously grown strong throughout the evening. Mark, back to you.
Yeah, Tim, and while you were on the air
LA
and
is for
reporting,
rich.
talking about the helicopters, we actually got a shot from
Yep.
Air 7 of one of those helicopters filling up at the Encino Reservoir. A very convenient.
LA is for rich. This is not related whatsoever. Eaton fire devastates historic Altadena, displacing black families and destroying legacies. While celebrity losses grab headlines, the Eaton fire has destroyed nearly 1,000 structures in Altadena, displacing black families who have shaped the community for generations. Here's a brief history. Altadena has long served as a refuge for black families seeking asylum from systemic racism. So this is what I talked about the last couple days, where Altadena was one of the few areas where redlining was not a practice in place. And so black families could actually buy homes. Like they could buy property, and then they pass that down through generations in the family. The Great Migration, a movement in the early 20th century where many African Americans went west to escape the Jim Crow South. Altadena's open spaces and relative affordability compared with neighboring Pasadena made it an attractive destination. By the 20s and 30s, a thriving black community had taken root and flourished, overcoming redlining and restrictive housing covenants to create a rich cultural and social network. Altadena developed a reputation as a haven for black professionals, educators, creatives, became home to notable figures such as jazz musician Eli Adams and Willa Beatrice Brown, the first black woman in the United States to receive a commercial pilot's license. Like, these are just normal people. These are just regular peeps. Not everybody is Paris Hilton. I know that's crazy. I know. But not everybody in LA is Paris Hilton. Cemented Altadena's status as a center of black excellence. Essential institutions emerged, such as churches like Altadena Baptist Church, community organizations, and culture events that instilled a sense of togetherness and pride. The Eaton fire hit near the center of this historic black community, shattering homes and businesses that are more than financial investments, but also cultural heritage. For generations, black families have struggled to hold their ground in Altadena as systemic racism has threatened their place in society, cultivating strong familial and social ties. The loss of these homes is not just a private tragedy, but a loss to a community history. Unlike reports of celebrity losses in Malibu, the devastation in Altadena illustrates how wildfires magnify inequalities, leaving poorer neighborhoods, often communities of color, with fewer resources to recover. Black churches, local organizations, and neighbors have also filled the gap to provide relief, including shelter, supplies, and emotional support for those displaced. From fire to earthquake, this is the latest chapter in a long history of resilience for the black community of Altadena. From combating housing oppression to championing fair education, black residents have consistently worked to carve out a home for Altadenans where generations can thrive. Today, with the community dealing with both systemic inequities and natural disasters, rebuilding efforts show a deep commitment to preserving its legacy. Community leaders and historians are trying to document the toll exacted by the fire and promote equitable access to resources for recovery. Oral histories, educational programs, and cultural celebrations all continue to honor Altadena's black residents and the need for urgent support in the aftermath of nearly insurmountable devastation. The proud history of Altadena is a reflection of the tenacity and resilience of its people. Yeah. I'm going to share this link just because there's a number of GoFundMes in here. But yeah, if like if you're someone who doesn't understand why communities will rally around, like, okay, so in this disaster involving these wildfires, there are a lot of communities across LA that have been hit really hard. But there are, there are communities that will receive more resources because they receive like more media attention, and because they're just communities comprised of upper class wealthy people, versus communities that are underfunded to begin with, that already deal with systemic racist policies. And so it's important to congregate around communities like this and give them the attention that they're not going to get because they're not wealthy white communities. That chatter is definitely ESL. They've been saying pro-left things in broken English for a while. They're not like those people saying LA should burn because it's all rich people. Okay, good to know. I didn't look at their chat history. A lot of people, though, have been like, LA equals rich, LA equals celebrities. Fuck LA.
There.
Which
that
also,
will be dangerous,
I don't
of course.
agree with that
and
sentiment.
Then on Thursday night and Friday,
I don't agree with
the low
celebrating
kind of
the
starts moving
suffering
back towards Southern California. Look at this. Even have clouds
of people.
Haven't seen any clouds in Southern California in a while because of this dry, big high
even
pressure.
if there
let's
are
do that. And let's bring in about
James
60
Woods
degrees
accepting.
for a high,
Yeah, okay,
some
that's a
scattered
given.
Showers maybe into the valley areas. That's going to feel good. Let's get through to tomorrow night and Sunday, and then more winds on Tuesday, starting to back off a little bit Wednesday, and then a complete change in the climate cycle there for you as we head into the end of next week. Certainly, we're hoping that comes to fruition. At the beaches tomorrow, generally clear.
Now
maybe
we're
a
up to
patchy
20%
clouds, not
showers
too much
next
with that
Friday.
light
It was
onshore
10.
flow. Then it gets windy Saturday night into Sunday at the beaches, 62, 63. And then the next wind event, of course, Tuesday into Wednesday, maybe a chance of showers by Friday. In the mountain areas, Big Bear, you're going to hang in there at about 49, dropping to 15 degrees. Monday night, it's cold up there with this next weather system. But chance of snow maybe too, Mark, up there in the high country on Friday. It'll be great to see that. Again, anytime we're dealing with the weather, it's fickle, and we have to do the best we can at forecasting. But the last one we did fairly well on, and I'm hoping that this forecast is right too, coming up for next week.
Yeah, even though some of what it
just tell me
portends
it's gonna
is
be
pretty
okay,
scary.
please.
Well, it is, Mark, because we have the fires already.
Yeah.
If we were going to this with, say, we had no fires in Southern California, this next event would be, okay, it's a strong Santa Ana, because we have some down power lines and trees and things like that. But once you have fires that have already started,
I don't think that
it is. All right, Dallas Raines.
I think this is, I mean, this has just been like 4 days straight.
Climate and the weather is influencing this fire.
This has just been 4 days straight. So we're just going to tune in a little bit longer, and then, I don't know, I might do something else.
Let us know kind of the perspectives and
BR,
where
thank
the
you for the
affected
gifted.
areas are. David?
Yeah, this is actually pretty interesting. We have some new information on this map, but I also want to show you in perspective where each of our reporters that were in this newscast are, so you can see what they're talking about. First of all, this is the map that we've been using, but what's interesting as I zoom in a bit, you see the kind of deeper orange you can't see through, but this lighter orange around here, that's what has developed this evening. This is what caused the concern. This is actually a mountain peak, and as it started to tip over the mountain, people in the valley could see it. So I'm going to pull out and imagine this as being the top of a mountain, and then suddenly the folks over here in Van Nuys and Encino and Sherman Oaks and Studio City and Burbank, they could see the fire suddenly heading literally towards them, and that caused a great deal of concern. I have not been sitting in a good position. And of course, it was soon after that that we got the warning to evacuate. So the biggest concern as I push in, this is, keep in mind, the new fire from tonight, and everybody was talking about Mandeville Canyon Road right here. You can see how close it is, and as I push in further, there's only one way in and one way out on Mandeville Canyon, and that was why they said they absolutely
Even if you hate
had to
celebs and their rich
evacuate this
lifestyles, they're
road
not all rich, by the
because
way,
of
but there
all
are
the
people too
homes,
don't wish
and if they
devastation
didn't
upon your neighbor, man.
evacuate and
Yeah,
there was
like
some sort of a
Milo
panic,
Ventimiglia, the
got plugged
actor,
up, there would be no
like his
way to
wife
get people out.
is about to
Luckily,
give
Vince Joy
birth,
ran, he
and
told us, and he said
their house burned down. Like, you know, their nursery that they had gotten ready for their baby, the trauma to his wife, who is literally days away from giving birth. Like, that's, you know, like, why would you look at something like that and be like, fuck yeah, haha.
Here are the homes where Liz is standing. She talked to that.
Will
really
someone like Milo, who
and they're looking down at Mandeville Canyon
who
Road,
is
but they're also looking
much
towards
wealthier
the fire.
than the average
This is why
person,
Liz had such a great
be able to
viewpoint of
more
the fire, 'cause
easily
she's right
replace
here. You can see the fuel that they're
what has
concerned
been
about.
lost. Yes, it is still very traumatic.
Backyards. That's their concern in this community.
It's still traumatic.
A little bit further, and we're going to go up the 405. So this is the evacuation zone going up to the 405, and then we got to Kevin's report. He's right by Skirball. This is Skirball right here. That
Like,
was
they will be
evacuated.
fine, but it's still
Mandatory
awful.
evacuation.
Yeah,
Sorry, Leader,
and as
Director,
I've
I'm
said,
kinda
I do
zipping
not
all over
think
the
that the
place.
coverage should just be all like, here's whose celebrities' houses were destroyed. Of course, that's what, you know, that's what mainstream news loves to cover, because that's what happens when you're a public figure, when you're famous, right? You get an outsized amount of attention, good and bad.
And they're watching in that direction where the fire is. They're very safe, and they have a spectacular view. So let me move back over. So as we get further back to the west side of the 405, this is the area of biggest concern tonight. The hills of Encino. This is where a
My town's a
mandatory
piece of shit, and
evacuation went
houses
out.
here are 1
All
million to
these
5 million
homes, they
easy.
had
We
to
are
get
not
out,
rich.
and you
Most
can
people
see
here live below
these
the
streets are
poverty
real
line, but
windy.
Chris
They're not
Hemsworth
grid.
also lives
So it's hard to get
Are you in
out.
is this in
and
Australia?
We luckily did. Tim
So
Caputo
that's
was
up
in
the
the middle
meeting
of
a
that
bit.
area, but then tonight for 11 o'clock, he was right here in front of the Encino Reservoir, standing here watching helicopters load up and then hitting that fire. So a broad perspective of everything. And as I pull out, I'll just leave you with this thought. Chris Christie was talking about that giant plume of smoke. That smoke is going to go all over southern California, all the way down to LAX and beyond. So these communities, be prepared for really, really bad air quality in the coming days. Mark, we're going to throw it back to you.
All right. Quite a summary, David. Thank you. And yeah, we're in for a lot of trouble with all that smoke and ash that is going to linger. Ironically, once the winds die down, the smoke kind of lingers. It's not getting blown out of the area. The fires subside, but the smoke lingers. All right, we have Liz Nagy now in Mountain Gate. Behind you is some of what we have been talking about, that line of fire that flared up so heavily earlier. Now, what's happening there?
Mark, the line of fire is
Girly
still
girl,
very much here.
put
But you
that
can see
mask
we're actually
back
getting
on.
an active water dump right now. I don't know if you can see that. Chinook just dropped a huge load of water on top of one of these fires. This fire along this crest line right here, that's the one that we've been watching the most. And then this is spreading a little bit to the southwest. In this Mountain Gate Country Club, you can see there are firefighters stationed on every single road. That is to make sure if there are any embers that fly, they're able to get on top of that very quickly. I'm not sure if you can see on the camera, but there are firefighters quite literally walking on foot on the fire road, trying to make sure that there are no immediate threats to this community. Things have calmed down quite a bit in the last 15 minutes or so. We have had multiple
How
water
do we
drops.
know that they're
Every
not
single
looters
one of them seems to have been
disguised as
very
firefighters?
successful. So firefighters are very much keeping an eye on this. Things have calmed down. There does not seem to be any immediate threat to this community, as people here were worried about 15 minutes ago. Mark?
All right. Liz Nagy, thank you very much, coming out to us from our sister station.
Okay, a couple things. You know, people keep saying, well, why don't you move out of LA? Or looks like it's time to move out of LA. And I don't think that that's... I just don't think that that is the solution here, because think about Asheville, North Carolina. Asheville, North Carolina was billed as a climate haven. They were advertised as a place where it's like, hey, you know how there's disasters everywhere? You know how you got hurricanes and earthquakes and fires? Come to Asheville, North Carolina. This is a climate haven. And so people moved there. And you know what happened to Asheville, North Carolina? It was destroyed by Hurricane Helene. Because there is no climate haven. Because we live in a world that is being devastated by climate change. Are there areas that are being devastated faster? More intensity? Yes. But our entire world is suffering the effects of climate change. It is global. It is the number one existential issue that we face. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the biggest issue in this world. And I don't know, man. I mean, it's also like, you know, that whole like, why don't you just leave? Okay, that's not so easy. You that's what are we talking about? that millions of people are just gonna pick up and go? Okay, go where? Like, go where? I think there are angry, desperate people who have run out of hope for their own situation improving, can only feel by seeing others suffer like they have. It's a sad thing, but somewhat understandable. Yeah, okay. I wanted to address that comment because that was about the like, LA rich, I don't care, celebrity, fuck you. And yeah, there are a lot of angry people, and I understand why people are angry. It's why I said at the beginning of the stream, like, these should be moments where people are radicalized, but not in the wrong direction, right? Unfortunately, what can happen is that people who are already angry, they get angrier, but they direct that anger at the wrong entities. They misplace that anger. They misplace that that desperation. I mean, this is a lot what we were talking about with the last election. It's like, oh, the Democrats, of course they lost, right? You guys gave up on working class people. You made no secret about it. And it's unfortunate that Donald Trump was the other option, who was there for people who went, well, the Democrats have basically told me to go fuck myself. You know, saying we don't need working class people because we have moderates in the suburbs. So I guess this is the direction I'm gonna go. And so I do understand. I get it. And unlike 2016, when 2024 happened, I was like, I'm not going to just write off half the country. I'm not going to just be like, you know what? Fuck all these people. The reason that they voted for Trump is because they're racist, misogynistic pieces of shit. That's the reason that they voted, and they can go fuck themselves and go to hell. Because no, that isn't the reason that a lot of people voted for Trump. Fuck Donald Trump, but you can't say fuck off to the 77 million or however many voted for him. And it also it's also letting the Democrats off the hook. It lets the Democrats off the hook when you're like, fuck all these people. This would be a swell time to connect to these people, offer them hope, the more optimistic path. Instead, they're being convinced by reps to scapegoat and hope for easy solution to these long-term systemic problems. Yeah, and unfortunately, I just don't feel like the way that online discourse works these days, and these days being for a long time now, like it feels tough to have those conversations, and everyone just like, I don't know, people just kind of want to be jerks on Maine. And, you know, I try not to feed into it too much because often then there's this like satisfaction in pissing people off. It's like, oh, looks like I pissed some people off. And it's like, man, what the fuck are we doing? Wait, what is this? The young man who, hold on. Wait, I gotta see this. The young man Okay, invariantly doing some Quantarage detective work here. The young man that mentioned Rick Caruso worked for him. I had a suspicion, so I looked. Bro, I didn't even remember his name. I think I must have gotten up when he said his name. Maximilian Wiseman, political science student at Chapman University. Oh, Associate Director of Youth Community Outreach for Mayoral Campaign. An actual paid actor. In my role as Associate Director of Youth Community Outreach for the LA Mayoral Campaign, I conducted meetings and calls in Spanish to identify event venues and partnerships, recruited students to engage younger constituents, and built knowledge of local government and community needs. Dude, he was too much. He was too, like, it was not subtle. Honestly, the way that he was like, but you know who's really stepped up? He's an actual paid actor. He is an actual paid actor. Oh my God. Like, that was a script. That guy was reading off a script. Oh my God. And I'm sure Rick Caruso will like cut that and use it. You know, I'm sure they'll be using that as marketing materials. Oh my God. That was too funny. I love that invariantly was like, you know, I had a suspicion because it just seemed too paid actor, and lo and behold, you cannot make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up. Was that the kid with the perfect hair? Yeah, that's the kid who everyone was like, oh, I really like his hair. Oh, he seems really, you know, yeah, what he's saying, like, okay. And then at the end, he drops but you know who's really stepped up? Rick Caruso. It's like, boo! This is exactly what I'm talking about, though. These people aren't real in the sense of facts. Oh, man. Okay, that was a good laugh. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. Anyway, you know, I also don't, I don't want to just be sharing, I don't want to just be focusing too on how nasty people get during times like these, because there are a lot of stories of people coming together. You know, that story about the group of immigrants who went to Pasadena and were doing what they could to put out fires. Like, that's good shit, right? That's good shit. And yeah, you know, of course there's value to like looking at all of the, you know, looking at like why people are posting pissed off shit and whatnot, but also not treating this situation like it's just everybody being evil. You know, I'm not trying to do the heartwarming, this 100-year-old gives us her tips and tricks for working at Home Depot. It's like not that energy, but I think, you know, stories of people really stepping up to help one another. It's good to have those in there. And like seeing a lot of people rally around the you know, the Black residents of Altadena and recognizing like, yeah, these are people who are not getting enough attention. They are not going to be getting resources like wealthier areas that have been also tragically destroyed. And like, that's, you know, just seeing a lot of people who are sharing GoFundMes and who are trying to bring attention to it. Anyway, where's Jordan Sparks when you need her? How is this fire supposed to breathe? Tell me how it's supposed to breathe. No, ew. Ew. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then let's do something else.
California, but we've got resources from Northern California.
Is that David Muir, who everybody's freaking out because he used the clothesline to clip his jacket? But honestly, it's such a nothing burger. It's such a nothing burger story, especially because he probably did that because he didn't want the wind and stuff flapping through it.
10:30 Tuesday morning. And tonight, more than 3 days later, they have been unrelenting. Across Los Angeles, 9 wildfires breaking out in just more than 72 hours here.
All this is going to be gone.
We travel with CAL FIRE Battalion Chief Brent Pesqua, who says he has never seen anything like this. We're on the Pacific Coast Highway. We turn into one of the neighborhoods in Pacific Palisades. This small school burning.
You can hear the bangs going off.
Yeah, the fire's ripping through that school right there. The cars here charred. And then we see it, home after home burning.
It's just jumping from home to home right now. With this wind, there's nothing to stop it.
As we drive up into the hills, the charred cars, where families simply stopped, got out, and escaped.
These people who were coming down from the hills here decided to give up because the fire was encroaching?
Right. The traffic was so bad, they figured their chances were better getting out on foot and running the rest of the way out of here.
I mean, it's an apocalyptic scene here.
It is. It
All right,
is.
guys.
You see.
Let's put a pause to Fire Watch. We just did like almost 6 hours of Fire Watch. Also, the Supreme Court is going to uphold the TikTok ban, most likely. That was the other news. Thank you for watching the news with us. It helps being able to watch it along with you in chat instead of dooming alone in my apartment. You know, that is something that I have realized. I was like, you know, maybe I just put this on and we can see what's happening in real time and also hang out and like not. I think especially I didn't realize how many people in here are Angelenos. Maybe it's also just because this is happening in LA, there's a higher number of Angelenos who are tuning in to any stream that is talking about the fires or covering anything, because it does feel really scary. It does feel scary. There's just an overall anxiety in the city. And yeah, we're all rich. Yeah. I didn't know so many rich people were in this chat. Where's your prime subs, everybody? I don't live in LA, but I have family. Yeah, so either people who live here or they have family or also are just like concerned. You know, concerned humans who hate to see this happening, right? Because whether it's LA or somewhere else in this country or in this world, like, there is no denying that these weather disasters are getting worse and more frequent. And I know a lot of us felt this way when we were on hurricane watch, you know, looking at what was happening on the opposite end of the country from Los Angeles. Are you planning to buy more properties in LA? I heard it's a good long-term investment for these affected areas. Yeah, actually, 2025, one of my goals was to become an evil landlord. I'm not, you know what? I'm tired. So sometimes I think if I just repeat someone's comment back to them in an exhausted tone, they might understand how whack it was, what they just said. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. That's what I just, Will and I, as we were evacuating, were like, you know what we should do? We should go buy up this land. There's a lot of land that's about to become available. Let's put our business hats on. Let's put our business hats on. Is that what you meant to say? Has been one of my favorite responses. Yeah, it's kind of that same energy of like, you just repeat it back and you're like, do you hear yourself? Is that what you meant to say? Do you understand what it is that you just said? Do you understand? It's always amazing too, after hours and hours hours and hours of us talking and highlighting the highlighting the late stage capitalism that is always at the scene of the crime. It's always when I'm like, you know what? Let's wrap up this conversation. Everybody, thank you for joining. I'm happy to be here with you all. I'm happy to be, to be with this community of empathetic humans. So just always lead empathy. We lead with empathy. We lead with empathy. And I am not responding to any more comments. Just, we lead with empathy. We take care of one another. And now I'm going to do some gaming. Now I'm going to do some gaming. Distracting myself from the news with some gaming. Kodahara, thank you for the 5 months. What if that comment was actually a trick? What if somebody was like, what if the commenter was like, actually, I was testing you. I was testing you to see if you would say yes. Then I would catch you. So I think I passed the test. BioShock playthrough in a nutshell. Fuck them kids. You know what? Every time I game, this is the energy. It's always fuck them kids. Unless that kid is Clementine. And then it's not fuck them kids. All right, you guys. If you're not staying for gaming, be well. Be well. I'll see you probably tomorrow. If you have just watched 5.5 hours of Firewatch, take a little break. You know, if you're in LA, of course, remain vigilant, but take a break, go do something. I'm not sleeping tonight. Yeah. No, that is that is understandable. Okay, yeah. So my goal here is not to get myself into trouble. That's my goal. That is my goal. So, I'm just gonna, this is called minding my own business. I am minding my own business. I don't want any trouble.
No time to wait. This one's ripe, Mr.
I'm just, no. Oh my God. Oh my God, no, I don't want trouble. No! I don't want any trouble, I said. Shit. Fuck. What the hell? What am I supposed to do? I don't want any trouble, sir. Sir, I'm just trying to mind my own business. I'm just gonna sneak past. Okay, just let me be. Okay. You know what I think it is? I think I'm not good at being stealthy. Like, fuck. Fuck. I don't know how to get around this fucking guy. Maybe I just like, okay, I'm just gonna shock him. No? I don't know. What do I do? Do I shock him and then run? This fucker isn't going anywhere. Big Daddy. Big Daddy is... You've already taken 40% of his HP away. Oh, shit. Do I just go for it? I don't know. Can you see me? Maybe not. Maybe I hide. Oh, shit! Shit! Ah! Oh my God! Okay, I run. No, I'm dead again. I'm dead. I'm dead. You guys, this plan isn't working. I don't know. I don't know what plan to do. Because so far these plans are... Okay, he's distracted with that guy. He's distracted with that guy. So I'm just gonna run. Really, these are concepts of a plan. These are fucking concepts of a plan. Oh my God, I keep forgetting the layout of this place means that I keep running into this guy. Okay, so if I just walk past him, he won't fuck with me, right? I think he's... Okay, yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go, Big Daddy. You just keep going. You just keep walking on by. You just keep walk on by. Walk on by. You don't want me at all. I'm nobody. I'm nothing. Nobody knows who I am. Nobody cares. I am... Oh my God. Jesus. No, Jesus. 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 You guys... It's impossible to move forward in this game. I just...
Hey, you don't know what it's like.
No one has ever completed this game. No one, no one. I will be the first person to do it. Fucking hell, fucking hell. Fucking hell, fucking hell.
Come on now, Mr. Cosmo, counting on me.
Okay, let me just... Oh, shit, I did not mean to do that. Oh. Oh, please. damn it, I'm dead again. God damn it, I just shot! Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck. This is just... You know, is there another way around? Is there another way around? I almost had it. Okay. Okay, okay, let's get this ready to go. Let's get this ready to go. So we're gonna do that. Electricity for machines only. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's blast this little fucker. Okay, I think I got him. I think he's down. He's down. We got him. We got him, Jack. We got him. Thank God. It only took like 10 tries.
This Fontaine fellow is somebody to watch.
Fontaine?
Once he was just a menace to be convicted and hung. But he always manages to be where the evidence
shit.
isn't.
Fuck me.
He's the most dangerous type of hoodlum.
Oh. 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 Oh, excuse me. Okay, now that I know, I just have to use electricity.
Just like what you'd see topside. According to this magazine article I scrounged up, it can also
Oh,
genetic information, biological structure.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, no. Ah! Oh, no! Oh, no! Don't forget you can hack? Okay, wait. All right, I'm gonna take this guy out. Wait, the machine you just damaged is hacked and oh, shit. Wait, this is a friend. Okay, that's a friend. Wait, not a friend? Not a friend, not a friend, not a friend, not a friend. Okay, I gotta hack this guy. Okay, okay, okay. Oh shit, talkie mushrooms. Okay, boom. 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 We're gonna go here. Shit, okay. Let me go there, and then we need this one, and then we're hacked. We're hacked. All right, let's go, dude. Hack. Hacker time. Hacker time. Okay. Okay. Oh, nope, 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 nope. That's not what we want. We want this, and then we'll go... And then we'll go this way. Shit. Fuck. Nope. Okay. Gotta go across. Gotta go across. And then we go down. And then we go down. And then we go... And then we go... This way. Oh my god. Then we go there. And then we want to go... Boom. Okay. Ah! Eek! 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 Okay, we go down. And then I need one of those. I need this. I need this. I need that. And now we're good. Now we're good. Okay, we're hacked. We are hacked. Everybody. Shit! Why aren't they doing what they're supposed to do? Okay, can we hack that? Okay, you guys get to work. Get to work. Get to work. Get to work. Oh, press C to stand up. Okay, get to work. Okay, hack. Alrighty, let's go. Let's go. Okay, you guys are fucking useless. I feel like I'm doing all the work. You know? Like, where even are you guys? Where even are you guys? They're doing their best. Are they? Did they get him? Yeah, okay, good job. All right, I take it back. All right, you guys are doing a good job. You're doing a good job. Oh, shit. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god. Holy shit. Hack. Time to hack. Okay, this goes like this, and then that goes like that, and then I need one that goes straight. Okay, let's go straight. I need a straight, I need a straight, I need a straight. I need a straight, and then we need to turn. No, fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. We gotta turn, we gotta turn. This is no good, this is no good. Okay, we gotta go. Oh shit, no, we're gonna explode. We're toast. We're toast. We fucked up. Too many bombs. Shit. Okay, we're gonna try it again. I'm dead. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Alright, let's try this again. Boom. Okay. Oh my god, they are all over the place. Okay, I'm dead again. Okay. Alright. I think this is maybe not a strategy to just run in all crazy. Remember to not get detected by the lights? Wait, where are the lights? Those lights? Oh, shit. Okay, that is... Okay, hack. Let's try this. Let's do this again. Let's do this again. Okay, let's do this. And then that, and then boom, boom. Okay, so let's beep, beep, boop, 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 beep, 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 beep. And then that is gonna go there. And then we're up. Okay. Oh! Nope. Okay. 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 It's okay. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. What do I want to do? Okay, that one, and then we gotta turn. We gotta turn it. We gotta turn it. Nope. I am in trouble. I am in trouble. Do I have no... What? Fuck! Fuck, there's no... Beep, 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 beep. Shit. Oh! Fuck, I'm so cooked. Okay, we're gonna go again. Now, how did we screw this up? What did we do? What did we do? Okay, this has to go... Let's go straight. What if we try to go up this way? No. Okay, so we're gonna go like that. And then... Oh, no. Oh, we're... No, shit. Okay, we're gonna try to go again. Holy shit. I know what I am looking for. Do I? Do I? Okay. No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. Nope. That's error. 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 Okay. Let's go across. Yes. Yeah, baby. Yes. Okay. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. That's it. That's it. Woo! Okay, I am dying. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oops. When you trigger the alarm, find a bot shutdown panel, like this one, but I have no money. Okay, but that guy should be mine now, right? Ugh. Oh, shit. Oh. Fuck. Bro, who am I even hitting? Who am I even going for? I don't know. I'm just triggering everything. Ah! Okay, so that's the alarm. Or that's the light. That's the light that I want to stay away from. Okay. Is that the light? No. That's not the light. This is the light. This is the light. Okay. Is that my guy? No, that's not my guy. That's not my guy. That's not my guy. Oh my god! Hack! Ah! Okay. Okay, we can do this, we can do this. What am I looking for? This one, we're gonna go cross, and then we're gonna go swoop. We're gonna go shroop, we're gonna shroop. We want another swoop. And then, Okay, we're good, we're good. Hacked. Consider it hacked. Yo, I cannot for the life of me stop. Oh. You know what? We are taking this. No, if I put my camera on the bottom, honestly, this is the best spot for it. Okay, so that's the light. That's the light. Bottom right, it blocks. It blocks shit. Oh, I'm crouching. Okay. Okay, so I need to take out a camera. Is that a camera? No, that's a light bulb. Okay. Is that a camera?
As spot as any, I suppose.
Okay, I think I got it. Methinks I got it. Oh shit! Ah, oh. Oh, there's some good stuff in here. There's some supplies. Okay, we're gonna try to do this. Okay, so it's gonna go boom, 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 boom. I need one that goes down, and then I need one that swoops. Okay, actually, you know what? You know what? Okay. This is gonna go like that. So I need that to cross. I need that to cross, and then this is gonna go across. across, and then I need a swooper. And a swoop doop de doo. And then I need one here. I need one here, and then I need a swoop. A swoop, yes. Swooped. Yes. You guys, oops. Methinks that I have learned how to crack the safe. Okay, now how the fuck? Using a bot? Yeah, do it. Do it. I've got the money. Oh, you're not in alarm state? Okay. Yo, that was a crazy area. That was hard. That was a lot. That was a lot. Okay, I'm gonna go potty. Who is making that noise? What is it? Is that a whale? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what that is.
Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. Little ones do
Oh. Oh, I got the camera.
Snaps on those spider splicers. And don't come back down here till you've got my research.
Wait, what does he want me to do? Oh, he wants. You want me to take pictures?
I know. Why do you always do this?
Is that right? Oh, take photos of the enemies. Okay.
I'm sorry.
These are not Spider-Man like photos. I would not be getting paid at the Daily Bugle or whatever the fuck.
Say. I traded you, oh Lord.
Subject, oh, subject already photographed. Okay, I see. Oh, I see. Oh, excuse me. Hi. What?
You think you know me?
Use.
You think you can trick me?
Okay, there's my cam. I need how many? I need one more. Oh, got it. Okay. Bonus! I got a bonus! How many photos do they want?
I'm lonely.
Creatures hit by this will be attacked by cameras and turrets. Oh. You need to take pics. Okay, let me work on my sharp shooting. Oh wait, why did I try to use a shotgun? Dummy. I forgot shotguns need to be... Oh, shit. Oh my god. Ah! Oh shit! Oopsie. Oopsie. Oh, I forget that even when you die, it saves your progress. That's good. Okay, that's nice. That is good. Who's tracking the death counter? No, what? That doesn't need to happen. That doesn't need to happen.
It doesn't just heal damaged cells, it resurrects them.
Oh, so they're like zombies.
Black can be
They're like zombies.
tall, short, weak, strong. With slugs alone are not enough.
Okay, so this is gonna go like that. So let's do this. Righty. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, that one. We're gonna do this. And then swoop. Man, I'm kind of getting pretty good at this. Kind of really good. Frog grenade. Wait, I have these? Particularly effective against targets vulnerable to electricity. Oh. I'll get some of those. Wait, frog? It's that didn't say frog. That didn't say frog. Yeah, it did. It didn't? Wait, where do I get my frog, my grenades? I swear that said frog. It didn't say frog? Are we sure? You know, fragmentation. I don't know. I don't know.
If things weren't bad enough,
I think fragmentation.
system sprung a leak. Yep, that's right. Irrigation system in Arcadia is taking on seawater.
Oh my god, the fucking infrastructure, man.
You have the research camera? Good. Guess it's time to get to work for old Peachy. Take the man's pictures, and let's get the hell out of this place.
Broke. Boop.
Down on the ground, down!
I am just snapping my pickies. Oh my god. I don't have money. I'm broke. Okay, we're gonna do some Hackermans. Are we gonna be able to Hackerman? I don't know. Don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh shit. Okay, wait. So we're still alive. We're still alive. We're gonna go down. We're gonna go down. We're gonna go down. Oh my god. Okay, and then we need to go here. Boom. And then I gotta go this way. Okay. Okay. Somehow we're still alive. And then here, and then we gotta swoop. We gotta swoop this way. And then we swoop down. Boom. Whoo! You know, that is what I'm fucking talking about, mate. Oh no! Wait, was that my bot that I took out? Oh shit! Oh no! I'm sorry. I gotta hack it again. You guys, I think that was my bot. I think it was my bot that I fucked up. Okay, so that's gonna go across. Okay. We're gonna go down. And then we go down, down, well. Damn. Damn, I'm... Oh. My bot killed me. My bot killed me. How sad. Oh, I can't jump down. Okay. I guess my legs broke. Okay. Okay, I think I got it. Boom. Whoo! You hacked it at very low health. You know what? It's okay. Who's back here? Gotcha! Gotcha! Okay. Fuck me. God damn it, I can't see shit. Shit! Where is this guy? Oh, got him. Got him. Got him. These fuckers, man. These fuckers. Wait, can I still take photos of them? Or do they have to be alive? Oh, shit! The subject is dead? Oh, damn it. Okay, I didn't know. I didn't know. I did not know.
The death penalty and rapture. Council's in an uproar. Riots in the streets, they say. But this is the time for leadership.
You need the ones with hook hands? Oh, shit.
Any contact with the surface exposes rapture to the very parasites we fled from.
Okay.
If you stretch necks or a small price to pay for our deals.
This guy, Andrew Ryan, sucks. I don't care for him. How do I... Machine gun, first aid kit, thank you, thank you. All right, tell me, you guys, tell me if someone has hook hands. Tell me.
We tricked you, monster. Coward. Come back! Come back! Come back here!
Wait, who is that? Oh. Hello. Gotcha. Whoa, she is like not dying. She is. I think that one had hook hands. Okay. Okay. That was kind of good. They're tough. Okay, that's why they've... Ah, fuck me, man. This... God damn it. Hack this shit. Alright. God, I'm always hacking these things. Okay, we gotta go down. That one's gonna go down. And then that is gonna go down. And then that is gonna go like this. That swoops. And then we need another swoop. And then I need one that is going down. Okay. And then I need one that's gonna go boop. And then I need one that is gonna go boop. And now we're good. Fuck me. Come on. Shit. Motherfucker. Shit. Where's my guy? Come on. Where's my guy? Are you doing it? Are you taking care of it? Is that mine or is that the bad guy? Fuck! Oh, wait. No, we're good. Man, I am hacking so many. All we do is hack. All we do is hack, 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 no matter what. Okay, that one. Let's go across. No. All we do is hack, 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 no matter what. Got money in my mind, I can't ever get enough. And every time I ship up in the building. Woo, doggy. God. I am, honestly, I can't believe yesterday I couldn't do it at all, and now I am on that shit. Oh. Fuck. Oh. Oh, that's not one. Oh, okay. You can search when searching containers. Okay. Wait. Oh. Oh. Okay. Yellow. Wait, what did I do wrong? What was that not right? I'm not gonna lie, these guys are kind of fucking annoying. Alright, where are we supposed to go? Okay, I've got some... You like jazz?
Judas!
Okay, got him. Oh. Oh, he's about to do some creepy shit. Come on, guys. Yep, take care of them. You got it. You got it. Nice. Wait, that was me, actually. You know? Okay, these guys, like, please, you gotta go. I need you to move. I need you to move. My God. Ay, ay, ay.
The thought of me wife and child hiding in that filthy submarine makes me blood boil. Help me get them to safety and I'll be in your debt for life.
Oh, okay. Well, I feel like I have no choice, so.
He's got a gun! He's got a gun!
I am dead. Me wife and child. I'm dead. But never fear. We're gonna go in and we're prepared this time. Did I wait, did I do that to myself? Did I kill myself? Oh, because I'm in the water. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm stupid. I didn't realize I could shock myself like that. Yowza. You know what? I fucking love a shotgun. I just love it. I love a shotgun. I just love to blast. And you cannot carry any more of item pistol rounds? What? What? Oh. Okay, I need to start. I gotta use this bad boy. Okay. Gotta use this guy. Oh. Watch this, ready?
I've come to judge you!
Yeah! Woo! Ooh! Yo, we're having a good time. Okay, we are pretty drunk. We are pretty wasted.
I'm closing in on the whole ring. I'd pat myself on the back, but let's face it, these aren't exactly bloodthirsty desperados we're talking about. Rapture's full of poets, artists, and tennis players not hiding.
Getting slush, mate. We're getting proper slush.
There's this Fontaine. He seems to know his way around the grift. He keeps his nose clean, but not so clean that the right people don't know he's not to be trifled with.
Wait, Fontaine. Who's who? Who's Fontaine? Who's that guy?
Can anyone ever make like
How you digging the game, you know?
Rapture's most beloved musical artist.
I'm digging it.
His greatest album yet. Songs of love.
I'm digging it.
The smuggler is the friend of the parasite. It is your duty to report the smuggler.
Is that me? Oh, nice. 6. Nice. Nice.
Me wife, Moira. She's a right pain in the neck. But she's a
Oh my god, I know. You love your wife. You're a wife guy. I know. I get it. I get it. I know. Dude, I'm gonna get your wife.
Patrick to this place. I thought this would be a better life for us.
I know. Oh my
Can you
god.
imagine a bigger fool than that?
Oh my god. Yeah, we know, dude. Hello? Oh my god. Who's shooting at me? Did I get him? Hello? Fuck, I need to be using up these... I need to be using up this stuff. I can't carry any of it. I hate when I can't carry supplies, you guys. It makes me kind of just want to, like, shoot. Like, it kind of makes me want to get crazy with it. Just for the sake of it, you know? Like, I'm just gonna take Daddy out. Oh my god, okay. Shit. Alright, don't worry, we're back. Don't worry. I'm not very good at avoiding his bombs. Here we go. Wait, where the fuck are we? Where's the bot shutdown? I can pay. I can pay. Okay, wait. Now I want to get those supplies. Where am I? Fuck! You know what I'm gonna do? Armor-piercing pistol rounds. That is what I think I'm gonna kill Daddy with. Make sure Big Daddy has a little sister with him before you fight him. Wait, shit. I didn't even think about that. Oh wait, there she is.
And living there is the lily pond.
Watch this, ready? Watch. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh. Oh shit! Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, me fucked up. Me fucked up. But this time, Big Daddy is going down. Ah! I got him. He's down. He's down, finally. Come here, you little fucker. Come here, you little fucker. Thank you. What's Adam? Wait, what's the Adam thing that I got? Ooh! Wait. How do I take this? I can't take this? Can I not have that? Okay. All right, you know what? That kind of felt like karma a little bit. That was karmatic. Okay, I promise the next little devil girl. The next devil girl, I will save or whatever. Whatever I'm supposed to do.
Now the eggs are in the scramble. We picked up Timmy Yates right after midnight. Either Ryan will be taking down Fontaine, or Fontaine will be taking down Ryan. We'll be interviewing poor Timmy near Fontaine Fisheries. If you're up for entertainment, the code's 5380.
Wait, why did he say that like that? Is that like sex? Why did he say it like entertainment? Please, is this a health station? Oh, thank God. Oh, I guess I could have hacked that. Should I try to hack this? I'll try to hack this. Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm already at full health? Cool. Why did I just fucking do that then? Great. Sick. Okay, is this how you do stealth? Like this? That's what I'm supposed to be doing.
Something must be done about Fontaine. While I was buying buildings and fish futures, he was cornering the market on genotypes and nucleotide
This
sequences.
Fontaine guy sounds like a real asshole.
It's transforming before my eyes. The great chain is pulling away from me. Perhaps it's time.
Maximum stealth. Watch this. Oh. Fuck. Shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, wait. Die. Oh. Is there another one? Now watch this drive. Now watch this drive. Yo, money. Okay, we like it. We like it. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. How do I get that? There we go. Alright, do I fuck with them? You know what? Let's let them pass. Probably have to fight them another time.
I don't know, Jim. I guess I just don't know how I feel about that little sister.
A wrench lurker. When fighting those stronger or faster than yourselves, you'll need every advantage possible in a scrum. Wrench lurker allows you to make the most of your opportunities when your antagonist is caught off guard. I don't think that's ever me. If I didn't care. God. Oh shit! You have not rescued or harvested all the little sisters on this deck. You need Adam from them to become more powerful. It'll be very difficult to survive without getting Adam. Oh, mofo! Ah, fuck. Okay. I guess. Oh my god, this lady. Stop! Stop it! Literally. hate these hook ladies. She's obsessed. She's obsessed with me. You know what? I don't even care it's on sale. I don't feel like hacking it. Oh, hi.
The warp rat didn't get himself that. You got something from me and my crew? Or are you just looking to get criticized? You set here a spell. I needs to set on some coffee. Maybe put on silverware and the like.
What the fuck does that mean?
Before you head into the fisheries, a word to the wise. Old Peachy seems about as straight as a dog's hind leg. You keep your eyes open.
Okay.
Nobody walks into my swampy carrying the heat. Put your weapons in the pneumo, and then I'll let you in.
No. No way.
If that's his price, you're gonna have to pay it. But he can't very well take your plasmas away now, can he?
No, dude. No, I'm not doing it. No. How do I get out of here? Good night, replay. Is this the only option? Fuck. All I have is my stupid wrench. Oh. When you use it a hackable machine, an auto hack device results in an automatically successful hack. Great. How do I pick this up? Oh, that's just, I just automatically get it. Okay. I was oh no, it's smoky. Or what's... I don't like this. I didn't like this.
Right back. And the devil says, sure thing, Mr. Fontaine. I'll hold a spot. Ryan promised Fontaine was dust, and now here you are doing his dirty. I guess that makes Ryan a bum, and you a...
I don't like this at all. Why? Why? Oh my god.
Atlas! He was ours! Ours!
Ah! Ah! Oh my god! Ah! Oh my god! What is happening? Wait, what am I supposed to do? Is that just gonna happen again? Where is he? Where is he, that piece of shit? Okay, okay. I gotta... Fuck! Oh shit! Ah! Ah!
The submarine bay was only used by smugglers and thieves. More than likely, the entrance will be hidden. Better to keep the coppers off the set.
Did I just die? Wait, how did I just die? How did I die? Fuck. Shit. Damn it. I can't stop dying. Wait, what is this? Oh.
Woe be unto you!
Ah! Oh, I didn't want to take a picture of him. No, I don't care. Oh my god, this is impossible. This is impossible. Okay, okay, maybe we can do this. I think that's a bot, right? Yeah, shit. It has to be you. Fuck. How, you are wounded. Yeah, I fucking know I'm wounded. I know I'm wounded. Okay, shut it down. Shut it down. Oh, purchase items. Hold on. Okay. Let's get some health. Oh no, I think I'm dead. Oh, I fucked up. Okay. Okay, that was the first one that okay, this one we needs to curve. Oh shit, no, we don't needs to curve. We don't needs to curve. Oh, we're trapped. Okay. We gotta go up. We gotta go up. Okay, and then that one, boom. And then that one, and then we're gonna go across. Wait, that is gonna go across, and then that is gonna go across, and then that is gonna go like that, and then that is gonna go like that. Yep. And then we go like this. And then we go like that, and then we're done. We're done. Okay. Now, purchase a lot of health. Fuck. Okay, it's fine. Okay. All right, we're back in business. Shit. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna hack this. We're doing Hackermans. Okay. It had to be you. Okay. And then this one is gonna go this way. And then that is gonna go across. That is gonna go across, and then we're gonna swoop down. We're in. All right. There you go. Be my eyes and my gun. Be my eyes and my gun. Go!
Even miles underwater, he still sees everything.
Okay. Yo. We're in business. Fuck! Come on, dude. Get him! Get him, dude! Get him! Fuck, man! Fuck! Why are you not shooting, you piece of shit? Why are you not shooting, you piece of shit? You motherfucker! You know what? I'm just gonna move past. Oh, here we go. We're back. We're so back. No, no, we're dying. Where was that? Who was that? Who? Who? I feel like my little fucking guy is not... Upgrade weapon? Ooh, okay, okay, okay. Pistol, an auto load clip effectively quadruples the size. Pistol damage. Oh, nice. It's about damn time. Man, I do not like this area. What are we doing? What are we doing, dude? What are we doing? Oh, is it that fucking guy? Okay, we're gonna go hack. I'm gonna go hack this piece of shit. You gonna be mine. Watch this. Go, 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 go. Now hack, hack. Hacking time. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, okay, okay. Let's go up. Let's go up. Yep, 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 yep. Okay, then we're going across, and then we are looking for this one. Looking for that. And then we want to go boom, 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 boom. Then we want to curve up. Okay, we gotta swoop up. We gotta swoop up, and then we gotta swoop the other way, this way, and we're in, baby. We're hacked. All right, I want to test out my new rifle. Alright, take him out. Take him out. You know what? Yeah, do your job. Okay, no, I guess I'll do it. I guess that's fine. I'll do it. I'll do it. Okay. Alright. Okay, let's go. Let's go down, and then let's swoop this way, and then swoop that way. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. We gotta swoop the other way. Okay, we gotta swoop this. And then we go here. Oh no. Oh no, we're in trouble. Right here in River City. Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, this is gonna go like that, and then... No, wait, how do we do this? We can't. Wait, let me get a look at this. This is literally blocked. Wait, it's completely blocked. There's 3. It's impossible. It's like it's actually impossible. Okay. Fuck, I don't have money. Okay, let's try this again, because that was crazy. Okay, so that has to go straight, and then... Actually, no, we're gonna go down. Okay, and then this is gonna go across. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay. Alright. Alright, we're good, we're good, we're good. Oh, you got trouble. Right here in River City. Cool beans. Oh my god, I have got to take these fucking assholes out. God, those guys are the worst. Where am I going? I don't know. I am not sure. Okay, that's my guy. Like, do I want to leave? Do I want to go? Who's coughing? I guess I'll leave. Is there an upstairs? I don't know. Is there an upstairs? I didn't see it. Is it over here? Oh, that's his little... Oh, here. The passage into the hidden submarine bay is in the basement of Fontaine Fisheries. Oh, use your incinerate plasmid. Oh, that's why you were saying incinerate. Okay, so I gotta switch out. Oh, fuck. I gotta do this thing. Okay. Oh. Okay. Got it. I did it, you guys. I have greatly improved from last time. So I need to melt. If you weren't here last time I did this, I literally could not do what I just did. Is this the door? Everybody is coughing. Everyone has COVID. The doors of Frozen. Are these the doors? I don't think that that's it. I don't think that that's it. Use your incinerate to melt the ice that is blocking entry to... Oh, freezer on the right. Okay, so this one. Oh! Oh, I see. I have figured it out. Fontaine fucks you. Ah! Okay, let's go. I know I have not rescued enough. I know, I get it.
Should be smooth sailing from
I
here.
know, okay,
I'll
I'm
meet you
weak.
up ahead.
I'm weak. Whoa! Alright, I made it to the next... I made it to the next level. I'll be right back. All right. Oh! What 'twas that?
I'm right outside the submarine bay, but I can't get in. I need you for that. My family can't be more than 100 yards away.
Oh my god, I feel like this guy is lying. I don't think he has a family. He's talking about his family too much. So, I think he's fake. Oh shit. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. Hold your horses. Chill. Chill, dude. Okay. Let's... Time to hack. Boom, boom, boop, 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 boop. Okay. Yes. 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 Man, actually, the hacking, I feel like I'm so good at it now. Like, I kind of slay. Like, is there anything that I can't hack? Lots of... We're drunk?
We all come down here. Figured we all be part of Ryan's great chain. Turns out Ryan's chain is made of gold, and ours are the sort with the big iron ball around your ankle. He's up in Fort Frolic banging fashion models.
Who?
We're down in this dump yanking.
Wait, who's
guts out of
banging
fish.
fashion models?
Fontaine's promising something better. He's like one of us, you know? Like he's worked a day in his life. He says meet him at his fish packing joint at 11. I'll go, bring a couple of guys. Hey, it's not like
God,
things
I
could
am an
get a lot
alcoholic.
worse.
I'm sorry, I'm drunk. I can't help your family right now. I'm drunk. I'm drunk. I'm drunk. I'm not in a position to help.
You've had your fun, but enough is enough.
I'm drunk again.
You press that button, you'll learn what it means to truly be my enemy.
I'm drunk again. I'm in no position to help anybody. Oh? Oh, I'm stuck. I don't know.
Give me a tick, and I'll get you out of there. Moira, can you hear me in there?
Is that him? Who is that him?
If only your friend could look up and see.
That's not him. Oh shit.
Except just stand here.
Oh. Wait, I can't even watch him die. I can't even see anything. Wait.
I can't hold them. Got to fall back. Get me family out, and we'll regroup as soon as we can.
Okay. I can't see. can't see. Okay. I'm gonna try my best. I'm just gonna start blasting, sir! 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 Sir, I'm gonna die. But I have to loot. I must loot. I must always loot. I must loot, sir! Sir! Okay, I think we're good. Am I gonna let his family die? No, but I need to loot. I can't not loot. Shit, motherfucker. Oh my god. Okay, wait. Oh, shit! Oh my god. Oh my god, I don't know what I did. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Wait, what's happening?
Like an assassin.
Did I do something?
Sneak out like a thief. You're no CIA spook. Who are you? Why
Wait, what
happened?
Wait, what happened?
To deal with a mystery.
Wait, the family died? Wait, how'd they die? I was on my way. Did I do that? Oh no, the sub blew up?
Get out and get to Arcadia! Jesus Christ!
Oh no. Wait. Did I do that? He doesn't know I was looting, right? Oh shit, okay. Okay, well, first of all, I'm sorry because I didn't think that he had a family. I thought he was like maybe lying about that. So it turns out he does have a family and they're dead. So it turns out that the family is real. Sorry. Like, I'm happy for you, but also I'm sorry because your family is dead and I kind of thought you were just bullshitting, so. God damn it. How do I get out of here? Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Yeah, we had Divas down. Divas went down. Divas went down. Kind of his fault, if you think about it. You know what? I think that's true.
Patrick! Ain't that just like Ryan?
Oh.
Waits until we're almost out and then he pulls.
I know, I fucking hate that guy. I know.
Find the bastard. We'll find him.
I know, we will. We will. I hate him.
I came to this place to build the impossible.
He's a jerk.
Came to rob what you could never build.
He's such a jerk.
A hum gaping at the gates of Rome. Even the air you breathe is sponged from my account. Well, breathe deep, so later you might remember the taste.
You get to the bathysphere in the rolling hills. That'll take you straight to the devil himself.
Okay.
And then all debts will be paid in full.
Okay. I will do that. Fuck. drunk. I'm always getting drunk. Shit. Can't stop drinking. I have a problem.
Seems like some fighters have started seeing ghosts.
Ah!
Ghosts? Ryan tells me it's a side effect of this plasmic thing. One poor sod's memory is getting passed on to another through genetic
I'm just like...
lunatic.
I'm just not totally sure if this guy wants me as his partner.
Ain't life in Ratchet Rat.
Yo! Oh my god. Oh! No. Oh, hell no. Hell no. Nope. What is that shit? What is that? What is that?
The augmentation procedure is a success. The slugs alone could not provide enough atom for serious work, but combined with the host, now we have something. The slug is embedded in the lining of the host's stomach, and after the host feeds, we induce regurgitation. And then we have 20-30 times yield of usable atom. The problem now is the shortage of hosts.
Oh?
Fontaine says patience, Annabelle. Soon, the first home for little sisters will open, and that problem will be solved.
Oh.
What a night I got lined up.
So I have to shoot their
Everything's
stomachs?
ready. Flowers, bottle of wine, even 2 tickets to the tea garden. Nothing gets the Bettys in the mood like nighttime in Arcadia.
I got the Bettys.
Now I just gotta stop by the Thrifty Care to pick up a med hypo, just to be safe.
Bettys.
Word is, this ain't Angelina's first visit to the tea garden.
Can I get up there? How do I get up there? Is this a wall? Yeah, okay. Go around? Dude, there's ghosts, though. There's ghosts. Shit, I just came in that way. Okay, so I have to shoot him in the stomach. Alright, where are you? Show yourself. Okay, wait. Oh. Oh! Oh! Ah! Did I get him? I don't know. I didn't see what that note said. I didn't see what that note said. Do I press this again? Oh, that's money. Okay. Did I? Wait, did I ruin the jump scare? Well, okay, wait. Stop! Stop it. Stop moving. Can't jump scare when you don't turn around. Where is this fucking guy? I hate him. Oh my god. Is that guy a ghost? No, that's not a ghost. Die, bastard.
It's just a bad quarter. No, that's all.
Ah, shit! I can't tell who's a ghost! Alright, I gotta come over here. I gotta hack this shit. I gotta hack City. Hack City. Okay, we're back. We're back. Alright, so let's go up. We're gonna go boom. Oh shit, shit. Oh shit. What did I do? Oh, did I activate something? No. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay, let's go up. Go up one more, and then we're gonna go... Oh, we're gonna bring it around town. Uh-oh. No, we're good. We're good. We can just go straight across. Straight across. Woo! Who is whistling? Is that... I can't tell who's the ghost. I can't tell. I have significantly improved on the Hackermans. The seaman?
Go on then, take your horse!
Oh my god. Excuse me. Is that a... I don't know. Is that a trap? Like, will that kill me? Can I jump over it? Okay. Nice. Oh shit! Okay. Yeah, that... It's not good. Okay. That was not good. Oh my god! Oh. Okay. Shit. I don't want to electrocute myself again. Okay, we're gonna run. Go. Boop, 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 boop. Oh my god. I hate the whistling so much.
Whoa, what's that? Nobody invited you.
Oh yeah? Nobody invited you. That's right. This is my party, bitch. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop.
They're coming! This is our place! Ours!
Oh! What is that? Shit. Yo, I'm just trying to find some more loot. Can't get enough loot. Oh! Excuse me. Shit, mofo. Oh my god. Why won't she die? Die, demon! Die! Oh my god! Oh shit, I need a heal. Oh, I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I'm sorry. I don't know what I've done.
Hurry, hurry, Mr. Bond.
You are wounded? I freaking know I'm wounded. I'm trying. Okay. Okay. I kind of have to kill Daddy though, because I was told I'm not strong enough. Okay, we're just gonna go sleep, sleep.
I can hear the
Okay. Sweep, 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 sweep. Okay. Okay. We've got to go this way. Yes. Yes. Oh. Automatic hack tool. No matter how I'm skilled to hack. Oh, I don't need that. Oh. But I... Foe! I don't know! I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. we're gonna, this is, let's go. Green is good, but why did it look, why did it, I didn't see it in red. Why am I so slow? How do you run? This guy is so slow. Okay, where are you, lady? Oh, shit! Okay, am I crouching? Oh, am I? I don't know, maybe? Oh my god. I didn't think I was crouching, but maybe I am. No? Okay, uncrouched. I'm just so slow. He's so slow. Boom. Okay, jump. Faster. I don't know why he's doing stealth mode. I don't want him to do stealth mode. Okay, I gotta take this lady out. She is...
I'm here now! Stop wasting my...
Yes! Lock this thing again. Okay, come over, hack. Christ almighty. Okay, so that, we need to go up. And then we are going to go up again. Going to go up again. Oh my god. Faster. Faster. Shit. Fuck. Fucked up. Okay. I fucked up. Okay, this, and then we can go around. We can go around. We can go around. Yep. 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 We're good. We're good. We're good. Guys, I haven't fucked up a hackerman in a long time. Oh, shit. Okay. I need, okay, this is gonna go like that. Oh, okay. That is gonna go across. That is gonna go across. That's gonna go that way. Oh no, I'm out. I don't have what I need. I don't have it. Shit. Okay. It's fine. Okay, hackerman up. So we want to go across. Yes. We're gonna go across. We go across. Swoop up. This way. Wait, why does that look like that? Is that okay? Oh no! I'm out. Okay, and then fuck, I don't have what I need. Nope. Shit, I'm not. Ah! Okay, I think we have to go a totally different way because so that is gonna go like that, and then man, okay, wait, I think I jinxed myself. I think I'm fucked. Shit. Yeah. Okay, I'm in trouble. Shit. You know, if you're going too slow. Oh yeah, I am going too slow. There we go. Wait, something is wrong with the hacker. Something is wrong with the hackerman. Something is not right. And it's not my fault. It's not my fault. Like, bro. Oh, I have to swoop. I have to swoop around. Okay, shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is so stressful. Oh, fucker. Okay. Okay, I know what I'm looking for, and it's not here. And it's not here. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay, now you're gonna go across. Now you're gonna go across, and now you're gonna go up. And then you need to go this way. Boom. And then up. And then... You guys, I'm... Fuck! Oh, okay, wait. Shit! I don't have what I need. Fuck, I don't have it. Oh, no. Oh, no. I was out of... Oh, no. Will it be like this forever? I don't know. I might not be able to hack this one. I might not be able to. Okay. It might be impossible. It might be. Ah, shit, fucker. Oh, I ran out of things. I ran out of things. Ah! You need to fix the beginning first thing. Okay. So like this first corner. Okay, so that. Let's move it. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I don't know if I did it. Okay, that's gonna go like that. Maybe we do this. Okay, that goes up. Oh, I think we got it. I think I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it. Yes. Just to be safe. Okay, we did it. Woo, doggy. All right, it was possible. Where there's a will, there's a way, everybody. Where there's a will, there's a way. Man. Oh, fuck me. Dude, I just don't even want to deal with you. Okay. Where's that little girl?
The minute we came here, Masha started screaming, "Mama, Mama, what is that? What is that?" I thought she was having some kind of seizure. And then I realized, trees. Trees.
Oh no, something's happening.
I'm gonna need you to listen to me. I'm no sort of botanist, but I think Ryan has just killed Arcadia.
Who's...
The man's put something foul into the air. Bottom of the ocean, Bio. All the oxygen comes from the trees. No trees, no oxygen. Give me a spell to think.
No trees, no oxygen.
Ryan's woman in Arcadia is an old Betty named Langford. An okay sort, but not above doing a dirty job for $1. Is she still kicking around? I'm sure she's gonna want
Oh my god, I just really don't want to deal with these fuckers. I always be setting them off. Get me out of here. Get me out of here! Fuck. Okay. This. Okay, how do I get out of here, man? Man!
Either we get those trees back, or you're a permanent resident.
machine you damaged is friendly. Cool. Alright, you guys. That's a good place.
That's a good place to save and pick back up tomorrow because it is almost 2 o'clock in the morning.
I think tonight I'm gonna do this, which is quitting the game.
Which is actually making sure that I'm closed out.
Hold on. Oh, Cobblemon has been open. Okay. A game that I'm not even playing. That's just been open forever. Cool. Okay, great. Okay, cool. I'm going to send you guys to FanFan because it's her birthday today. It's her birthday. Happy birthday, dear FanFan. Happy birthday to you. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.
I will see you tomorrow.
Did I send a raid or no? Did that not go? Hold on. Sick. Cool. Thank you guys for joining me. Keep it so fucking real. Keep it so real. I'll see you tomorrow. And I think I'll probably do less Firewatch tomorrow unless something crazy has happened.
So maybe some fun reacts, maybe some getting into gaming a little bit earlier.